Laging may bias si Raf sa mga ganyang bagay at i-reveal natin as the season goes on kung bakit nga ba ganyan. Pero as a quick recap for our viewers, meron tayong video na magpa-play out kung saan malalaman natin yung mga teams na nanggaling sa Open Qualifiers. So let's all watch this.
Oh, quick tag onto Aeons. No follow-up, and V-Black has his own operator. Smooth Operator are the two players here. The dash in from Shintaro, but he's only giving himself cover, not his teammate. Shintaro does find a pick onto Rababs. Could give him a chance here, but V-Black is just that dominant to give the ace to his homie, to his Brody. And of course, V-Black will get it. He will devour it, and he will take it. The remaining players of LFS. The wall is there. Oh, that is a great catch onto Exotic with a full flight. Itchy solo. Oh my goodness, Itchy solo from out of nowhere. And the play right now for LFS is just to get heaven control. And since Itchy solo is down here, he has no wall to basically block out physically what's happening against the retakers. This is what's gonna happen. And Asta!
George still got the kill anyway, and Josh is now putting the Cove down to at least protect the diffuser. Ching already on it. Someone needs to spam that ASAP here for the side of KDM. They get halfway done though with the defuse. Josh Esto in control. Finds Channy Boy in his efforts to hold down that yellow side. Magician, it's Eugene S again and again, looking to find the target. Narpim on the opposite. Savannah with the takedown. A big pick here from Savannah, but Josh S does it even better.
Could overrun this, but the man count is just so much more here for Kadaliman. And that should be them shredding them down. Savannah gets the one. It forces RNT to fall back instead. The defense here looking good.
Yeah, this is the first time we've seen Rambutan and Tatay actually lose a bit of their bluster there and through the smoke. Channy Boy, even at the end of the clip, he will find hot sauce.
Shot doesn't connect, and that was huge. They needed to hit that, and now KDM have a good planned attempt, possibly.
Oh!
Savannah, big pick up above! But the trade in from Eugene S is coming in, Dax.
Oh, Savannah gets two, and Josh S holding down the line. He's still alive. He's still fighting. Narpim eventually finding the harbor. It's 2v2 now. And through the toxic screen, the timing is perfect for Mark L. We've seen these numbers pile up in favor of RT before, and it will be the same case here. 13-10 in the end. The call from Second Love. The 1-2 step now, though, gonna get hampered by the Hunter's Fury. Cloudburst gonna get thrown over to the nest. Shintaro, though, spamming and walk on water with the punish. He's using the Cloudburst for cover again. That allows him to reposition to the left-hand side, but Aeon lines him up and finds a perpendicular angle.
To stop this, they got the Reckoning, the Lockdown, and the Viper's Spit. All very high impact. And all could be a big problem for Nacague on this attacking execute. But look at this! Walk on water! The double for him! He dropped that Viper's Spit potential!
He doesn't care about the turning tides. And Itchy solo, he at least gets a takedown, and the detain comes towards Second Love. So this buys time here for the side of Viper's Clan. 3v3 scenario effectively while Second Love is disarmed. And it's gonna be Nagi on the plant. Mid matters though with a big pick, as you mentioned. Backside still held here by the side of Viper's Clan, but these snakes have been spotted.
Give you lockdown for lockdown here to cancel each other out. But they're going for the quick A-take. Savannah should have a free kill, but no, the help from Zen comes in right at the time.
The positioning of everyone from Zone is just very good, that are able to deny any of these kills away from Kadiliman. And yet again, it's 3-1. And they're now taking this 5-1 as well. You saw it. There it is, and again with a very aggressive charge, but Dispenser finds him first. Patman though, Dispenser again doing a lot of work here, being that guardian of B-site.
A triple from him already. Even tagged with a fault line, still gets the kills and still gets value from his position. Stays alive as well. Narpim here on the backup, Paranoia thrown out already. They know that the last two has to be here. That's confirmation of their idea.
And with Dispenser half HP, pretty much hugging the box. Doesn't have a lot of escape pool, but they gotta buy some time, and in the end, 4K for Dispenser. But at this point, they don't have the luxury, as they're found by Naru. Channy Boy there with the immediate trade. Narpim as well. 3v2 at this point. Again, we keep talking about time. Senior Carl We know that he is absolutely scary when it all comes down to it, like literally right now, and he does it again in their match point.
Okay. Ngayon na nakita na natin yung highlights from the open qualifiers, I just gotta say, I am so stoked. Kung open qualifiers pa lang natin, ganyan na yung binubugan ng mga teams na yan. What more pagpasok natin dito sa regular season, diba? Pero bago pa ang lahat, maraming salamat muna sa aming mga sponsors, lalong-lalo na sa Riot Games, pati sa Mineski Philippines for making all of this possible. Kasi wala yung mga highlights na yan kung wala kayo. Wala rin kami kung wala kayo.
Mayana scores Grab Unlimited. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe now to Grab Unlimited free on your first month. And of course, enjoy free delivery every day and get those exclusive discounts when you get that Grab Unlimited.
I can hear the disappointment in your voice. Like, where's the 9 pesos?
Nah.
I've been doing this all split. But of course, guys, VCTPH Split 2 is also officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. So a big thank you to everybody. And yeah, I mean, I guess we're also excited for the show to move on and pretty much ask the right to say 9 pesos again sometime in the future, maybe.
Ano
We
ba yung,
transition
siguro
to the
yung
for
quick
free.
fix? Yeah. For the quick fix, siguro 0 pesos.
Zero
0
pesos.
pesos. Free, for free. Otherwise, 0 pesos. At least, may compromise tayo dyan. Pareho namang tama. Pero ito na nga, total may pa-teaser na tayo ng mga kaganapan from the open qualifiers as well as to what to expect for this regular season. Tingnan na rin natin yung standings natin. Kasi actually gusto ko kayong tanungin. Asarai, do you think that there are gonna be rivalries other than of course the NAOS versus the Oasis rivalry that we always love to see that will be built this regular season natin?
Honestly, I feel like there's already one that has entered split number 2, and that is SR Nacague saka Zol Esports. So for the viewers that don't know about it, SR Nacague, a lot of their roster, including Zind, actually moved up na to the Zol Esports roster. And SR Nacague, I think the players that were left there na from the previous roster was just mid-matters, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, let me dub. In any case, madaming umalis sa SR Nacague, and it came into Zol. So I feel like there's going to be some bit of rivalry that's happening there because former teammates and then some pa.
I was about to say the same thing because, like you mentioned, right, it is the old core versus pretty much ex-teammates versus ex-teammates, a very recent bout, perhaps. And like you mentioned, it's pretty much mid-Mathers plus. I believe the members of ex-Puggers on the side of SR Nacague, so I feel like that's going to be super interesting. We'll probably be diving into that if we ever run into their matchups today.
Siguro at certain points, ang magiging comparison natin for any other team na makakalaban netong Zol Esports is magre-reference back tayo dun sa SR Nacague days nila. Kasi syempre, majority of their core does come back for that. Pero syempre, for our viewers' sake, it would cause too much confusion if we would refer to them that way kasi meron pa rin naman tayong SR Nacague lineup na makikita in this season. So, iwasan na lang natin yun. But yun lang yung for reference. Yun yung mangyayari dito, guys. Huwag kayo masyadong malito. May mga players pa rin tayo na very familiar names but at the same time, hiwa-hiwalay na sila ng teams. Abangan nyo na lang yung deeper discussion natin dyan. But as I say that, actually, saktong-sakto yan dahil ipapakilala na natin yung first team for the first matchup today. Sakto yan. Sabi nila may rivalry daw tong mga to. But they're not going up against their rivals quite yet. Heto na sila. Kilalanin natin ng mabuti ang Zol Esports.
One of our freshest faces, or rather orgs, to jump into the official circuit. Still, though, we have to talk about this lineup they have. I feel like the only name that has been around Zol for the longest time is Josh F, but everybody else as we mentioned earlier in the panel, have been teammates on an older version of SR Nacague. Either way, I feel like all of these players, just from an individual standpoint, have excellent carry potential. But I'm very, very curious how they're going to operate with each other, considering they have to find a way to cascade all that individual fragging power. Patman, I feel like, has had a bunch of standout performances in the last split, especially in super clutch moments. I think he had like a super explosive performance on that one Lotus map, I believe against Action PH. My memory could be failing me.
Yeah. In any case, it's Batman mid-matters, I think, in the previous or the split 1 SR Nacague roster. So the one thing na nagustuhan ko talaga dito with this particular team, aside from, you know, we still have that juicy players from the former roster nila, is Naru again. I know that I have mentioned Naru before in somewhat of a lesser light, pero if you actually saw yung open qualifier matches ng Zol Esports dito, he was one of the top fraggers, if not secondary fragging 30 bombs ata in that open qualifiers. So I feel like this adjustment, whatever the cause may be, to shift a lot of these players into the Zol organization could be a good change of environment, a good change of pace for players that maybe were struggling from split 1 that was competing in VCTPH.
That's exactly what the name of the game is gonna be for these guys. Yung adjustment talaga, as well as the transition overall. Kasi mapapansin din natin, if we look back through their open qualifiers journey, even si Patman, from time to time, nire-readjust nila yung role niya dito. Sometimes he's on that initiator, sometimes he's on that sentinel. And it's in the same map, kung saan sila nagkakaroon ng mga changes dito. So, hopefully, at this point na nagsistart na yung regular season natin, mas nahanap na nila yung right spice for their team. Although nakita nga natin in the previous week na maganda naman yung napakita nila. So far, kahit papano, nahahanap na nila yung comfortability in the team. However, ang brutal lang talaga dito ay yung first matchup nila ay walang iba kundi sa Split 1 champions. So ito na nga guys, pag-uusapan din natin sila ng mabuti as we introduce NAOS Esports.
Yun na nga guys, what is there left to say? NAOS are your undisputed kings of Philippines. I think yung storyline na titingnan natin dito is they were able to beat Oasis pretty convincingly in any of the matches that they played against. And then yung yung issue that we sorta were kind of pointing out with NDG and Mojo integrating with the trifecta ni Japa, Pichula, and Wits. How far are these guys going to be able to synergize as Split 1 was happening? Actually worked really well. And nakita mo yung evolution or yung maturity nung two players na yun plus this entire team as a whole.
Buti na lang na yung coach na sa kabilang Discord kasi parang na-emphasize mo talaga, Asuray. They really beat up Oasis. That's Asuray, by the way. Those are Asuray's words, not mine.
Bro.
But yeah, I mean, they have been multiple time champions in just every iteration of, I guess, these individuals when it comes to just, you know, them as individual players. But as a team, they were super, super dominant in the last split. It didn't look that way. But once everything glued together and they started functioning as a unit, then it looked so, so scary for anybody to play against them.
Ang mahirap talaga dito, pag pinag-uusapan natin either yung NAOS Esports or etong Oasis Gaming, hindi maiwasan lagi yung comparison between the two. Kasi nga, from the get-go, they have always been rivals. So, yan talaga yung bagay na hindi natin maiwasan when it comes to talking to them. If we compare the run that they had, maagang na-experience na itong NAOS yung defeat. But at the same time, it became a silver lining for them kasi maaga rin silang nag-learn from their mistakes at maaga na silang nakabuild ng momentum then on. As opposed to the side of Oasis Gaming na kabaliktaran naman yung nangyari sa kanila. They had this flawless run at the beginning and then naging wavering na towards the end. So for the side of NAOS, I'm pretty sure they're hoping to have a more flawless round or a more convincing pa than what they showed us, even though sobrang strong na nung split 1 run nila. So we will have to wait and see for that. Pero as we move over to our map selection, I think this is gonna be incredibly tricky, you guys. Asterai, I feel like this isn't an issue of figuring out kung ano yung weak maps ng NAOS. I would say if you were to pick a map in this scenario, siguro mag-focus na lang yung Zol sa kung saan sila malakas. Would you agree to this?
Absolutely. I think it's more about utilizing kung ano yung strong pieces na agad dito ng Zol, right? You were on the mark with that one. I feel like if we're gonna look at maybe yung capabilities ni Zind, 2 maps scream in particular sa akin, possibly Pearl, maybe even Ascent. Although again, kasi tingin yan, if you look at the NAOS map selection or map pool, sasakit lang ulo mo. So you're absolutely right na they just have to focus on what they already got. And again, going back, Pearl and Ascent ang gusto ko makita dito from Zol.
Pearl Ascent from Zol.
Gusto
kong sabihin kanina na baka may surprise factor yung Zol kasi syempre bagong team, but then I looked at the roster, it's like, oh right, they only really had one major change.
Lumipat lang ng bahay.
Oo nga eh. Pero kahit yung coach, I think 2766 is still on this roster, on the Zol roster if I'm not mistaken. So once again, the philosophy and the approach of the game is still gonna be very, very in tuned and ingrained in them as a core. And I'm very excited to see the map veto, I guess, come up very, very soon. But I think I have to disagree with Pearl because NAOS have been so good on that map, man.
It's so hard, no? I mean, going back to the reasoning that I had for this one, when you're up against NAOS, Raf, what map is your option? Kasi kahit sa naman ang ganda-ganda nung run na itong NAOS, they barely have dropped any maps during split 1. Kaya nga ang sabi ko kay Asoray kanina, let's just focus on what we're already good at as a team. Kasi ganun din naman at least kung comfortable tayo, may chance pa tayo na matalo sila if ever we find anything na yung mga loopholes sa strategies nila, di ba, Asoray?
Yeah. So another thing din kasi na gusto ko i-point out din is even though this is still technically that former roster, right, coming into Zol Esports, nagbago na onte ang agent roles ng specific agents nila. We saw Senior Carl, who was the former True Flex player ng SR Nacague, now as the controller. Si Patman and Josh F sorta interchange between flex agents nila, medyo similar but depends on the maps. So saan talaga yung parang steady footing na pwedeng tingnan dito sa Zol Esports? I think it goes back pa rin. I feel like with Zin in particular, you want him to have, I think, access to 2 things. It's separate rifling niya, and at the same time, I think his operator. So you want maps where he can at least go for those 2 approaches. Siyempre, kasi Jet, But when it's Zind, he can make that happen on attack or defense. We've seen him do that before. Operator on attack, operator on defense. So again, if Zol can find a map like that, I think that's where they would want to play.
Well, kung hindi si Zind, tingin ko malaking bagay din yung performance ni Midmather sa Pearl. I mean, he's a natural playmaker and that gave Zind all the space in the world to do Zind things, right? But now he's not on this lineup, so I feel like that could potentially ripple into a butterfly effect. I'm not discrediting Zol's strength, but that is still a key piece missing from them, at least in terms of that map alone. But now is to select Icebox first. There's just so many ways they can approach this. Either they can go for that new age wits going on that Harbor pick, or they could maybe turn back the clock and put him on the Reyna. There's just so many possibilities.
Marami talagang possibilities when we talk about Icebox. Pero something that we should mention here is when these guys were still playing on the SR Nacague roster, they actually cut it pretty close dito sa NAO, sa Icebox. They got a 10-13 scoreline. That's not so bad considering na hindi nga matalo-talo yung NAOS dito. But something that I also wanted to talk about na minention mo kanina, Raf, is Mid Matters not being here. I have no idea who's the brains behind the strats now. Kasi dati alam ko si Mid Matters yung IGL nila, di ba? Hindi ako sure kung sino na yung nag-fulfill ng role na yon as we move over to this new Zol roster. May idea ka ba dito, Asterai? Or do you have any thoughts to add? Especially now na Pearl nga yung lumabas in the end for the side of Zol.
So, I think Josh F was the playmaker before nung Sunspark siya. I'm not sure if he was still doing that with Zol Esports. But that being said, I mean, we'll have to see if he can really test his metal, and what a way to test his metal agad with NAOS being their opponents. And like I said nga, Pearl is one of those, I think just talaga stable grounds na for the Zol Esports or for the Zol roster. I mean, again, it's a strong map then for NAOS, but like what we keep mentioning na nga, what can you truly do against NAOS's superior map quantity?
I feel like it.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ref.
Oh no. Well, pardon me for cutting in, but I feel like, as we mentioned, they are gonna start this matchup top down. I believe it's trying to find their ceiling first, because once again, NAOS is pretty much the gold standard right now, being the champions and all. So Zol, if they can perform, even take one map away from NAOS, and I do believe they have the potential to win this series out, it's still a very, very good sign for things to come.
Mag-ingat na lang talaga sila dito. Kasi nga, ikaw na yung nagsabi kanina, Raf, NAOS does have a good Pearl. Pero again, babalik ako ito na ang hirap talagang mag-isip ng mabuti kung anong mapa ba yung pwede mong i-exploit etong NAOS. But as I say that, Ascent is gonna be the decider map. And I'm not sure, Raf, kung aabot ba tayo dito. I really don't know if it's even possible. But I really am hoping for a really good matchup, especially since sinabi nyo na rin naman kanina, things are looking up for the side of Zol Esports based from their open qualifier matches.
Well,
yeah.
I was just gonna add na lang na, again, I did feel na Zol at least look a lot more promising than before. And what's good about this particular roster then, it's not 6-man anymore compared to before. So, there's no need para sa kanila to feel the pressure of, or rather to feel that there's a, paano ba sabihin to feel the pressure na kailangan nila mag-rotate out ng players, maybe to fix kung ano yung nagmamblema sila and you know, issues like that. Ang mangyayari na lang dito is, since again we are gonna go for that round robin stage, pwede nilang i-enhance kung what's already there with the 5 players that they have, and I feel like that's already the step in the right direction for this particular team.
I agree. I feel like Icebox can still go either way for Zol and NAOS, but I think for Zol particularly, I feel like they have to change the tempo against NAOS. Just because NAOS is so good at that mid-round, it's really, really difficult for them to employ what they would normally go after. You know how the Zol tempo is, especially with that iteration, with that core. They like to inch their way through the map. They like to take things step by step. And that's also something that NAOS is very good at. But once again, I feel like Icebox could potentially be pretty tightly contested.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think that bumabalik tayo dun sa elephant in the room na kailangan ko talagang i-address, because that's what I do here. Mahirap talaga. When it comes to NAOS Esports, they are, again, sabi ni Asteray, they are your undisputed kings of PH right now. And it's just so hard to talk around that kasi pinakita talaga sa atin ng NAOS in Split 1 kung gaano ka-solid yung run nila. Gaano kabilis sila mag-adjust on the fly dun sa mga rounds na nahihirapan sila. How well balanced na tong team na to with everything that they've done as a roster. Even though dati marami tayong questions when it comes to the new bloods versus the veterans, problem solved na lahat to eh. So it is a really high hill to climb on the side of Zol Esports. So with that said, guys, I want to know your predictions. I'm gonna lock in mine first para naman sabihin nyo, hindi ako unfair this time. I'm gonna go for NAOS Esports. Asteray?
All right. You know what? I will say one thing lang. You have to bow down to the king. Right now, there is no one that will make the king bow down. So my prediction will be NAOS.
You know, honestly, I thought Aster had a good thing going there. It's like, oh, he's trying to be clever, and now he just circles back. I get it, obviously, but I feel like this is pretty unanimous between all of us. NAOS have proven that they are just pretty much super, super clean and refined right now. If they maintain that form coming into the split, then it is so difficult to challenge them.
Yes, the only enemy that they have right now is themselves. Kasi when you're at the top, you have to be wary and not be overconfident, diba? Yan yung isa sa mga bagay na kailangan mong ingatan kapag nakamit mo na kahit papano yung highest level na kaya mong makamit in the meantime. So, ingat-ingat na lang talaga on the side of NAOS. But as you guys can see, predictions locked, unanimous yung decision namin dito. Hopefully, there's no caster or panel curse this time around. But then again, it's just day number 1. Marami pang pasurpresa na pwedeng mangyari. If anything, in their ex-NCG run, pinakita rin talaga nila kung gaano ka-tough opponent sila. Even for the likes of NAOS Esports. Maybe kung na-refine na nila yung mga bagay na kailangan nilang i-refine, at this point, smooth sailing na. And they might even defeat the undisputed kings of PH right now. With that said, I believe we are ready to begin with the games. I'm just awaiting confirmation. I got the go signal. Natatawa sila eh. I just want to make sure that we can pass it to the casters kasi alam ko naman excited na rin yung mga viewers natin dyan. So you guys cheer for your favorite teams because here we are. We're passing you guys to our casters.
Here we are, road to being relentless. Kasama nyo si Wolf at si Osiris, your casters for this wonderful series. Uumpisahan agad sa isang mala David and Goliath na, na matchup. Medyo masakit, no? Kamusta ka naman, boss?
Okay naman, and it's been a while na nakasama natin si paring Wolf, no? Parang ever since, kailan ba yun? Parang way back, no?
It's been a long time.
Hindi ko na maalala sa sobrang tagal, pero David and Goliath, wala na sinabi mo, ano? NAOS, isa sa mga pinaka, sabihin na nating nag-champion from last split, and at the same time, yung kanilang performance ever since nung nabuo yung squad na yon, there are high expectations na kung saan itong on the flip side naman, itong Zol has been one of the breakouts nga papunta dito sa ating VCT. Hindi natin alam kung anong gagawin nila, no? Pero tulad nga nakita natin yung mga storyline ever since from Split 1 that we saw, Game Lab, di ba? Bigla na lang naging, sabihin natin,
successful in a way.
Nakakatakot, di ba? So malay natin, merong dala si Zol para lasunin itong mga bigger teams. Pero for now, nakita rin natin yung ating mga veto. We are heading on to Icebox, which is a NAOS pick.
Yes. So nakita natin nung regular season, at least nung group stages pala. No group stages ng Split 1 na ang NAOS themselves ay ginamit nga yung Harbor, specifically kay Wits, and sobrang ganda talaga na naging performance nila. Sobrang ganda na effect, and dumating sa point, Osiris and to all of our viewers, dumating sa point na naging staple ang Harbor doon sa Icebox. Even doon sa ating big leagues internationally, ginagamit na nga siya. Whether or not sila nagpang-umpisa nun, it doesn't matter. What matters is, alam natin na alam ng NAOS kung paano gamitin itong Harbor na to. Very strong. And ikaw mismo, Osiris, you were talking so much about, a lot about NAOS, pati dun sa paggamit nga nila ng Harbor dito sa mapa na to.
Yeah, exactly. No? Kasi nabanggit nga sa atin ni Wolf na bigger teams. Let's not stray further away doon sa mga nangyaring past events. Sao Paulo, Loud versus Fnatic. You have Loud sa ganong klaseng setup dahil sa Viper at saka Harbor. So once na magamit niya ang kanyang High Tide as an early, sabi nating setup, but before pushing A, pwede mong ipalit yung toxic screens. So once na maubos yung toxins ni Viper, doon na ulit tapos yung cooldown ng High Tide. So overall, nagsacycle lang yung dalawang wall na yun, and you're going to have a hard time dito sa A main. Pero once you are on a attacking side naman, Cascade for B main is very efficient to create more space. And nakita rin naman natin yung possibility ng Cove. I believe sa laban natin ng Cloud9 at DRX na kung saan napoprotektahan yung every plant, mapa-default man or sa ibang spot, nagiging problem siya ng mga players. So this time, this will be a tricky situation from Zol since NAOS pick yung Icebox, which is playground ni Kuya Wits.
Alam niyo, itong nung Split 1, nakita natin na nag-perform yung NAOS ng sobrang ganda. Sabihin na natin, iba na eh, parang napakalupit na naman ang pangyayari. Alam mo ba, parang almost auto-veto ang Icebox pagkakalaban mo, pagkatapat mo dito ang NAOS. I think the only time na nakapag-Icebox nung playoffs, isang beses lang kasi nakapag-Icebox yung NAOS nung playoffs. Pero nung regular season, 5 out of 5 na ipanalo nila. Ganun sila katindi. Tapos, pagdating nitong playoffs, isang beses na lang nila nalaro yun because always, again, getting vetoed out. They eventually become 6 out of 6, diba? Buong Split 1. So, ano kaya ang meron sa Zol Esports ngayong araw to? What have they prepared for, right? Kasi, ano ba yung dala nila going up against NAOS, the Goliath team ngayon, dahil hinayaan nila makuha yung ganitong klaseng
Exactly.
open pick. Especially, first pick no? Kung hindi
Oo,
ako
yeah.
hindi nagkamali, first map. So, Naos agad ang naging choice dito. So, alam na Naos that they are so strong with this. Ano kaya yung mabibitbit dito ng Zol Esports? Because they allowed it to happen. Again, 6 out of 6 nung split 1. Ganun ka ganda yung performance nila nun, Cyrus.
Yeah, and might be, di ba, na another number para sa kanilang streak ngayon na pwede mag 7 for 7 sa every visit sa Icebox. And yun nga yung magiging, yun nga yung medyo questionable, to be honest, na Map Vito na lumabas, na nagawang makalaya ng Icebox sa Map Vito na kung saan nga yun pa yung unang mapa. So it means na once na makuha ng NAOS itong unang si match natin, it means na yung momentum nasa side nila, and that will be a mentally stress point para dito sa Zol, and they kinda need a mental reset moving on to the map 2. So yun nga na medyo iba na kumbaga alam mo na in terms of by paper hirap ka na as a medyo may hirapan or challenging for Zol.
Yeah.
Added
Sa
up
Zol
yung map dito, so diba ang hirap.
Ang hirap. I do agree with you. Especially, tinitignan ko ngayon yung mga matches ng Zol Esports nung qualifier. Just to talk about the qualifier, they never played Icebox, in fact, sa qualifier natin. Pero sabihin na natin, i-consider ulit natin yung ibang mga players nila who previously played for SR Nacague, right? So, majority of their players ay naglaro for stream raid from SR Nacague. Naglaro din naman sila ng Icebox doon, but they went 1-1. So, 2 beses na sila nakapaglaro nung entirety nung split 1. Nanalo sila versus Game Lab Alpha, pero natalo sila versus Action na PH. And on both occasions, hindi ganun ka lupit yung kanilang defensive side. So, we'll see. Additionally, dito sa expectations natin sa Zol, talagang mahihirapan sila as we head into the agent select. Makes me wonder kung sila ba mismo ay maglalaro ng Harbor. I don't think so. Etong sa NAOS, ang mga variations na nakita natin sila dito is Harbor plus Viper.
Yes.
Or meron lang isang beses na hindi sila nag-Viper din, nag-raise sila kung yun yung parang naging duelist nila. Perhaps kasi kino-consider nila yung laruan ng ibang teams.
Yeah.
So meron bang variation ngayon? Ako sure ako dito sa ating agent select magkakaroon talaga ng Harbor.
Ang pinaka-curious din ako, Kuya Wolf, is yung ating Gecko. Is he going to thrive sa Icebox? Kasi may mga places, ang lakas ng vertical play ng isang Dizzy. And gaining information, once the barrier drops, pwede mo kagad siya i-toss sa A. So, I think there's a possibility talaga na itong manggagaling na Gecko pick, feeling ko pwedeng surprise attack di ba? Kumaga, yung wingman na isa rin sa mga taga-plant ngayon is maraming spot, di ba? Para doon sa ating Gecko. So, let's see kung paano nga ba nila gagamitin itong Gecko if ever man lumabas. Kasi kahit si wingman, pwede siyang tumakbo sa mains. Alam natin kung gaano kakipot yung bawat daanan on A and B. And wingman clap, easy concussion can be followed up by other utilities.
Yep. I think yun lang no? As much as I want to see Gecko at supportan ka dyan, Mr. Cyrus.
Hindi, no?
Medyo talaga parang
malayo-layo.
Yep. Unfortunately, ang nakikita natin ito mga standard pickups. Ang laging consideration dito ay magsisage ka nga ba dito sa mapa na to, or is it going to be the Killjoy or combination of both, di ba? Maybe mga compositions kasi nagkaroon ng parehas na Killjoy tsaka Sage, maximum duelist pa sa depensa. In fact, yung nakita natin, yung mga Filipino teams natin, minsan diba? No duelist comp for this particular map. Nevertheless, ayun, back-to-back KJs from both ends. Uy! Hinover yung tropa pips mo.
Hover lang. Baka hover lang. Pinapakasa yata tayo ni Josh F. Pero yun nga, tulad ng sinabi mo, no, I would support you. Kasi ang tingin natin sa Gecko, as much as we are looking into it as a strong pick, ano kasi siya, may mga agent na mas kayang gawin or mas better yung ginagawa niya. Like if
Yeah.
gusto mo ng blind, gusto mo ng concuss, breach agad.
Yep.
Diba? Parang doon pa lang
Oo.
napakahirap ng sabayan ng fault line and they ultimate as well. And kung titignan natin si Thrash mahirap patamain dahil nga ano siya living creature. Pwede siyang sirain,
Yeah.
pwede siyang patayin.
Yep.
Unlike yung ating Rolling Thunder na wala kang choice kundi saluhin. So napakadaming efficient na agent rather than an Echo, Gecko. And we're still thinking of paano nga ba siya gagalaw sa ating current meta.
So as you saw from our agent select, napili na yung mga Sova at Killjoy, the only two agents na common between two, pati na rin pala yung Jet. So nagkaroon na lang ng switch-ups dun sa iba't ibang mga choices. We've seen na ginamit ang Harbor ulit. I guess so. Yan ang pretty standard together with Omen. So
Yeah.
kakaibang composition ngayon mula sa NAOS. Bumabalik ako dito sa mga statistika na ginamit ng NAOS. Mukhang hindi pa nila ginagamit ang Omen together with this one nung buong split 2. So no, they did nung split 2 playoffs actually. So sinapin nila. So ito yung pinaka-fresh at tinalo din nila ang Oasis dito. It was very close though. Halos I think even yung first half, tapos eventually nakakuha ng very close finish ang NAOS versus Oasis utilizing this composition that they have. Additionally, ang gusto kong sabihin dito yung naging choice para sa Zol. We already talked about naman yung choice nila, double defense, double sentinel I mean. Ginamit nila dito ang Killjoy pati yung Sage. Pwede nilang i-double down sa isang site yung setup nila. But I think na ang pinaka-value na nakuha mo talaga out of the Sage is yung pag-control ng tube. Kumbaga sa gitna, if ever.
Yan, napakadaming pwedeng gawin ng isang Sage dito sa mapa na to. Napakadaming entry point and at the same time, yung sinabi nating kipot ng daan can be highly utilized by the slow orb.
Yep. Okay. Hindi po kayo wag po kayo magulat sa ating tugtugan ngayon. Dahil ito na yung ating setup. Send your card to start it. Sa magandang pagpatag. Pick off agad ko na kay NDG. Nakadalaw pa mo. Will deny him that. Low dito. Sinaro. So we will have to back down for now. Advantage agad para sa Zol Esports as they are trying to defend against NAOS. Deep into the site. Kahit meron low siya. At yun, mapapala siya ni Zen because that only two remains. Wits na nakapagtanim dahil sa Cove. At pati na rin si Papi Chulo Osiris. Napakagandang simula para sa Zol.
Yes, and numbers game tayo dito, no? And looking low ngayon si Kuya Wits and the Cove still successfully para sa isang plan. Kaso kailangan nilang laruin to ng maingat. Yellows muna si Papi Chulo, needs to play slowly. Pero yung Sage Power nga na sinasabi natin, itong wall napakarami na pwedeng gawin. And another kill, Zol! Silang siya makakaunang score against NAOS.
Sobrang importante yung nakita natin doon mula doon sa pagdepensa ni Naro. The fact na nabuhay din siya eventually.
Yes.
Makikita natin sa ating replay dito na maganda yung pagkakahold nila. Nakakuha pa sila ng isang pitas. And syempre, yung fact na si Naro dito nakapag-wall pa afterward, yun yung super duper crucial.
Yeah, and kung titingnan natin din doon, this David versus Goliath, tulad nga ng sinabi natin, and I know the panel also agrees sa current situation ng Zol. Pero getting one round, and this is a pistol round. Isa yan sa pinakamalaking bagay to set the tempo and even yung mga much needed upgrades natin dito. And nakikita mo naman, double bulldog kagad na makikita natin. And a Spectre, while others are just settling sa kanilang pistol.
Okay.
Oh, make that.
So, yep. Napakaganda nun para sa Zol Esports. Having to winning the pistol, tapos ayun, makapag-double down sila dun sa kanilang depensa ulit. Hindi ko ma-imagine kung paano na gagawin ito ng NAOS. Baka hindi na lang din mag-buy yung kanilang mga tropa peeps sa ngayon. Ito kasi pag nag-commit sila dito, kahit yung Cove lang mismo, medyo masakit sa bulsa yan At alam naman natin, you don't want to commit that. You want to really win the round number 3.
Yep.
So baka i-concede na lang din nila to. Sheriff na lang para kay Justin. Siya naman yung medyo nakakuha ng counting mga openers in the previous round. But all together, tingin ko naman kahit yung mga utilities dito, titipirin na ng NAOS. Maybe commit to just the all drone. Though na pili naman natin nila in the previous round. But overall, ayaw mo mag-spend dito. Do remember, this is Sage tsaka KJ. Ang hirap talaga yung penetrate nito.
Yeah, exactly. And nakita na natin kaagad yung capabilities nung nasabi mong Sage at that point. Kahit gusto man lumusob ng Naos, yung slow orb took a lot of time para makapwesto ang ibang members ng Zol. And they respected yung ginawa ng plant dito. They didn't really rush para sirain yung cove ni Kuya Wits. And taking it slow, they played it by numbers game, priorities, have the wall, the diffuse, and then they juggled one another with the trades. At that point talagang Zol Esports, kahit sabihin natin ito yung lugar ng Naos, and nagpakita kaagad sila ng magandang intro.
Yep. As we explore Icebox, napakagandang
Grabe
start
naman
para
yung
sa
drone
Zol.
natin, no?
Kung kung kayo ay nagugulat dun sa mga players na nakita niyo na ito para sa Zol Esports, for example, yes, sila po yung mga dating members ng SR Nacague.
Yes.
At nadagdag lang dito si Josh F. Pero most of them mga kilala na rin talaga. So even when we know na yung Zol ay parang hindi ganun taas yung expectation sa kanila, we're pretty sure na kaya nila talaga may magsabay dito kasi liga rin naman nila to. Nakapaglaro naman din sila to before.
Yep. And yun nga, no, yun yung magandang inaalam din natin ngayon as one of the teams na naglalaro ngayon sa VCT. We are expecting talaga na yung mga caliber ng mga teams ngayon is on par with each other, and a good starting point nga para sa Zol. And we've seen this name how many times na sa iba't ibang tournament, and this time they made it far. At the same time, yung ibang members ka ng SR Nacague, which is not a big of a stranger pagdating sa Valorant scene. And nakita natin kaagad yung mainit na epektus na ginawa ng Zol Esports, and now it's really they are on the back foot ngayon.
Nevertheless, round number 1 pa lang naman yan. Alam naman natin, itong Naos hindi mo pwedeng bigyan ng kahit anong, hindi ka pwedeng mag-relax laban sa kanila. They were champion, right? On
Yes.
many times na nakita natin na maabot ang dulo ng mga torneo na napapanood natin dito sa Pilipinas. At magandang simula agad to para sa Zol to take them down if ever. As we are playing in this round robin nga pa lang naman ng ating liga.
Yep.
And split 2 is very exciting for sure.
Yes, and knowing split 1, 'di ba? And itong Naos kasi hindi rin sila, kumbaga familiar na rin sila sa mga backfoot games eh. And yes, Zol, as much as we want to be positive nga sa unang round na nakuha nila, si Naos, nakita na natin yung close fight with Oasis. And having those kind of experience, baka lang no na ma-challenge si Zol sa mga susunod na rounds pa. Pero still, that 1 point means na may buhay ang pangarap, di ba? Para maipanalo ang mapang ito.
Itong si Senior Girl di pa bumibili parang alam naman natin na eventually may di niya gamitin agad yan. Curious kung i-consider din nila yung light shield sa Bulldog yun para kay Senior Carl, or alam mo yung minsan na talagang feel mo na yung mag-vandal ka na parang pwede. Kaso syempre mawalan siya ng updraft tsaka cloudburst. Sobrang importante ng cloudburst sa laban na to. So tingin ko lang baka mag-Bulldog settle for the Bulldog muna sila ngayon.
I'm thinking nga parang Wolf Spectre and light armor kasi siya yung magdadashin with a smoke, and alam naman natin yung fire rate ng isang Spectre, and thrives syempre sa mga close quarter combat. And at this point, kung paano nga ba nila tayo sinurprise doon sa nangyaring pag-entrada ng Zol, nandito naman tayo sa Tecpo sa sobrang init ng panahon at ng itong David Goliath matchup na to, napunta tayo sa Tecpo, and it's been a while bago tayo nagkaroon ng text. Nakikita ko nga dito sa comment section, parang talagang ang daming supporters ng Zol, at ramdam natin yung sabihin natin yung init ng kanilang pagtanggap nga na may panalo against sa bigger team. And alam mo naman yan, Kuya Wolf, kahit sa ang esports story, we do love an underdog story. And this time, Zol might be the one who's going to live dito sa ating tale ngayong araw.
Yep. Alam naman natin sa ating labanan na to, hindi mo pala pwede mo ma-expect. At mukhang nag-work yung setup doon ng Azol. Bigla ko naalala, parang 'di ba, sinabi natin what if paghiwalayin nila yung kanilang Sentinel setup, lagay si Killjoy on the opposite end and the other yung sa Sage. At so far, yun yung nangyaring isa sa mga importanteng anchors. Hindi naman natin nakitang literal na double stack doon yung Killjoy tsaka yung Sage. Alam natin, napansin natin na talagang nagiging instrumental yung ganong klaseng depensa na parang bigla kang makakapag-heal up ng kakampi mo. All of a sudden, parang pwedeng ibalik yung laban. Nakita natin, di ba, parang siya mismo yung nag-heal sa sarili niya eventually. Pero alam natin mamaya, magiging crucial yung kunwari meron isang aggressive push or whatsoever, tapos biglang eventually makakahanap sila ng pagkontra dun sa mga umaatake sa kanila, which we saw this time is just the Sage for now, tapos merong kasamang Jet. Eventually mamaya, lalo na sa round na to, pwede nilang gamitin yung Killjoy tsaka yung Sage na mag-double stack in one place, and eventually pwede na rin nilang gamitin for retake. I think malakas din pag retake yung dalawang agents na yun, especially kapag tamang-tama yung paggamit mo ng wall. So baka ang tingin ko lang dito sa game na to, baka hindi tayo makakita ever nung automatically na wall yung tube.
Yep.
Especially just dun sa pinakita lang nung Sage natin. Baka hintayin talaga nila magkaroon ng tamang opening before they actually go for it.
Yeah, and yun nga, no, tulad ng sinabi mo, I strongly agree sa part ng paggamit ng wall. Kasi dito papasok yung disiplina o sabihin na natin yung game sense ng mga Sage players. Wherein they identify yung mga threat na pwedeng pumasok sa tube, sa mid, and even A main. Pero the way you hold that wall kind of puts you in favor pagdating nga doon sa parte na kung kailangan mo nang i-diffuse or mag-isolate ng mga laban. So, upon them, ito ngang si Naru, no? So, tulad ng sinabi mo kanina, naka-survive siya sa initial attack. And at that point, sinuko na kaagad niya yung BS. Nakakuha sila ng mga konting kills doon. And swung into their favor. Yung ating wall na binuo niya, hindi na. Napilitan si Kuya Wits na i-face check nga yung ating wall at siya yung tumumba. At syempre, eto na, nakabalik na tayo. After the tech pause, alam mo, nagkaroon tayo ng tech pause kasi nung nag-call time tayo, si Ray Ray pumasok agad sa Discord.
Ay, ganun ba yan?
Nabasbasan yung Discord natin ng Ray Ray, kaya ayun.
Na ano agad?
Na-tech pause. Naliigan.
Alright. Heading into round number 2. Syempre, eco round yan. Like that. Mula sa NAOS, stacked up dito 8. Agad ang magbubukas para mapatumbal yung turret. They open the side. Di mako na-kill si Naru even after seeing the members of NAOS for now. Makakapag-plant pa rin si Waits. Naru able to take out Papitulo. Eventually, matalo si Zid naman mako na-kill Ja, and now it gets his double. Papitulo and DG gets the triple even. Noong nakita niya doon si Waits, the last guy remains. Simbozer taken out. 2-0. Mabilis dahil yung NAOS parang na-feel nila na sobrang tayo sa tech boss. Bilisan natin yung susunod na round.
Yes, and sobrang in-accelerate nga nila yung kanilang push. Pero yun nga, no, Naru pa rin talaga. Naroon sa tamang sa tamang panahon habang sending away. Itong mga members with the triple kill lang talaga na kung saan guminhawa na agad yung buhay nila. Clean up na lang for other members ng Zol and NAOS. This is the round that they can prove themselves kasi ito na yung buy round nila.
Yep. I'm gonna see ang tunay na buy round sa ngayon. Tignan natin basahin natin setup ay na. Yung ginamit na nga dito ang harbor setup na ang dali talaga makapwesto at makapag-control dito sa A main. At sobrang applicable din yan sa B side. So far ngayon, Mojer thinking about getting in gamit yung kanyang paranoia at ginamit na with the outroad, and of course yung entry dito ni Ja taken out, pati na rin yung mga nano swarm bot na yun. Para sa NAOS, para sa Zol, they will take this little bit slower. Yung Cove ginamit na rin kahit walang imminent threat. Ja makapwesto dito sa screens. Osiris
Uy,
How does
ayun
the
na.
retake look like?
Mukhang delikado. Yun nga, no, yung lakas ng isang cascade. No, maganda yung naging pwesto para harangan kaagad yung possible entrances and like sneaky siya habang may high tide pero fairly low na nga yung magiging laban natin dito. You got the trades, some of the kills pero pushing na din si Papi Chulo. Naku, tatlo yung may kita niya. Unti-unting inuubos na nga dito ni Even which makakuha ng kill. And the last man standing, Senyor Carl, will go down sa kamay ng NAOS.
Okay ba, no? Parang sasabihin ko na sana hindi ganun kaganda ang desisyon mula kay Ja to actually extend that fire, especially dahil madali siyang i-shutdown ng isang owl drone. Nung nakita naman natin kanina, nung mata na nandun si Ja, wala siyang dash eventually. So, nung nakikipaglaban siya sa madaming members ng Zol, ito nangyari. Pero nandun pala si Papi Chulo. Handa for the flank, the long flanks that we can see from Papi Chulo, utilizing yung kanyang killjoy to its full effect. That meant na makakuha na ng panalo sa bonus ang NAOS and only losing one member ay maganda ng resulta, all things considered.
And nakikita natin, same setup. This is what we discussed a while ago, di ba? Kumbaga, yung Pale Cascade na yan, hindi lang applicable sa B main, pero kalahati agad ng A site yung nakukuha nila. Another thing is itong high tide. Pero this time, Josh F, mas closer siya dito. Mukhang aabangan niya yung push si Ja, which is nakita natin kanina. Uy, ito pa, pati sa rafters.
If you're listening carefully, na tumaan doon sa wall or sa high tide, mas slow ng konti, pero makapag-sunat pa rin dito si Wit. Habang Senyor Carl, through the smoke lang, tinatamaan ng konti, or tinatapisan lang sa ngayon. And in comes the reckoning sabay. Pero yung Killjoy Ultimate, nagkapalitan dito the first that's the Soul popping up yung Killjoy Ultimate. Reckoning coming from NAOS. Takes out one, George F. Patuba si Ja and Zin as well. Si Mojer ang kanya mapapatuba. This time makakapasok ang mga members ng Zol. 5 pa rin sila dito. Going up against 3. Sinetak na rin yung wall para walang kahit anong lineup na makapasok. Zin to take out NDG. Only 2 remains. Tipid pa rin si Papi Chulo at sila na rin maupos. Zin will take him out as well as Josh F. At naubos bigla ang NAOS with Zol. Wonderful usage no kanilang Killjoy Ultimate. Pati na rin yung wall.
The counterplay mula doon sa reckoning nila, ginawa kaagad nila yung lockdown para hindi sila maipush, and that defensive cloud na ginawa nila para lang makapush. And at that point, kita mo naman dito, sinubukan nilang magkasagutan ng ulti and they just went for the cleanup. They just look for the priority targets sa kung saan. Ang gagawin na lang dun kumbaga post-plant setup na ang NAOS. Kailangan na lang nila antayin na i-diffuse. Pero once again, Naru with the discipline onto the wall created a lot of pressure dahil nga may isa nang pumipindot. Napakabilis ng ating mga pangyayari, and once again, we are going back dito sa A main. Although walang high tide na nakita, kundi Pale Cascade lamang.
Interesting to see na makakabay pa rin dito ang NAOS round number 5. At we have setup naman para sa Zol Esports. Isa lang yun na dun sa may B-site. That's currently the Viper, si Josh. Samantala, the entirety of NAOS. Ang gusto nila gawin dito ay isang A-hit. Gamitin ulit yung Cascade, yung strike out. Papi Chulo, magkakakitaan dito ang dalawang Killjoy. Pero half shields lang yun. Senyor Carl and NDG nagkapalitan. Kanina, so 1-for-1 trade-off across the map habang kinokontrol ang tube ni Mojer, pati na rin yung kanyang tropang si Papi Chulo. In fact, mukhang mapaparotate dito ang side ng NAOS. And this might be able to catch Zol Esports off guard. Baka hindi sila handa for this late turret. Walang masaspatan doon at makakapasok sa B-side ang NAOS.
Yes, and medyo nagamit na nga yung ating Cascade doon, high tide will be ready para sa B-take. Ang magandang baksa dito ng NAOS, and once they saw Naru keeping the wall again and again, sinubukan nilang sumundot dito sa tube. Pero this time, sila na ang nakapwesto sa loob ng B-main at unti-unti makakuha na tayo ng 1 kill. Take isa in this 3v3 at Mojer on the patience play. Waiting lang, hindi pa naibato na ang kanyang paranoia, pero kulang pa rin
Wala din naman, kulang pa rin. Yellow control, alam din nila si Omen doon sa may smoke. Alam yun natin nila. Josh F ng counter Mojer. Wits naman, makakuha ng dalawa. Wala sa malayo. First spray down as well. May magdi-defuse sa ngayon. Pero syempre, meron silang informasyon tungkol dyan. Josh F nakapagitaan ng NAOS and NAOS. Wits ang tatapos sa ngayon. 2 points After that wonderful timing dun sa rotate mula dun sa NAOS, nakita nila na parang nag-overcompensate yung Zol dun sa may A side. And NAOS, perfect read, perfect setup na rin para sa kanilang post plant.
Yes, and completely nakita natin yung iba't ibang situation ngayon ng NAOS na kung saan ini-storm talaga nila yung site. Tipong dire-diretso lang. This time, they played it really slow. Na sinubukan mo nila lang mag-gain ng information. Kumbaga, impormasyon bago umaksyon ang ginawa nila ngayon. And really favored itong kanilang setup, lalo na yung pwesto doon ni Mojer na kung saan naipit yung ibang members ng Zol from mid. Ito, another setup. Stacking ulit sila dito sa A.
Yep. Upgraded pistols lang ang pwedeng kunin dito ng Zol. Dahil try bypass, makakuha na isang kill. Na-bypass yung Aldro na dahil dyan makapag-back pa rin siya with 61 HP, may heal up pa rin. Will take a shot at tatalo na makakuha na tatlo! Bago ma-punish si Patman, sobrang gandang initiation coming out from his and na site, which naman makakuha na kill kay Zind. At mag-isa na nga lang ngayon si Patman. At dahil doon sa ginawa, nakita niyo mula kay Jan, nakakuha siya ng tatlo with that entry. No chance for Zol to defend this. Pero makakapulot nga lang siya dito ng isang Phantom, but I don't think na kakayanin ito, lalo na tatlo pa yun nandyan. Killjoy, Harbor, tsaka itong Sova, they got everything that they need in this defense.
Yes, and in terms of post plant, napakalakas ng situation dito ni Papi Chulo. You have double nanoswarm in the alarm bot. Magkakakitaan pa sila dito, so they are aware. Patman, pwede pa nga niya i-save itong Phantom na to if ever man na gusto nila makatipid. Pero syempre, NAOS, they would take another kill, and NDG as the last person na makakakita sa kanya. And this is it, another score para sa NAOS.
Senior Carl opening up, pero ito si Ja, gamit yung Blade Storm, lumipad, at namayagbag, napakagandang paggamit ng updraft, gets the 3K, dancing through. Pero alam naman natin, eco naman yan.
Yeah.
It's actually,
It's a
look at
losing
this.
round talaga kung tutuusin.
Yes.
We are expecting na talaga yun. Pero yung nagawa doon ni Senior Carl para pitikin si Mojer, good thing pa rin na medyo nasaktan ng bahagya sabay itong NAOS. Oops, ito na naman. Tago sa code. Senior Carl. Pero yun nga, inuluhan kaagad ang kutsilyo. Si Mojer. Habang si Zin naman, makikita si Ja. Chulo, nagsisimula na rin sila dito sa trade. Josh F. Nasa loob siya. Alam niya nga ba ang pwestuhan. Nagtatago dito sa Gedli ng High Tide. Si Kuya Witch. Which is right nga ba? Decision is there. Dalawang headshot kaagad ang luminya sa Zol. Pero looking solid pa rin ang kanilang pwestuhan dito. But a good cascade to deny a line of sight dito kay Naru. You have still the rest. You also have the slow orb. Ano nga?
Nawala yung cascade, pero the timing was there. Gubigod, nakapag-res pa rin.
No
3v3 biglang napaglaban. Senior Carlo, makakuha ng isang headshot gamit ang Blade Storm. Samantala si Zin naman makakuha din ng isa. And that meant na bigla na lang Zol Esports ang nakakalabang ngayon. 1v3, nakatalikod pa doon si Witz. And dahil dyan makakuha ng ika-4 na puntos ang Zol Esports.
And this is a good recovery pagdating dito sa Zol. Nakita natin na yes, expected natin yung losing round ng kanilang eco, pero what a good investment for this round. Dahil nga mas naging chaotic, no? Sinubukan nilang kontrolin yung mid with the cove and a few smokes, pero you can see Senior Carl with his big brain play na magtago sa loob mismo ng smoke at nasalisiyan si Kuya Mojer.
Nakita natin dito na, available pati parehas na lockdown at Viper Split. Josh F, sisimula na agad. Aggressive push dito. Malalim, standard naman yan. Alam na natin kung paano gamitin yan. Hindi mapapwestan dito ng NAOS. Full buy din naman sila. Pero maganda ang pagkakatago dito ni Josh F. Control of A main, definitely doon sa side ng Zol. Pero hindi sila makakampante. Nandito Senior Carl in this elevated spot.
Yes.
Gamit yung boost na meron doon. Aldro na try na makapag-swap, na makapag-kita ng information. Unfortunately, will not catch anyone. At biglang nagkaroon ng lockdown dito. Dahil dyan, maiiwan yung Viper Split. Samantala ako na makill doon si Jan. Napagad ang opening doon.
Here comes the
Nakita
coach.
doon sa right side, Senior Carl. Cove ginamit na para makapag-flood din. Si Witz. At yun na nga yung setup na gagawin nila. Na-cover na rin gamit yung High Tide. Perfect. Ina-set up dito mula sa na-execute mula doon sa side ng NAOS. Ang tanong, ano mangyayari afterwards? Cha, makakuha ng isang kill. Makakuha ba ng ikatlo? Hindi muna sa ngayon. Witsang makakuha ng isang kill doon kay Patman. Lamang pa rin naman dito ang NAOS. 2 guys versus 4. Makakarap pa ng ikatlo.
Zed!
Si GG para si Zed! Nakawartan to with a spray down! Headshot na rin. Biglang winnable to para sa side ng Zol. Or is it? Ganda ng volley setup dito. Low na si Zed. For now, would have to back down for sure. Na-try pa rin niya. Nagamit yung internet. Kaso hindi maharang. At dahil dyan si Wits ang makakuha na kill. That's round number 4 going in favor of NAOS.
Pag may Killjoy, malakas ang post-plant setup. And nakita rin natin kaagad no, yung proper timing sa paggamit ng lockdown to push itong Viper's Pit away. At wala na nga naging choice doon si Josh F kundi isuko yung kanyang pwesto. Although natamaan man siya ng owl drone is madali lang naman mag-reposition. Pero dahil nga doon sa isang cost pa ng lockdown, nagawa nga nilang baguhin yung sitwasyon. Ang napakaganda rin naman na ginawa doon ni Zend is yung kanyang mga nakuhang kills. Even tried na itap yung diffuser at kumuha pa ng isang kill. Kaso, Wits was able to won yung gunfight na yun. Pero ngayon, mas snappy, mas mabilis ang ating mga galawan from kitchen. Pero mukhang may magluluto nga ba? Dalawang smoke ang nakita natin. Indikuta kaagad si Joseph with the flank. Pero lumilipad na nga dito pati si Kuya Senyor Carl. Alam kaya nila ang ibang pwesto ng ibang miyembro dahil dalawa pa lang.
Jai!
Yun na nga, nauluhan Kuya Wolf.
Ja was so prepared. Ang ganda nga pagkaka-flank nila doon all the way through kitchen. Zin taken out by Ja. Get his third. Wits naman makakuha ng isang kill na yun. Makakuha din si Naru. Ibibigay nila ba ang 4K kay Ja? Hindi. Ay, oo nga! Saan niya talaga binigay? Naru out. NAOS 5-4. At this time, for the first time dito sa ating mapa, kitchen control sabay rekta hanggang hot. Nilaliman talaga nung NAOS slicing the map open for 2. And of course, dahil dun sa kanilang mga pag-punish, nakakuha ng 4K dun si Ja. That means 5 points sa NAOS in our first half.
Nag-fly high na o sila doon. And understandable push, no, to be honest, Wolf. Dahil nga alam nila na hindi well-equipped itong Zol. So, they just started storming front. Pero Naru, ito, early wall to. Mukhang kekeso muna siya dito. Susubukan niyang kumuha ng off-angle kill. Kaso wala siyang natagpuan. So, a bad investment onto that wall habang yung cascade nakapwesto na. Pero stacking pa rin tayo dito sa side ng NAOS habang si dito, Papichulo, nasa mid pa rin. At mas pasilip, the first kill dito with a headshot kaagad. Nakakuha man si Naru doon, pero siya ang narupok na makuha. At ito na ang reckoning gagamitin na Ja. The jumping jack muna yata siya dito habang ito na si Papichulo. The same concept na nakita natin kanina. Pero naku po, nakita niyo dalawang imposter. Sino nga ba ang siya makakuha? Pero Josh pa rin mamakuha dahil siya pa rin ang nalikuran and just spreading havoc dito sa A side.
Makapag-plant ng NAOS, pero merong kontra agad. Defender Stilljoy. Nanggaling yan syempre doon kay Zend mula sa Zol Esports. Nakapag-plant pa rin naman ang NAOS at makatakas nila. Pero alam ko yung pwesto nila just because of the sound views. And they know this time, na-try nila mag-defuse agad. Again, revealing yung pwesto dito. Joseph, makawasis si Jam. Napakita mag-slice sa Zend. Ang tatapos doon sa ating round na yun.
Kinuha.
Very, very quick na mula doon sa Zol na pag-tap. At alam din nila, Killjoy Ultimate, isa lang yung panggagalingan yan. So, ang daming beses na napuwersa nung Zol na i-reveal ng NAOS yung pwesto nila. At nakita mo naman yung pagkakaslice doon ni Zin. Beautifully done mula sa Zol.
Yes, and nga ang baga, binigla sila sa loob mismo ng toxic screen. The proper timing, they tap the spike para lang magpanic. And eto nga, nakita natin sa NAOS na give away nga nila yung kanilang position. And upon knowing that impormasyon bago umaksyon, tinulak ka agad ng 2 members ng Zol playing for the trade. At yun nga, a successful round once again. And here comes another Grim Wall na makikita natin kay Kuya Naru.
Oo, ito yung sagot ng Zol Esports. Cascade, hindi kayang, ang kaya lang is yung sa kabilang boost spot, pero ito, hindi kayang pigilan ng isang Cascade. Napakatalinong atake mula dito sa Zol Esports. Kaya pala hinayaan nila yung Icebox na mapili ng NAOS. Parang handa pa rin naman pala sila. Yun naman pala talaga yung gusto nilang gawin. So far though, hindi pa sila nakakalamang 5-5. Kanina, nakakuha sila ng 2-round advantage over NAOS. Pero essentially ngayon, it's an even game. 5-5. Ang discarding ngayon ng NAOS mukhang B-site. Gagamitin agad yung all drone dito. Clearing out the site din sila Ja. guys remaining, Osiris, seems like B na ang magiging commitment dito ng Zolis ng NAOS.
Yes, kumbaga, shake things up nga, di ba? Kung medyo hindi na nagiging epektibo yung A, try naman nila sa B and mukhang mas malaking space ang na-cover up nila this time with the high tide and iipit sa sulok. Nakaready na ang paranoia dito. Tamang hame-hame lang si Kuya Mojer dahil, hindi pa niya binabato. Pinabayaan muna pero narinig
Uy,
na
the timing!
At the timing indeed para dito sa 2-member ng NAOS at makakakuha ng isa pa, even Zin. Tutumba na sa kamay ni Mojer. So this will be a tall task para sa Zol, lalo na kay Josh F. Because this is still 4 members with 3 ultimates na nasa arsenal ng NAOS.
Napakagandang paggamit ng Omen mula kay Mojer. As you saw, ginamit niya yung kanyang tropa peeps na si Ja. Paranoia to the face, hitting at least 1. Eventually, nakakuha sila ng 2 kills afterwards. Meron naman pumasok doon sa 2F, bumaba. Tapos na yun nga, yung kill Junin, which was din nakita ni Mojer. Immediately winning the duel. At nung na-3 agad nila yung Zol Esports, parang nakita mo, wala ng control. Ngayon sa ating last round ng mapa, ng ating half, sobrang hirap para doon sa side ng Zol Esports dahil hindi sila makapag-full buy from all of their defenders. Alam natin na on the defense, hindi ito yung pinaka-ideal na sitwasyon and NAOS, nagbigay man sila ng first 2 rounds. Doon sa Zol, parang sila naman ang kukuha ng 2-round advantage after the half.
Exactly. No? Nakita na nga natin yung capabilities nung side ng NAOS mapa A o mapa B. Although yung Zol, nakasagot man sila ng bahagya, pero not enough. And this time, makakita tayo ng broken by sa side ng Zol with the 2 Sheriff, 1 Bulldog, and 2 Vandal. They still have the firepower, pero NAOS, they are ready, especially siya. Nakaready na ang kanyang Blade Storm, sharing information bago umaksyon. At kita na nga sa 2F dito, si Zind, push away ang kanyang pwesto. So, mas may breathing space ngayon ang NAOS.
Yup. So yung round, si Mojer makakuha ng 2 kill. Napakaganda timing nun. Na-shutdown na ganyan yung 2 members ng Zol at ng NAOS. Kanina pa nasa kanilang advantage. Back-to-back rounds. Mojer really showing up. Stayed, kumanis siya! NDG Pabichulo, tigis ang kill doon sa may gitna. At dahil dyan, makakapag-plant na rin sila. Only 1 remains. Senior Carl. Full shields, full HP, Vandal on hand. Pero 4 ang kanyang makakatapat. Baka umpisan kay Mojer sa ngayon. Sa kabilang side ng Raptors, napakagandang decision na naman ulit. Para gamitin yung smoke. Natry niya tagusan. NDG going down. Pero si Wits ang tatapos. NAOS eventually will get their 7th point. Sinimulan ulit ni Mojer. Kitchen control. Sabay gamit ng kanyang smoke dun sa may entry point ng screen. Walang nagawa na checkmate dun si Senior Card.
Yun na yung problema natin dun, no? Kumbaga, in terms of firepower, nagawa pa rin nila maka-ender. Siyempre, Zind, nabaliktad nga niya, no? Yung situation na mapitas dito si Ja. Pero hindi kasi yun enough, especially na traded off agad siya. Yung chance para makapulot ng weapon and entirely answer itong squad ng NAOS, leaving Senior Carl as the last member para i-clutch ang round na yun. And at this point, 7-5. Or 5-7, in favor sa NAOS yung ating unang half.
Alam natin, malakas din sa depensa. Ito, comp ng NAOS. Nandiyan yung paranoia, nandiyan yung Cove, nandiyan yung high tide, of course. Having 2 controllers on the side of NAOS means na pwede silang mag-switcheroo dun sa kanilang mga duties. At immediately, with just 1 utility mula dun kay Wits, napigilan agad entirely. Ito nga gustong gawin ng Zol Esports. Namit agad yung Aldron. Meron na rin setup. Mukhang B ang target dito ng Zol Esports.
Yes, and kita natin ngayon, no? Dahan-dahan ang Zol PE. And still, may isa pa silang member lurking around dun sa A. Be making a noise para malito dito ang NAOS. You have the smoke. Naka-ready na, getting information habang nakaangat na yung screen. So it means na ligtas ang pwede nilang i-push. So ngayon, NAOS, waiting patiently. Wala pa tayong nakikitang huge rotation. Nandun pa rin sa other side si Mojer at saka si Jack. Pero ito na, nagsisimula na sila mag-move dahil nga ang spike and naka-ready na. Mag-e-erupt na ang fight anytime with this post-plant situation.
Yep. Papichulo in the gang. Nandito si Ja. Might be prepared for Zin. Oh, nakita yung mga balikat. Pero mauna doon si Zin with a headshot gamit yung Ghost. -1 agad mula sa Naos. Pero this is your card. Nagpalit na kanyang mga target. Will be punished because of that. Nauubos sila dito. Nagkakaubusan na pero lamang pa rin dito.
Switch na lang.
Ang
Last
side ng Zol. Ginamit yung ko para makatakas sa ngayon. Pero mapapanish pa rin ng 3 members ng Zol Esports. Winning the pistol round once again. Mukhang mapupunta tayo sa 7-7 round, Osiris, dahil sa magandang pag-execute ng Zol Esports.
Pistol round once again nasa kamay ng Zol. And they're going to have their momentum and might be a good buy rin, a good investment or upgrades para lang mapunta tayo sa 7-7. And at this point, Naos, parang hindi na to yung napag-usapan natin kanina na talagang the champion versus a different team dahil nga Zol is doing a great job para lang inakala yung lakas ng Naos dito. They're trying their best na maipagsabayan and they're playing it intelligently in terms of mixing up kung saang site nga ba sila papapasok. Pero stacking A tayo dito. Kuya Wolf, magkakasilipan.
Aggression, overwhelm nila yung Bulldog player na yun which was Zind with all of their classics. Pero ito ang prompt para sa side ng Zol Esports na talagang i-conquer na itong B site. Alamin na at sugurin na agad. Makakuha ng isang Bulldog dito, ibibigay nila kay Wits. So far ngayon wala pa si Wits. Patme to take out dyan. Napaka-crucial noon. Makakuha na -1. Hindi rin mananalo doon sa Babitulo. Josh F and Senior Card combining for 2 kills. Makita na rin si Mojer. Only 1 remains. Yan si NDG. Classic on hand. Gets 1. Senior Card out. 3 versus 1 situation. Siyempre, lamang pa rin dito ang Zol Esports. Gagamitin yung Recon Dart dito para tingnan kung meron mang Mikasel. Pero mukhang matitempt siyang kunin yung Bulldog. Handa nga lang doon si Naro. At yun na nga, Spectre to the head. 7-7 Zol Esports. Makakuha ng back-to-back wins after their pistol.
Yes, at ito na nga, di ba? 7-7. Tulad nga ng in-expect ni Kuya Wolf. And few takeaways nga doon sa nangyaring fight na yun. No, unti-unti ngang napitas as much as they want. Nasama-sama doon sa tagumpay. Ang Naos, simula nung miwalay na sila, unti-unti na silang nasipat ni Kuya Patman. And at that point, talagang wala na silang choice kundi ilaban na lamang ang natirang sabihin natin natitirang member na kung saan attempt din siya kumuha ng weapon para magawa pa may pagsabayan pero still they already got the angle na pwedeng dumaan doon si NDG. And this time, bayan Kuya Wolf, mas may laban na ang Naos.
Uy, hindi siya on time with the cloudburst dahil doon maspatan pa rin siya doon. Dalawang utilities na force ng bawat teams doon sa engage na yon. Pero syempre, informasyon pa lang naman ang nagkakaroon na palitan dito mga A-site. A-site, A-hit ang gagawin dito. Agad nakapag-molly. Na-activate yung Nanos. Norman the punish coming out from Wits. Senior count out. Makakuha siya ng ikalawa. Joseph down for the count. Nakapag-wall dito. For the defense sa kanilang spike. Patman will try to get kill ng Babitulo. Will actually eventually win it. Pero noon nag-reload siya. Doon sa mga ni NDG. Makakuha ng palawa dito sa NDG. At so far, malinis. Mula naman sa side ng Naos. Doon sa kanilang bonus. At bibigyan na lang kay NDG para sa kanyang ikapitong ult orb charge.
Grabe naman yung retake na yun, Wolf. And dito nga, nagpapakita ng lakas ang Naos every buy round. And yes, it was good also for Zol with the solid wall na nakita pa natin sa taas para maiplant. Pero kunti na mo yung sitwasyon na Mojer and Jack. Nandun pa sila kanilang flanking duties. Pero other members dito, lalo na si NDG, nagawa na niya agad hulihin yung ibang members ng Zol at that point. Kahit sabihin nating ma-plant yun, magkaroon man sila ng defense, nakaikot na yung ibang members ng Naos to surprise them on a flank duty. Pero right now, Zol moving in B-site after nilang makapwesto doon sa A kanina.
Yep. Dami silang kilamit dito. Nakontrol naman nila yung B main for now. Ang sagot ng Naos, maglagay ng 4 na miyembro nakatingin doon sa may B site. Isa lang yung anti-lurk dito ng side ng Zol. That will be Zind. Long angle yung kanyang hinahawakan from A main. Trying to control the mid side as well. Overstay naman din dito ang Zol Esports. Waiting for the right moment. Naghihintay lang talaga. Pero handa yung mga molly dito. Ayan, cabinet for Papi Chulo. Hindi
Oh.
pwedeng mapitas dito si Papi Chulo as of this moment. Ginamit na yung toxic screen ulit. At mukhang susugod na. Ito ang Zol. Wits, maganda yung cascade dito pang slow down ha. Kung isipin natin, merong mini way to actually defend. And of course, tanggalin yung impormasyon na meron sila. Mukhang nakakaramdam dito. Si Wits, pinipingnan niya dito yung yellow. Alam niya, Zol
Naku.
Esports, papasok dito sa may site na to. Ito na yung toxic screen, ginamit ulit. May mga nakakandang molly dyan. Mas patanda ni Senior Carl, hindi mababypass niya. In comes the Hunter's Fury. Mula doon sa attackers, ginamit agad yung mga molly dito. Pero mga sila sa makapag-plant pa rin. Low dito si Senior Carl, 18 HP left. Makapag-plant. Ngayon,
Oh.
eto nga, si
Teka
Naru.
lang!
Ano ba siya? Mag-select with the spray down. Ano mo yung nakuha niya? We'll have to reload for now. Cascade, slice talaga yung lineup dito ng Sol.
Ay, ko siya.
Na-isolate together. At dyan dahil dyan makapag-defense sila. Madidefuse nila sa ngayon. Patman will get 2, will get 3. Zin to take out siya. Only one remains. Papi Chulo, magpapalit ng baril ngayon. Makakuha ng isa. 1v2. Blow si Zin. Josh ay pang mauna. At siya ang makakuha ng kill.
Oh my
Look really close.
Josh
Yung Sol pa rin. Woo.
Grabe yun, akala natin lose na yung Zol, pero nabaliktad nga nila yung sitwasyon na kung saan iniba nila yung, wala sila sa default. And yes, NDG with a proper DMG, damage talaga yung kalaban natin doon, pero yung last moment na nagawa nga mag-swing dito ni Bush F, yung patience doon ni Papi Chulo, na yes, na merong harang sa likod niya para maprotektahan pa siya at some point, napantayan niya pa yung kanyang sarili for any enemies na pwedeng lumabas mula sa kitchen, and that surprises itong NAOS na hindi na nagawang subay ng huling member ng NAOS. Talagang grabe. I'm lost for words, Kuya Wolf, dahil nga akala natin it was NAOS. Kung akala natin NAOS the time, pero nakita natin ang Zol was able to pick up yung ganong klaseng dire situation.
Kita ng pagka-slice na gamit yung cascade, pati yung high tide. And of course, nakakuha natin NDG, ganda na ako yung pestuan, but eventually Zol Esports still finds it. Sobrang crucial na pagka-kill nila din kay Wits, pati kay Ja. And what will be the approach? Hunter's Fury available para sa NAOS sa ngayon, pero mukhang hindi na nila i-overcommit to as we resume. NAOS, sila yung nag-prompt ng timeout na yun. Starting with the eco for now. Advantage, syempre, nandiyan yan sa side ng Zol Esports. Maagang owl drone dito. Ang makakakarinigan Zin, may be prepared for Papi Chulo. Nagpakita na kanya shoulder. -1 agad. Gustong pumalag pa rin. Uy, napakagandang cross naman nun. Wits and the gang. Dahil dyan mayroon -1. Dalawang KGN na wala. Patman might be ready for this. Bumaba muna sa ngayon. Seems like hindi nila i-overcommit sa ngayon. Mojer, paranoia, walang kokonektahan. Akit muna sa may belt. For now, Naru is prepared. Cascade, ang ganda ng pag-block ng vision niya. For now, but eventually makikita na siya ni Mojer! Mojer gets the kill with the headshot! Patman, nakahanda for the defense. Very close angle dito. Might be able to punch siya. Hindi! Siya mananalo doon. Siya mananalo. Senior Carl now gonna be low. NTG to take one and Siya will take more. And all of a sudden, NAOS, dahil doon sa timeout, my goodness! Thrifty round for their squad.
Maganda ang naging momentum breaker na ginawa doon ng NAOS na nagawa nga nilang basahin yung situation. And after those minimal kills na nakita nga natin sa B main o B lobby, nagawa nga nilang kumuha ng weapons and Ja with the flank once again para lang mapwestuhan yung post-plan situation dito ng A-site. Nalinis ka agad nila with the cascade na nakita natin. Sobrang focus siya sa pwedeng lumabas doon sa side na yon na may possibility na may mag-swing. Opened an opportunity para kay Mojer na pitikin ng Sheriff si Naru. Yes, it was a good wall mula sa belt, pero hindi yun enough para ma-fend off nga ang members ng NAOS. So this time, on the flip side, nasa eco round ngayon ang Zol with their own sheriff.
Yeah, may nakita natin full stack for A, 4 yun nandun, isa lang yung anti-flank kumbaga ng Zol Esports on their eco. Pero, nakita natin na parang nilet go ng NAOS ngayon. Tahimik na tahimik yung A site. 3 yung nilagay nila doon sa may B site. kind of predicting yata na magkakaroon ng malulupit na B attack coming out from Zol Esports. All of a sudden though, nakakaramdam ng side ng NAOS na ay wala na, mukhang A ang magiging target. In fact, makakalakad ng malinis na malinis dito yung mga members ng Zol Esports. Pag-setup na rin sila. Meron silang wall dito. And default plant as we can see. In comes the Hunter's Fury though for the counter. Mukhang makakuha ng isang kill. Makakuha ba? Hindi. Pero mapipigilan yung plant. Sobrang crucial doon. Pero bro, up above. Makakuha ng isang connection doon si Senior Car. Gamit yung kanyang mga blades. Habang si Jan naman, we try to look for more. Nagparinig siya dito. Narinig siya ni Zin. May be able to punish him. Hindi. Not gonna be on time. Patience play coming out from Zind. Hindi siya mag-overcommit. They're gonna be taking their time for now. Alam nila na meron na silang konting advantage dito. Kahit wala silang mga baril at wala silang weaponry, alam nila na nakapag-plant sila. They have the advantage of time. Mas pata dito, gamit ang beacon ball. Dalawang mga miyembro. Naru gonna be low, gonna be taken out. Mojer and then DJ. And wait as well. It's one. Pero mga dalawa dito muna. Aside ng Zol Esports, only one remains. That's Zind. We'll take a one with the headshot. Pero NDG with the wall bang. The time is more than enough para makapag-defuse ang NAOS. Dicey para sa NAOS. Zol Esports on their eco will eliminate 3. Still, the round belongs to NAOS Esports.
Napaka-close nun, Kuya Wolf. Nung titignan natin, maganda sana yung pwesto ni Zen. Catching off guard, 2 rotations na possible na makuha niya from behind. Kaso, yun nga, no, nag-iba yung sitwasyon. Tinakbo kagad nila and was too late para makasama niya yung kanyang squad and the cleanup crew from NAOS, starting things off the wide swing na nakita natin kay Mojer. And at that point, the trades went in. Konti lang halos, 2 members lang ng 2 members ng NAOS, I believe, yung nawala kanina. And at that point, it's hard to pick up a Zol na makuha nga nila yung kanilang situation. Right now, A pa rin ang kanilang ipupush. Don't have information. Slow orbs. When flying, parang hindi sila makapwesto. Yung shock dart pa rin talaga yung mga pwestuhan dito. Kahit na may wall si Naru, ang dami ng utilities ang nasusunog.
At then, Viper Split gonna be activated by the attackers. Yun nga lang, Papi Chulo ready with the lockdown. Pati na rin si Wits, may reckoning yan. So ang dami ng information. Magsasabay nila dito yung reckoning pati yung lockdown para talagang guluhin yung mga members ng Zol. Pinugaw talaga. This will be a great opening para sa NAOS at hindi nila titigil. Pero si Patin makakuha ng isang punish. Gonna be there. It's Mojer for the trade. Nako po! Nahuli dito na detain. Pero mababalikan niya. Mababalikan niya yung kanyang Viper Spit. Hindi pa rin siya nababalish ngayon. In fact, sila yung mauupos.
Naku, yun na nga yung mahirap
Molly
dito.
Oh my goodness! Molly connecting! Kaya naman nakakuha ng isang kill. Ja will have to back down now. Gamit yung kanyang operator. Dalawang ultimates yung ginamit doon ng NAOS pero hindi pa rin nila napigilan. Alam mo kasi si Josh F, tiniis niya. Pumunta na siya ito isang spot. Okay lang ma-detain. Basta nandun pa rin yung Viper Split integrity.
Nagawa nga nila iligtas yung round na yun and napaka-expensive nung round na yun, Kuya Wolf. We saw a lot of ultimates being burned. You have the double lockdown, you have the reckoning, you have the Viper Spit. And at that point, nagawa pa rin nakita rin natin na yung lockdown ng Zol was able to detain 3 members ng NAOS. And despite nga, tulad ng sinabi mo na na-detain si Josh F, yung integrity ng Viper Spit nagawa niyang i-maintain. Hindi nila nagawang sagutin. Kahit sabihin mong ilan man yung ma-detain doon, they're going to have a hard time looking doon sa mga target niya. So this time, shaking things off even further. Papunta tayo sa B site dahil dito na ngayon nakastack ang members ng Zol.
Hindi sila bumasok muna or di man lang nagpakita ng konting impormasyon dahil dyan i-give up ni Senior Carl yung kanyang pwesto. Sorry, ni Ja with the operator yung kanyang pwesto. Smoke's gonna be applied pero mukhang total rotate mula dito kay Ja. Nalaman to ng Zol Esports mag-execute sila. Wala ko silang alam na kahit ano. Pero alam nila na may tao dito. Mojer hindi tatamaan sa ngayon after the recon dart. Pero angles being cleared, of course, by the side of Zol Esports. Slowly, lumalakad ngayon, papunta dun sa may B-main. Nalagpasan na nila sa ngayon. Pero si Ja ang kailangan nilang bantayan. Operator on hand. Toxic screen hindi pa inaangat ulit sa ngayon. Kaya nila mag-ingat dun sa impormasyon na pwede nilang ibigay kay Ja na nakahanda mula doon sa Snowman.
25 seconds play. Magsisimula na kaagad sila. Toxic screen, wall, everything that they can use para harangan dito. Pero si Ja Nagkawala ng atag dito ng operator and no Senior Carl para dito. You have the Cascade. Pwesto na ni Wits denying those angles pero may malapit na tumba kagad dito si Patman. Yellows, dalawa ang nakapwesto. You have the smoke and you have the shadow step dito ni Mojer pero mukhang kayanin pa rin nila dito and Wits turning on the switch para nga ubusin si dito and Mojer for the last kill as Senior Carl will go down and NAOS with the 11 point dito sa ating map 1.
Yep. Ginive up ng konti ng Naos yung kontra sa may B, pero buti na lang si Mojer. Tinamaan man siya nung recon na deny niya agad, tapos after the Hunter's Fury, yun din talaga nailaga niya. Nakita natin. Of course, yung kill mula kay Wix, nakakuha siya ng tatlo afterward. Sobrang crucial nun. Pero nagsimula talaga ito nung nakakuha din ng isang pitas Ja, gamit yung kanyang operator mula sa Snowmine. Napunish niya si Senior Carl na nandun sa may taas ng yellow. Naos, 11-9. Sa ngayon, paligsahan na mula sa dalawang teams na unang makapunta doon sa 13 points. Lugi nga lang yung Zol Esports dahil magsisetan sila sa light shields ngayon. Economy not the best. And you can see ultimate denial agad ng isang malaking sector ng A site. Gamit lang yung Cascade.
Mo. Ayaw na nilang mag-forward yung ibang members ng Zol. Pero hindi talaga nila plano yun. Although si Ja nakapitas as Senior Carl.
Jumping yun ah!
Oo, jumping lason.
Yung jumping lason, napanish agad.
Oo, nabigyan. And maganda yun. To be honest, yung idea ng Cascade na yun is to push them away. It's either akit sila doon sa Sniper's Nest or they are going to resort sa mid or B. And dahil nga sa nangyaring Cascade na yon, kailangan nga ulit ni Senior Carl and doon pumitik si Ja. Pero nakabalik na nga dito and returning the favor as Zend. Zending itong, sabi nga ng ating comment section, si Witch, na nangungulam to eh. Kanina naka-triple kill. This time, wala muna siya sa bakbakan. 4 versus 4. Slowly but surely, Naru at sisimulan ng ating agad dito. Pero naulukan nga siya agad ni NDG. Although Patman, nakakuha siya ng pwesto dito. Next space na sila sa loob ng A. Pero hindi tumamang operator. Ito na ang operation ni Patman na para bang police. 1v1 as Mojer will be there. Sisingit sa ilalim ng rafters.
Naku po!
Delikado yung tinututukan niya, Kuya Wolf!
Hindi nila alam na magkatabi na sila sa ngayon.
Close naman nila.
Only a smoke. Only dark cover. Covering them. Nakita yung barrel. Nakita yung barrel and Batman takes him out!
Nagkatutukan.
Nakita! And Batman wins it.
Di na.
Bigla na lang, out of nowhere. Napaganda simula para kay Ja. You can do kay wins. Malayo. Patman to take out one. Patman to take out Ja as well. Napano siya yung operator na yun gamit yung kanyang mga jiggles. And syempre siya rin yung nanalo. Nakita niya yung dulo, yung nguso ng baril doon ni Mojer. At siya yung nanalo sa duelo afterwards.
Yes, and this is something that they need to consider ngayon. At yung exit doon ni Patman, hindi na kinuha yung operators. So they don't have any plans on playing it further. Pero
oh my goodness!
Nabigyan ka agad.
What the recovery from Senior Carl! My God! May hilap na siya ngayon. Una, nag-bitpist na yung condition. Pero na-recover niya. Again, patience. Mula sa kanya, hindi siya sobrang nag-spray. Hindi siya nag-panic spray whatsoever. Gamit yung brainstorm. Makakuha siya ng dalawa. Mapapanish na lang yun ni MDG. After nung out-drop. Pero may trade agad. Karoon tigawa. Pero ngayon, sa Patman na lang. Ang makakuha ng isa. Jal will have to transfer to this brainstorm. May updraft pa rin. Makikita ng isa. Pero shot na ulit. 11 points to 11 points. Zol, back-to-back wins. Sobrang crucial. At dahil dyan, ang taghirap pa ngayon ay yung NAOS.
Di kailangan isipin na champion ng katat. Basta kaya may pagsabayan ng Zol. At nakita natin yung kanilang performance, no? Doon pa lang sa entrada na napakainit. Senior Carl, kumuha kagad siya ng dalawa. And Ja, losing 2 consecutive operators. Medyo pilay ngayon ang NAOS. Mukhang itong sinasabi mong una sa 13, mukhang malilate ang NAOS dahil Zol pa ang siyang kayang mapagsabayan.
Yeah, spotted. Vandal sa ngayon. Pero pwede punish kung binabasa mo yung credits na available sa kabilang team. Alam mo na hindi magiging full buy to. Zol Esports might take advantage of that situation. Ay, mayayay. Napakagandang palitan mula sa dalawang teams ngayon. Pero mukhang ang Zol kukumpletuhin ang David story dun sa David versus Goliath.
Yes, and naman natin no, dalawang ultimates na naka-ready dito pero papasok na agad Senior Carl. Nasa 2F siya pero press F dahil pay respect style siya ang tutuba. Pero Zol, sila ang siyang ragasa dito. 2 members na lang din na nagtitira para sa NAOS. Gamit ang reckoning. 2 versus 2. Tamang pwesto lang, tamang hanap lang, tamang sipat. Recon Dart. Masisira dito so wala silang impormasyon. Although alam naman nila na nasa Ace. Meron doon.
Oh, Zed!
4K! High definition kill mula kay Zin. Then Sinning even itong plant ng Spike at sila ang siyang mauuna sa first 13 dahil nasa 12 points na ako. Looking close tayo dito, Kuya Wolf.
Yup.
Grabe.
That's out ng regulation ngayon. No matter what, this is round number 24. Full buy pa rin naman ang NAOS Esports. Meron silang Hunter's Fury, meron silang Omen Ultimate. Unfortunately, ang kailangang kakatapat dito ay yung kabilang Hunter's Fury, pati na rin yung lockdown. Obviously, Zol Esports ang parang nakakalamang sa ngayon at nasa kanila din yung momentum. Quick place agad. Oh, Ja! Hindi na pinahinga at matatouch pa niya yung Hunter's Fury. Hindi! Batman will take him out! Kontra, Hunter's Fury will not win. Zin to take out Mojer. -2 agad yung NAOS. Sa ngayon, may hilap si Zin. Magre-reload sa ngayon, NDG. Very close. Ang kanyang angulo na paglalaroan. May kita ba siya? Naku po, Dasmatan. Zin is ready. Makakatagos naman siya. He will be able to cross for now. Wait, we want to kill Zin and we'll get it. Napaka-crucial. Dahil chat wala doon kay Wits. At yun yung naging equalizer dito sa ating round. 3 versus 3 situation. Napigilan yung tempo ng Zol Esports. Kailangan na lang tignan yung kanilang likuran. And that will mean NAOS will regain momentum.
Yes, and a good stay mula dito sa Zol. Inisip nila na nag-rotate na punta sa B. Pero nag-stay lang sila dito sa main. And with a toxic screen, denying more information. And that's a good info denial. Dahil nga merong Hunter's Fury si NDG. There's a huge possibility na denayan sila dito. A high chance na wag dapat nila i-plant sa default kasi patin sila. Pero meron pa tayong wall na naka-ready. At ito na, nagsimula na ang execution mula sa Zol.
Kapit agad yung defenders. Hunter's Fury. Immediately, dinidelay ng konti, trying to outplay Naru pero naubusan na siya ng kanyang mga bala. Makapaghilap si Naru sa ngayon. At makapag-plant din naman yung Zol Esports. Magkakaspatan, nagkakagamitan ng mga kanilang mga utilities na wabasagin na rin yung wall. Don Chef holding fort and Naru. Namatay doon si Wits. Naru, taking a 1. Meron na siyang risk ngayon. Pwede na gamitin yung advantage. This is the last round anyways. 4 versus 1. Papi Chulo, kakayanin ba niya? May potential double pick. Meron din Killjoy ultimate. Ginamit ang lahat and he's shut down. Zol Esports takes game 1.
Zol Esports with a solid play, taking down the Goliath dito sa ating split 2. And nakita nyo naman that important kill. Yes, it was a 3v3. Pero nung natanggal, nung napatay si Wits, it means that there's no cove, no cascade, no high tide. A complete denial on that utility created a lot of space para makagalaw sila at yung sunod-sunod na kill doon ni Naru.
Wow.
Etong Sage Wolf, ilang beses natin na pag-usapan kanina and it shows itong capability niya sa Icebox up until the last point.
Nakakuha pa siya ng 2 kills na after nung plant na ginawa niya, dahil doon nagkaroon siya ng res. 4v1, almost impossible situation. Lalo na meron pang lockdown. Napakagandang executor, 3v3 coming out. Wits already equalized, diba? Na-stop na niya yung tempo ng Zol Esports. Pero bigla sila nakanap. And Naru, na-dodge niya din yung Hunter's Fury. Tinamaan siya ng isa, yes. Tapos nagkaroon ng konting delay. All he had to do was to cancel it again. And na-timing nila na perfect. Meron pa silang 10 segundo afterwards bago matalo kung sakaling hindi nila na-plant yun. But alam naman natin, Sage wall timing on point. Nakakuha siya ng plant ng Spike. Nakakuha siya ng 2 kills afterwards. Dahil doon, nakukuha siya ng res. Nakuha nila yung panalo afterwards. And daming standout performances from both teams. Nakita natin, si Zind, nagsimula nung laban, di ba? Parang siya yung top frag. At certain point, parang 16 siya. Tapos yung kasunod niya, nasa 9 lang. Ganun ka impactful yung Killjoy mula sa Zol Esports.
Yes, and yun nga, kung sinabi mo impactful, for the reason nga yung ginagawa niyang lurk dito, yung ginagawa niyang panggugulo sa ibang members or panghuhuli sa mga pwedeng mag-rotate si Zin na tila ba may Zindikato doon sa icebox dahil kinontrol talaga yung bawat space, yung bawat spot na kung saan caught off guard itong NAOS. And nakita rin naman natin yung mga lockdowns, sobrang ganda ng mga naging palitan nila and grabe, talagang parang hindi ito yung ini-expect nating match at talagang naipakita nila na itong pusong Zol nagawa nga nila tanggalin itong NAOS. Remember, this is a map pick of NAOS and they're the ones who pioneered itong harbor dito sa VCTPH.
Yup.
And entirely, we are in question. Paano nga ba i-execute ng Zol and with that play, a Sage, and kung gaano nga kainit yung mga kutsilyo ni Senyor Carl
Oo.
in every round sa nilalabas niyang Blade Storm. And nagawa nga nilang linisin ang NAOS.
And even si Mojer, di ba, na makikita natin na siguro after siya, yan, yung paranoia na ginamit niya for the kill. Eventually, round afterwards, makakuha siya ng 2K dun sa may kitchen. Nakikita natin na handa din talaga dito yung Zol Esports. Ang na gusto ko i-take note dito kung paano nila ginamit yung Sage para medyo meron silang reliever dun sa Harbor. Di ba nga, ginagamit yung Cascade. Pero kung boosted yung mga spots dito sa Icebox para, uy, meron palang sagot. And of course, Senor Carl recovering from that Mojer kill. Tapos nakakuha pa siya ng isa kay Wits. Almost getting the third. At obviously, nakita natin na nag-init na nga talaga Naro. Take out one, getting the second. At makakuha pa nung Plant and Rez. And who delivered the win? It was Josh F. Ang bagong miyembro dito sa Zol Esports. Well, at least, kumpara dun sa chemistry na meron na na-build yung apat yung mga kakampi, siya yung in-integrate dito at maganda yung kanyang performance. Josh F mula sa Zol Esports delivering the win with Grab Unlimited.
Grabe, the unlimited. Sky is the limit lang ba dito dahil nga pinakitaan tayo ng Zol na kaya nila maipagsabayan sa kampyonato ng split one and blow by blow. Nagkapalitan talaga sila doon. You can't really say that NAOS underperform kasi talagang binigay nila. Naging close yung laban up to the point na muntik pa mag-overtime, diba?
Oo, nang laban pa lang yan ng split 2 ng VCT Challengers PH. Mainit agad. David versus Goliath story. Alam natin yun natapos yun. Pero yun nga ba mangyayari sa ating best of 3 series? Abangan natin yan as we come back after this break. Don't go away because we will be right back. Back in action para sa VCT Challengers PH. Siya nga pala si Wolf Examsio Saturdays, your casters pa rin para sa ating unang serye ng ating broadcast for today. It's NAOS going up against Zol Esports. And you would expect na NAOS ang makakuha ng panalo sa game number 1. Lalong-lalo na dahil Icebox ang ating mapa. Pero hindi. Nakita natin na ginamit ng side ng Zol Esports ang kanilang Sage to counter this comp na meron na nakita natin sikat na sikat ang Harbor. Parang hindi na nila ininda yung mga pag-deny ng line of sight dahil dun sa cascade, dahil dun sa mga boosted spots na nakita natin from the Sage. Osiris, very quickly for all of our viewers out there, ano ba ang magandang summary na nangyari from game number 1?
In terms of summary, no, kung gaano ba close itong laban na to, no, everyone from Zol did deliver. Talagang nagawa nilang mag-perform at their best. Nagawa nilang sabayan ang ginagawa ng NAOS. They completely played into different spots. Tulad na sinabi natin, going back sa ating Sage is not just the standard Sage na makikita mong blocking of walls, ng tube, ng mains. What Naro did is narrowing down yung mga possibilities ng angles. They put it on the Grim Wall na kung saan nagawa nga nilang umakyat sa iba't ibang classic lugar na caught off guard ang ibang members ng NAOS. And syempre, hindi natin pwedeng kalimutan. Yun nga, sabi dito si Zend Malik daw. Kasi akala mo mamamalik mata ka eh. Kasi bigla na lang siya yung mag-rise above the rest na nagawa nga nilang i-deny yung mga wins na supposedly for NAOS with his performance. Sobrang clutch. And di rin natin talagang tatanggal yung mga surprise attack na ginawa ni Senior Car with the updraft in the Blade Storm na kung saan nag-add ng pressure sa NAOS.
Yep. Grabe, no? Yung bakbaan ng dalawang teams, ang dami mga clutch moments na nakita natin. Went very, very close between all of our players out there na nakita natin. Yung Senior Carl versus Ja, nagkakaroon ng duelo. Ja popping off, and then eventually Senior Carl makakahanap ng sarili niyang pop-off with his own Blade Storm. Nakita natin din na maganda yung performance ni Wits in many occasions. Patman, so far, ang ganda no kanya yung pinakita all throughout the rounds. The decision making na nakita natin mula sa Zol Esports ay naging mas solido talaga. At tinapos ito ni Naru doon sa ating laban with the Sage, gamit yung wall para makapag-plant. Really just outplay yung Hunter's Fury, forcing him to do that. Tapos meron silang enough na time para pa rin makapag-plant. I think yung Zol Esports dumating dito sa split 2 natin na prepared talaga.
Yeah, and this is the map ng Zol, which is Pearl. So, mas comfort nga nila to, no? And as what we expected on map 1 na pinili ng NAOS, and naputol na Kuya Wolf ang kanilang streak.
Correct.
Tinamaan na ng Nadine lose streak if ever na maisan pa sa Icebox. Pero yun nga, no, unang talo with the sabihin na natin nga pinili na NAOS yung Icebox. And di rin natin in-expect na kung paano i-handle yun ng Zol, which is sobrang convincing nung pagkapanalo nila. And I'm expecting more this time, yung possible na setups na gawin naman nila for Pearl. And kung kanina nakita nating hinover si Gecko, baka naman. Baka lang.
Tinitingnan natin ang stats naman para sa Pearl on NAOS. Nung playoffs, naglaro lang sila 2 beses sa Pearl at panalo din nila. Yun. That was even against SR Nacague na dating mga members din ng na nanggaling majority, di ba? 4 na members ng SR Nacague from before ay ngayon sa Zol Esports. So, magandang indication to. It was a very one-sided affair kung saan nanalo ang NAOS ng 13-4 sa upper bracket semifinals. Nakita natin sa split 2. So, ang niran doon ng NAOS was actually Astra, Jet, Killjoy, Sky. Ayan, very important take of the Sky. And choice of control nila doon was the Viper. Double controller setup nga yung nakita natin doon, and they were very, very, very successful with it.
And yun nga, makakita rin kaya tayo ng kakang pick since yun nga, yung mga successful agents, yes, hindi sila nawawala, sabihin na natin sa meta on certain maps, pero with what happened a while ago, I mean, a Sage entirely is expected naman na pwedeng lumabas
Yep.
sa Icebox. To
Yep.
how it was utilized, it is
Yep.
on a different level, no, na nagawa nga nilang gumawa ng sarili ng play, the patience game that they did. So this time sa Pearl, is there any possible new agent na pwede nating magamit?
Yeah.
And remember, this is still early days ng ating or day 1 ng ating regular season, so it means pwede pa, no? Pwede pang mag-explore yung mga teams natin if ever man na they want to.
Yep, para sa akin ang mga potential dito na makuha nila is the Phoenix. Kung sakaling tinatanong mo ako ng parang kakaibang mga pick dito, I think sobrang usable ng isang Phoenix dito sa Pearl.
Exactly.
Lalong-lalo na kasi pwede kang mag-control ng mga importanteng mga tawag dito, mga angulo.
Yeah.
For example, 'di ba, pwede mo control yung art na alam naman natin isa sa mga important na points of contention dito sa Pearl.
Yes, and nakita nga natin ang Phoenix, napakabilis. Less of a reaction time para doon sa kanyang blind. And tulad nga na sinabi mo, no, Phoenix kagad kay Senior Carl. So this time, ang magiging jet lamang ngayon ay si Ja. Pero Josh F, at the last second, akala ko pa na pinapaasa, pinaglalaroan ni Josh F ang feelings ko na baka makita ko na si Gecko. Pero Astra to Astra, we're going to see global smokes and global utilities na kung saan pwede mag-lurk at maramdaman pa rin ang kanyang presence. Pero all in all, ang pinagkaiba lang natin dito itong Viper Sage at yung ating duelist. You have a Phoenix and Jet.
Okay. So there's as we expect dito sa NAOS, back to their winning ways. Yung tinalo nga nila yung Nacague from the Split 2 playoffs ng very one-sided affair, para naka-4 lang doon yung Nacague, which also, kaya naman natin siya binring up kasi nandun yung mga former members nga ng side ng Zol Esports. At ngayon, yung binalikan ko din yung match dito naman ng Zol Esports. Noong qualifier, they played once dito sa Pearl. Hindi naman siya, medyo naging close yun. At ito ngayon kanilang nirun, it's Phoenix na kanilang ginamit. And now, they also utilized yung Sage doon. So, paano yung setup? Gano'n ka-importante itong Sage ito? At saan yung mga angulo na kanya i-cover? We'll see. This is the map pick, by the way, sa mga, just to clarify to all of our viewers out there, this is the map pick of Zol. So,
and Kuya Wolf, parang it's a bit odd na may sabihin na nating sa dami ng entry points na pwedeng pasukin ng Pearl, makakita tayo ng Sage. So, alam mo, medyo you have the art, you have the main, and pwede ka pa mag-connector, di ba? Parang napakadami nilang pwedeng pwestuhan, and kung tutuusin, yung ibang site naman doon is fairly napakaluwag. So parang paano mo aatakihin, 'di ba? Medyo yung A main, 'di ba? Ang dami, kumbaga, ang dami natin kailangan i-consider. And having the Sage explains a lot na prepared pa rin ang Zol up to this point, facing up itong NAOS. Napakabilis defense pero pumupush.
So A main.
Farming orbs ng A main.
Farming orbs at A main. Babasagin ba talaga to? Dahil nag-materialize na yung wall na yun. Yeah, sure, mababasag na to. Pero especially utilizing yung frenzy, parang hindi ata sulit.
Yeah, medyo alanganin. Pero ang masulit doon is once you're having a Phoenix, it's really an orb farming. Dahil nga yung kanyang ultimate is napakalaking bagay. Sipin mo, 2 buhay, di ba? And at that point, once na makuha nila yun, it might be a sure round for them once they perfected kung paano nga ba i-execute ang isang ulti ng Phoenix.
Yep. So wala nang wall dito. A main. Ja opens up. Gamit yung control dun sa art. Entering through site. A ang naging target ng NAOS at A ang kanilang kukunin dito na napakabilis. Samantala, Zol Esports gonna be prepared for this. Senior Carl na dun na nakita ng isa. Ja Frenzy having to reload. Magbaback for now. Astra, dami ginamit dito ng mga mga depensa mula doon sa kay Josh F. Pero nakita Senior Carl mananalo sa duelo. Ja taken out. Napakagandang opening. Maghihilap na lang dito si Senior Carl. Almost back to full HP. Meron din curveball. At meron ding Molly na gagamitin sa ngayon. Makikita niya sa may kanan. Matatalo siya ni NDG Molter as well. Only one remains. Just Josh F. Yung taken one. Pero taking isa, mga NAOS members dito. Sila naman ang mananalo sa ating pistol round.
Medyo iba ang naging sitwasyon ngayon. Parang napansin ko lang, Kuya Wolf, kanina, ang map pick ng NAOS Icebox nanalo sa pistol round ang Zol. This time, the map pick of Zol ang nanalo naman ay NAOS. So medyo iba. Iba ang nakatadhana ngayon. We're seeing a lot of armors sa side ng NAOS. So talagang ready silang may pagsabayan dito sa side ng Zol.
Ganda ng simula. We'll see kung paano to i-take over. Mga members na NAOS, Bulldog syempre. Natatry nila agad. Aiming agad, parang inakasok nila dito. Nakita natin yung smoke na mabilis na tinanggal din. Ja, nagpaparinig. Ja. Epic for this. Molly and slow. Yellow. At yung apoy. Papapasma dito sa may B-main, sa may A-main site.
Inusukan pa.
Inusukan pa. Lahat na lang din talaga.
Kulang
All
na lang
the
maging
more.
avatar si Kuya Ja. Sa lahat ng elemento.
Unfortunately, for Zol Esports, hindi pa rin nila madedepensahan. NAOS, eto na, atake sa A.
Uy, nalinis na dahil nga yung ibon mula doon. Kahit pa sa ating Sky, nalinis na. Ito si Kuya Witz. Isa pang ibon ang pinakawalan at ready na nga sila para dito sa ating pagtatanim. Tamang pwesto lang. You got the angle. Pwesto na dito si Kuya Ja. And mukhang sa flowers manggagaling ay ibang members ng Zol.
Kahimik na ang gagawin ngayon. Pero may mga torres. Sakit kasi dito ng turret din. Mula dito syempre kay Mojer na naka-bulldog sa ngayon with playing the close angle sa may cafe. Trying to kill sa may dugout. Ja ang mag-umpisa. Josh F down for the count. Wits. Nakakanap ng opening dito. Nakaroon ng konti pa rin ng true art. Nakaroon ng kaguluan. Pero baka mauubos dito ang Zol Esports. Team Ace.
Nawala.
At flawless
Sa
pa.
NAOS. And
Team Ace at flawless.
Tulad nga na
Ganun
sinabi natin
kaganda
with
ay
the
pinakita ng
upgraded
NAOS.
buy na pinakita
Looking
nila
back.
dito.
Sa pin ko,
nagawa
ulitin
nga
ko rin
nilang
sinabi ko,
kunin
nung nakalaban
ang
ng
sa
NAOS,
kanila.
ang kay Sir Nacague,
So,
4 out of the 5 members
dahan-dahanin
na
ng,
ngayon nilagalo sa Zol
they
Esports
are
to
not
playoffs,
really,
one-sided affair
sa
13-4
pakikipagsabayan na
sa
tulad
Pearl.
sinabi ni Wolf, yung turret na yun, napakasakit. And for them, having no armor, talagang mapaparusahan sila. Pero this time, paano nga ba nila gagamitin itong upgraded buys din nila? Although we're
little bit
seeing
of a preparation
light
dito.
armors
Mukhang
and
ang Zol
low
Esports
util
karoon na ng
para kay
try round.
Zin.
Pero dapat rin naman ang NAOS.
and
The one
split
more
time.
center na opening.
Magkakaibang lugar nun.
Bubuksan dito ng ating Sky. Going in. Ja,
Tapos na,
46 HP left.
nagamit na ang
Pero naubos
ibang
na.
utilities. Pero NDG, starting things off as Zend ang siyang unang tutumba. Pero si Josh F, nagpapakawala lang. Tamang fishing lang siya mula dito sa smoke. Pero walang tatamaan. Safe na safe pa rin sila dito. And the heal coming in from Wits para healthy pa rin si Kuya Ja. Zol, iikot sila. So magpa-flank sila dito. Sasabayan nila the pincer attack na i-release nga nila dito. At mabubulag nga na bagya dito. At hindi man talagang makakakuha sila ng kill with Naru. Naroon nga ang unang kill para makuha ang kanilang pwesto. The retake is there. Susubukan mag-wall. Pero Papichulo naka-ready. Pero Senior Carl, makikipagpalitan na nga sila ng putok dito. NTG returning the favor. A 1v1 para kay Mojer. At wala ng time. And this will be another round sa kamay ng NAOS.
Bonus round pero hindi nagmatter dahil solido ang kanilang depensa. Surely makikita natin yan sa highlights kung paano ginawa ng NAOS sa kanilang post-plant setup, keeping alive yung kanilang killjoy. At syempre, winning those duels, Taro being punished, Papichulo makakakuha ng dalawa, and DG ang kagandaan doon. Nakita natin si Mojer na hindi talaga nag-overextend. Alam niya na once na mapigilan nila yung NAOS na makapasok tas nakanda, pa rin yung mga Mollies, no chance at all para sa Zol Esports na makakuha ng retake scenario. NAOS now leading 3-0 in this game number 2.
Yes, kita natin ngayon. No? Puro sheriff muna tayo. and isang Phantom mula kay Senior Carl. And alam naman na natin na kayang-kaya nilang surpresahin ang Naos as what we've witnessed doon sa Icebox. Pero dito muna tayo sa B main. Unti-unting pupush mula dito sa ramp. Pero napitikan ng bahagya si Kuya Josh F. Kailangan niya mag-retreat. Checking lang sa pillars si Kuya Ja. At mukhang wala pa rin silang matatagpuan na kalaban habang sa backside. Naka-ready. Pwede pa rin mang sorpresa dito. At nilapag na ang mga bitwing. Wala pang ningning.
Wala pa
Tamang
naman.
silip. Wala pa naman. Chill lang. Pero ito na, inaktibitan ni Kuya Ja ang kanyang hangin. Pero sa heaven mukhang magkakakitaan. Patman. At
Uy,
yun na
natalo
nga,
si Your Guard.
nakita na siya kaagad doon. Toxic Springs, inangat. Pero Joseph, makakapitik siya ng isa. Pero si NDG, binalik na nga sila dito. At mukhang nagsisimula na ang Nao sa pag-atake. Pinapatagusan ng bahagya. Pero lalasunin muna dito si Zin. Kailangan niya umatras at hahanapin pa rin nila ang opening na kailangan nilang para makuha yung diffuse. Pero syempre si Zin na lang ang nag-iisa dito. This is a 3 versus 1 scenario, Kuya Wolf. Looking bad for Zol.
Magsisave na lang ba siya? Tatlo yung nakahanda sa kanya. Grabe. No chance. Another team ace. Grabe. Pangilang team ace na to? Pangatlo. 3 out of the 4 rounds. Team ace. Ganon. Maganda ang groove ng Naos bigla. After losing game number 1 this time. Mukhang gising na. At hindi man lang talaga nagpapakita ng kahit ano. Chance ng kainaan for their squad. My God, Naos on a tear.
Talagang pinapakita na ng Naos ngayon. Parang ito yung ine-expect nating, sabihin na nating performance nila sa Icebox. Dahil nga with how well na we are expecting them in terms of their run, their rankings. Pero ngayon, nag-a-assert na sila ng dominance dito mismo sa Pearl map. And Zol needs to take a break.
Time out muna sa ngayon. Paano kaya nila solusyonan? Kasi yung Naos gumaganda na talaga yun. And I think that even yung mga plano dito ng Zol Esports, utilizing itong Sage, hindi na parang hindi pa natin nakikita na talagang advantageous para sa Zol Esports. Dumating pa nga sa point na itong Sinaro na tinatry niya gamitin yung kanyang wall tapos biglang dun sa animation pa lang na dun na siya nayari. And I think na parang nawala agad yung lahat ng init na meron yung Zol Esports. Kaya nila mag-recover dito if they want to secure the 2-0. And Naos in prime position para puwersahin ng game number 3. 4-0. Napakagad ng simula. Napakalinis ang bawat round. At ngayon, B ang kanilang tina-target. Ginamit agad yung Sky. Flash. Josh F gonna be spotted. Love to back down. Nakikita na maraming miyembro ng Naos ang nandun sa may dulo ng B main.
Yes, ito na ang true test nga, di ba? With the buy around ng Zol, you also have those ultimates. Ito na rin ang lakas ni Senior Carl with that Phoenix na pwede nga nilang i-utilize. Sinusubukan nila mag-flank dito ngayon. Pero mukhang biglang liku muna at mukhang regroup ang kanilang plano.
Josh F. Trying to take care. Patman and Jam, mukhang magkakita dito sa may Torre, sa may Heaven. Pagtapos ng smoke.
Oy!
Ito na ba? Sino ang bibitaw? Jam, I think, oh no! Patman is ready! Napagandang flick naman nun! Gagamitin na dito yung stickers, pati na rin yung Cosmic Divide. Then comes the run it back. Gagamitin na rin ng mga members ng Zol Esports. May naspala dito si Papi Chulo. Lusugod na si Bocher. Bocher being punished. Narating at NPG. Ito na yata yung maganda para sa Zol. Pero si Wit makakuha ng dalawa. This means 2 versus 3. 30 HP, Patman to take care of him. And of course, Papi Chulo na rin. Habang nagde-defuse, finally Zol Esports takes a round in this game.
This is the comeback that they need. At na-break na nga momentum ngayon ng Naos dito. With that timeout, a good call and even a good Cosmic Divide na ginawa dito ng ating Astra. Good call overall para siguraduhin na makuha nga nila yung mga certain spots. At huwag nating kalimutan yung pag-atake, yung headshot at the last nung moment na nawala yung smoke. Binigla agad si Ja. So, with the numbers game, na kulangan na. And overall, Zol, this might be it. This is something that we are expecting from them. Mabilis ang curveball At na-push away kaagad dito ang NAOS. Easy orb na naman mula sa kanya at nire-ready na naman muli ang kanyang sarili para sa isa pang ulti.
Ang lalim na ni Ja dito, by the way. Nandito siya sa may museum, sa may halls.
Mhm.
Josh F. Pwede niya i-shutdown to. This could be good for Ja. Unless, of course, makita agad siya dito, matimingan. Naru ready for this. Naru prepared for this. Fatman gagamitin agad yung Seeker. Tatamaan agad dito si Ja. Kailangan niya mag-backward now. Viper Split. Gonna
Ako,
be
ang dami ng mga
activated. Ja.
kasalubong.
Kailangan niyang tumakbo doon sa may halls gamit yung double cloud burst and he will be safe for now. Equalized. 5v5 pa rin ang sitwasyon. Naru might be able to spot him out pero Ja mananalo sa duelo. Gamit ang kanyang pagtalon. Wits, take out one as well. And take it more. Yes, they will. Premier card going down. Wits gets his third. Josh left down for the count. Get the fourth! Wits to take out Zend with a headshot. 4 ang pinatumba ni Wits. At yung NAOS makakuha na ng 5 points.
With the quick execution and the information na pumasok nga doon, nung pinakawalan yung Seekers, akala natin mako-corner na si Ja, but a really good smoke para makakuha siya ng pwesto at diretso nga yung labas dito ng Zol. Not having enough information, nakadami doon sa corner. Si Kuya Wits and that Viper Spit. Talagang naging 6 feet deep. Yung naging sitwasyon doon ng Zol, and right now they're going to settle for another eco round. NAOS might be pushing this even further. Nagbato na ng smoke. They want to deny yung orb farming para run it back ni Senor Carl.
Oh, Ja, nagbukas agad. May kita nila sa may kanan. At makakuha pa rin ang kalawa to si Ja. Alam na alam, information is perfect. At nagiinit na nga Ja. With the Phantom, ang lalim agad ng space na nakuha dito. At yung eco ng Zol Esports mukhang hindi nakakayanin. Mukhang na-overwhelm na sila dito ng NAOS. As the spike will be planted. Osiris, kakayanin pa ba ng Zol Esports to?
Oo, parang gusto ko maniwalang kakayanin. Lalo pat sa mga naging performance nila kanina. Pero maraming silang kailangan i-invest dito or rather wait for another round sa buy round nila para gamitin itong lockdown in a divide. Pero dahil nga napakainit ng tutok ni Kuya Ja with the 4K, bago siya tumumba, ayun na nga, hindi kinaya.
Ooh, Ja with 4K. Information agad. Yung una, dry pick, nakakuha siya ng isa, -1. Tapos si Wits gamit yung kanyang Trailblazer. Ibigay ng ikalawa para kay Ja. Ja finds the opening, Pinan siya with that well-timed crouch. Nakakuha ng ika-4. Almost taking down the entirety of Zol Esports. Not be the case. NAOS, feel na nila ang kanilang kalamangan. Although, available ngayon, 3 ultimates from Zol. Lockdown, pati na rin yung Cosmic Divide, gonna be very important. Pero, naka-reserve sa NAOS yung kanilang sariling lockdown, pati na rin yung Seekers na meron sila with a pre-fire. Wala mahuhuli. Round might belong again to NAOS dahil lang dun sa advantage na meron sila. We'll see.
Yes, exactly. Itong buy round ngayon ng Zol. Ito na yung nakita natin kanina, yung possibilities na pwede nilang gawin once na makuha nila yung mga weapons para sa kanila. And this time, present na ang 4 members para i-shutdown itong B-take na ginagawa ng NAOS. Senior Carl, push the front. Isang kill lang. Meron na siyang run it back. So waiting siya sa pwedeng pumush dito. Yo, wait, nagpakawala na siya ng kanyang ibon. Pero wala pa rin sila nadedetect. Wala pa rin nag-overpick. Wala pa rin nag-overcommit. Pero si Ja, unti-unti, gustong-gusto na yata talaga sumilip at Ja and Senior Carl battle. Mukhang move out na naman na tinapaglaruan na nga kanilang isipan. Dahil napabalik na nga sila dito and kinumit na rin ang lockdown na may kasamang Seekers sa kabila.
Down kontrang Seekers. Shadow takes out Senior Carl. Nonetheless, makapag-plan pa rin dito ang NAOS. They have the time to get out. And they will. Pero may Cosmic Divide na gagamit ni Senior Carl. Binuhay na dito para 5 laban sa 4 ang bakbakan. Cosmic Divide. In comes the defuse. Hindi mahirap. Hindi mo mga ganun ka-reject pero maganda Gravity Well. Pero may cancel dito. 1-for-1 yun na may trade-off. Joseph, makikita-detain nga lang. For now, 2. In fact, iba detain. Dahil dyan, makakapag-defuse sila. Ako po hindi umabot. Run it back was there. Hindi siya tuming sa likod. Yung likod mo na ako po. Doon ka na punish. Napakit na safety play. Coming out from Josh F. My God, hindi nyo na yung likuran. Pero si Moser!
Kuya Mo!
My goodness, what a round!
Nagpaikot-ikot sa likod para likuran yung dalawang members. The last 2 members, napindot na ni Senyor. Pero hindi niya nagawang tapusin. At mukhang after those diffuse na sinubukan nilang pindutin, hindi nagawang tapusin. Si Mojer ang siyang nagtapos ng kwentong yun. Double kill after double kill. Kakabi ang pinapakita ngayon ng dalawang teams natin. And they're going to settle once again after losing that big round. That expensive round. Spending those big ultimates. They kinda need to reset. And NAOS storming B once again.
Napakahirap na sitwasyon para sa Zol Esports in round number 9. Especially dahil naka-save sila ngayon. Nakita ng Trailblazer doon si Josh F. Naku po yung timing! Ja! Mahuli siya after niya mag-gravity well. Ja will get his second. Alam nila na meron din tao dito sa may heaven, sa may torre. At dahil dyan, si Mojer makuha yung kill kay Senior Carl. Doon sa other side, Naru might catch Mojer. Then, catch them off guard. Hindi! Handa si Mojer. Tig-dalawa sila dito ni Ja. Isa na lang natitira, Zind. Alam din na potentially nasa torre siya. That's it. Christine. Flawless round para sa NAOS. 3 kay Ja, 2 kay Mojer. NAOS get their 8th point.
Dire-diretso na sila ngayon at sila na ang siyang rumaragasa sa Zol. And once again, every buy round for Zol is a close round that anyone can take. So this time, itong round na to, there's a huge possibility that we might be swinging dito sa favor ng Zol. Although, nakita naman natin na Blade Storm is available for Ja. Doesn't need to entirely to spend it for now. Pero nakita naman natin kung gaano nga ka-dire yung situation din ng Zol. Even though na they got those big guns, they have selected utilities lang to keep them away. Pero nagsimula kaagad as NDG. Dalawa kaagad dito. Headshot from Ja. Hindi na sila mapipigilan pa mula dito sa A. Kung gaano man kabilis ang execution nila doon sa B, mas doble dito sa A. And right now, the plant will commence.
Oh my goodness. Sobrang hirap na ito makabakot for Zol Esports. Kahit yung buy rounds, parang hindi sila makakuha ng opening na overtake agad sila. And only 2 members remaining. Josh F will get 1 pero matitrade din agad. Napaka-disastrous naman. Zin, anong magagawa dito ng isang killjoy? Mukhang magsisave na lang. Knowing full well na 4 yung kanyang makakatapat. Sobrang hirap na sitwasyon. Para sa side ng Zol Esports, NAOS will definitely get point number 9. Means, nako, mukhang matutuloy yung one-sided affair. Nung nagkaroon ng bakbakan ulit, yung NAOS versus SR Nacague, 13-4 ang naging score. At mukhang mataas ang chance ang maulit yun ngayon.
Napaka...
Hindi
magagawang i-save ang kanyang sarili. And the only casualty wits doon is no problem para sa NAOS. And with the house snappy, they executed itong ginawa nila sa A. They might be going back. Okay, back and forth lang muna sila dito pero still, they got the snowball ng kanilang eco fairly high na kahit matala sila this round, they can consistently go back habang itong Zol, they're having a hard time. Light Armor and Bulldogs, we just hope na it will suffice dahil nga parang ang NAOS ngayon hindi magawang ilayo sa mga site na gusto nilang kunin. Namuntikan pa, konting bawas lamang. Naru, Dream Wall ulit siya dito. Pwede siyang sumilip or play passive.
Hindi ata wise pero nag-rotate na. Full rotate na dito yung NAOS. Nandito si Papi Chulo para mag-prepare. Wala si Whips, wala si Patman doon sa may A site para makapag-spot or magbigay ng informasyon dito. So kung sakaling ma-activate man yung mga torre, too late na. Dahil nandito na nga, lusugod na. Nakapwesto na dito ang NAOS. Only 1 player Zind on the dugout. Clear na rin dito yung art sector. Sa ngayon, Ja. Naku po, magkakita ang Ja will take him out. Wala agad yung killjoy. Try dito lumaban ni Batman pero Batman mapapatumba rin agad ni Papa Chulo na mabilis. Dinayan mo lang kay Ja. Kahit yung mga rotations dito na meron. Ang Zol Esports shutdown din ni Ja. Gets his second, dashes out. Gets the third. In fact, gonna get the fourth. Yes, he will! Flawless round para sa NAOS. Round number 11. 10-1. Ganon ka-dominant ang NAOS.
Flawless after flawless nang nakikita natin ngayon sa kanila. At nakita na rin natin, Zol, they're really having a hard time picking this up na talagang Ang hirap, no, Kuya Wolf? Napako na tayo sa 1 point. We're still waiting for them to pop off. Ang meron lang sila dito is Cosmic Divide. Hindi na rin nila nagawang makapag-orb farming on how dominant NAOS is pushing them away sa mga certain sites na pwede silang makakuha nun. Nung nakita nga no, ni Kuya Ja na ininvest na nga rin ni Naru yung kanyang wall, feels like everyone is already at B site. Then they flip the switch na kung saan yung A na ang kanilang pinuntahan at binigla na naman nila ang members ng Zol. Same concept na naman yata ang nakikita natin dito dahil nagparamdam lang sila sabay ginost yung B site.
Meron pa rin ng mga Bulldogs, may mga Spectres, pero alam natin logi talaga dito yung Zol Esports heading into round number 12. NAOS, alam na kayang-kaya na nilang tapusin kung sakali ang ating first half ng 1 to 11. Pero hindi magpapakampante. Art naman ang kanilang target dito. For the first time in this round, in this half, Art ang kanilang susugurin. Nakahanda yung Torre. Pero makapag-clear na ng mga angulo, alam nila dito. Ito si Ja. Naku po, binaypass ulit yung mga molly. Babi tulong take out Naru. Tatalo dito si Ja.
Napakataas
Makakuha ng
nun.
isa pero matitrade ni Senior Carl. That's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade-off. Pero makakuha ng isang equalizer doon. Azin is also taken out. Seeker, ginamit na rin. Nakita si Patman. Patman takes out 1. Pati na rin Senior Carl getting out 2. So 2v2 situation. Makapag-flood pa rin naman si Wits. Pero ito na yung run attack. Gagamitin na. Alam ni Mojer. Pwede niya ba siya tuto? Ano na naman yung kill pero may double swing. Josh will take out Mojer. 1v2 situation. Wits, hindi pwede mag-panic. Run it
Dahan
back.
lang.
Will dissipate.
Tamang
Dalawa.
pwesto lang.
Double swing ang gagawin nila. Pero si Wits na. Gets 1. 1v1. Josh and Panta will be winning it. Wits taken out. 2-10 ang score sa ating half. Napaka-explosive na round number 12. Pero luging-lugi pa rin ang Zone Esports. 5 HP remained. He still gets the round.
2-10 with the far-fetched hope na makabalik ang Zol with that buy. Nagawa nilang linisin ang members ng NAOS. Sa tulad nga ng sinabi mo, Kuya Wolf, pagkakuha nila ng angulo, si Ja masyadong napasobra yung paglipad niya. And madali lang na nahuli ni Senior Carl. That run it back and syempre commend naman kay Wits na kalmado niya sinubukang i-clutch yung round na yun. Slowly moving on to the flowers dahil nga alam nila yung pwesto doon sa loob ng cafe. Pero yun nga, napakagandang switch up para sa Zol. They're getting the momentum that they need moving forward dito na sila naman ang attacker.
3 rounds na lang ang NAOS to evening up this series. Zol, sobrang layo pa. Pero sila magdidikta ngayon. They are on the attackers. Ja, tinamaan ng konting pop shots. Kailangan mag-back for now. Latcher try to control 6 sa halls. Mag-stay siya doon. Ito na.
Trailblazer.
Nakita na si Ja. Pwede counter ang itong... Uy,
Uy!
boost na dito si Naru. Dalawa yung kanila yung boost dito. Akyat dun sa may billboard, dun sa may screens. Pero si Mojer makakuha ng dalawa. Patman will take out NBG for now. Pero Mojer gets his third! Gets his third! Then he get the ace! 14 HP! Tutulungan
Last
ka ng mga
one.
teammate. Alam niya kung nasa si Zind sa ngayon. Pero si Zind,
Looking healthy
20
plus armor to
seconds
ah.
bago makakuha yung kanyang turret once again. Madidinay ngayon. Nasa kabilang side ng screens. Ngayon, kitang reposition no, ginamit yung toxic screen para makapwesto sa ngayon. No info given at all para kay Zind. Malayong-malayo dun sa spike. Separated by the snake bite. Sa ngayon, magkakaroon na ng Torre. Pwede niyang mabigyan dito si Mojer. Sa kabilang side ngayon, gagamitin na yung Torre. Naku po, nakita na siya! Naku po, natin yung dalawa! Pero wait, ang tatapos! 3 versus 1, nakadalawa pa doon si Zind. However, NAOS pa rin ang makakuha ng round.
Nakadalawa pa siya at the last moment pero still NAOS fairly close pa rin yun and napakagandang boost mula kay Naru pero medyo exposed pa rin yung side na yun and Mojer Jojo, the villain who put them out, 4 ang kanyang itinumba doon sa nangyaring enkwentro. Tamang chill lang naman ang ginawa doon ni Zind. Pero with the angles being controlled and the trades na pwede nga mangyari, numbers game pa rin ng NAOS and in terms of number, 11 na sila dito.
Match point na ba after this? Especially dahil meron silang mga buys at alam nila, nakakita ng isang bewang dahil doon. Babak na lang dito ang sila NDG and the gang. May gravity well na nakahanda. Napakakati nito. Imagine this. Smoke cloud, tapos merong snake bite eventually, tapos gravity well. So difficult to deal with after nitong smoke. Toxic orb. Ngayon, makakuha na ng isa. Kapitulo. Tingnan Josh F. Ganun combo na meron sila. NDG take a one. Spray down is gonna be raining through. Tusuri nila. Alam nila kung nasaan. Mojer will win the duel with the game out as well. Isang na lang natitira. Senior Khan. Makakuha ng Spectre. 49 HP. Malayo pa. Ang kailangan niya kabulin, 1 bullet dun sa kanyang sheriff. Yan ang kanyang ginusto. Pero si Jam mula sa malayo, kukumpletuhin ang Team Ace. Long range shots mula din sa Spectre. Mojer take kill. At dahil doon, match point na to para sa NAOS.
Nakita naman natin, Kuya Wolf, yung nangyari doon sa push na yon, the gravity well at the perfect timing kung saan pwede na lang sila mag-push. And even, I believe, Zend broke his armor. I believe that's an alarm bot mula kay Mojer. Kaya nung nagka-enkwentruhan, talagang tumumba ka agad. At that point, Zol, naiwan na naman yung spike sa tough spot na hindi nila nagawang may sagot. Pero curveball, kung nakita nila na aggressive kanina, this time, sila naman ang sumubok na may pagsabayan. Pero binato na nga nila dito. Slow orb, kasabay ng curveball para may mahuli. Pero opening, kaya Wolf.
Opening nga talaga. Which nakaspatan yung mga members dito ng Zol. Alam na alam kung nasan sila. Wala naman din na mag-flank sa ngayon. May anti-flank setup na yan na si Zind. Might be catching off guards. Itong si Ja, sila yung pwedeng potentially magkakitaan dito. At yun, mukhang magkikita yung kanilang dalawang crosshair. Pero si Ja, naka-sheriff lang sa ngayon.
Naku, the timing.
Atras, dito sa timing sila. Perfect percentage mo na sir ka. Makakuha ng dalawa, makakuha ng tatlo. Inuubos na kasi na dito. Batman will trade him off. Pero si Witz na tatapos. NAOS will take this game 13-2. At dahil dyan, tied at 1-1 na ngayon ang ating serye.
This is what we expected sa performance ng NAOS. Pero Zol, napakadami nilang close match or close rounds na ipinakita. No? Nagawa pa rin nilang ipakita yung posibilidad na kung saan nakita natin ng icebox, pero kulang na talaga this time. NAOS with the reset and it was the trade-off ng mga mapa na nakuha dito. Kung kanina, Zol ang siyang nakakuha ng Pearl ng icebox mula sa mapa ng NAOS. This time, ang map pick naman nila ang iniskoran ng NAOS. Of course, the last map would be Ascent. Pero Kuya Wolf, going back doon sa situation na yon, ibang NAOS yung na-witness natin.
Yeah, kakaiba. This one, sobrang decisive, sobrang on point at nag-init din talaga. Ja, nakita nyo naman kung ilang beses na halos makakuha na ng kanyang ace, nakakuha ng 4K eventually. Tapos, nag-init ng todo-todo. Daming mga multi-kill rounds. 7 first kills, by the way. Proving to be the duelist na kinailangan talaga ng NAOS, just on point. Unfortunately, para sa Zol Esports, hindi nila napigilan ang trend ng NAOS na dire-diretso lang, walang tigil sa laban na to.
Yes, and sinubukan naman na sabayan ng Zol, no? We saw most of the curveballs na ginamit and even the slow orb kasabay nga nun para once na may mabulag, mahirapan mag-bail out ang members ng NAOS. But the thing is, with a good read coming in from NAOS, di sila nagawang mahuli. Nagawa nilang i-identify yung mga surprise attack na kung saan mag-forward safely. Pero at this point, hindi gumana sa Zol yung kanilang ginagawa kanina sa Icebox. They also did some pincer movements. Kaso, it's a bit too late para makapag-react ang ibang members or yung commitment, sabihin na natin, ng NAOS na once na gusto nilang i-storm yung site, then dire-diretso na nila. Even dito sa Vipers pit dito, no, trinay nila i-trade yung mga crossfire sa VALORANT, kaso hindi talaga nag-workout at successfully na napunish nila overall.
Yeah. May mga standout performances naman like Joseph, pero unfortunately yung paiba-ibang tempo dito ng NAOS, para minsan mabilis, minsan mabagal, unpredictable talaga yung ipinakita dito ng NAOS. Hindi naka-adjust agad yung side ng Zol Esports. Hindi nila nabasa kung ano yung gustong gawin dito ng NAOS at dahil doon ay tuloy-tuloy silang napipigilan. sobrang bilis ng mga rounds pero may mga mababagal din naman ng mga rounds. And delivering the win brought to us by Grab Unlimited. Andyan si Wits na tumapos nga nung ating laban na nakita nyo naman, favoring NAOS in game number 2. That meant that we are heading into game number 3 kung saan mukhang kakaibang momentum yung naramdaman ng NAOS. Sabihin na natin yung map number 1 did not go in their favor kahit pa sabihin natin yun yung kanilang map pick. Itong map number 3, madaling mag-vote for NAOS kasi parang nakita mo yung momentum na nilaruan nila in game number 2, especially with Wits finishing off the game, delivering the victory. Parang nasa kanila talaga yung momentum ngayon eh.
Yeah, and parang hindi man lang sila na bother doon sa nangyari no, sa map 1 na natalo yung kanilang harbor and map pick. So at this point, feeling ko magandang pick up yun.
Yep. Makikita natin ang game number 3 ng series na to versus ng NAOS versus Zol Esports after this break. Wag po kayong aalis, magbabalik ang VCT Split 2. Back in action para sa VCTPH. Split number 2. Ngayon, ang ating bakbakan, it's NAOS versus Sol. You wouldn't think na magiging one-sided to, lalong-lalo na dahil map 1 ay pinili ng NAOS ay Icebox, pero hindi kayo nagkakamali. Saan inyo nakita? Yes, we are heading to game number 3. Although nakita natin yung game number 2 na sobrang one-sided, nakita natin yung NAOS na talagang na-master nila yung kanilang map pick. It seems like napaka-dominant nila. We'll see kung paano ang mangyayari, ang magiging shape ng ating map number 3.
Yes, and yun nga. Asserting dominance nga itong ine-expect natin. Parang anong nangyari pala, Kuya Wolf? Parang naging sleeping giant ang NAOS, no? Na parang ng game 1, yung kanilang icebox is something that we are not expecting. Pero ang maganda kasi dun, yes, iba man yung nangyaring yun, pero it was a really perfect a perfect performance para sa Zol na ipakita kung gaano sila kagaling going up against the Split 1 champs. And convincing naman yung kanilang panalo, pero nung pagdating sa Pearl, it feels like they are also lost with how well they want to execute yung mga certain rounds, or it's just that NAOS already got the read or na-download na yung kanilang mga galaw.
More like, ano din eh, yeah, siguro pwede yun eh, na-read na or na-download na nga yung mga galaw. Pero I think na-feel ko talaga doon, parang nahanap nila yung sarili nilang galaw eh. Iba na, yung form niya dito, sobrang taas na. You can see si Wits, hindi na nagbibigay ng mga free kind of pickups. And all of them, di ba? At nakita natin, sobrang solido rin dito ni Mojer. Nakita natin ng map number 1 means, di ba, maganda talaga yung performance Mojo overall.
Exactly.
At daming rounds na ipanalo. But in this particular game, sobra yung patience niya at napaka-critical nung kanyang role na nilaro. Especially going for anti-flanks, tas talagang kinakancel yung mga potential na outs na meron ng Zol. Eventually, parang naramdaman ko dito, parang dahil nag-init sila, Osiris parang na-checkmate nila eventually. Playing patiently, playing according to script, kumbaga according to the guidelines. At doon sila nakakuha ng panalo din sa map number 2.
Yeah, what's good about naman din is yung mga close rounds na pwedeng kunin ng Zol. And kahit sabihin man natin na it was a landslide win, there are shining moments pa rin that we can take away that Zol is here to play.
Yep.
And we are moving on to the map 3, which is Ascent. And dito tayo magkakaalaman kung sino nga ba ang siyang makakuha ng unang panalo sa ating series ngayong araw. At ikaw ba, Kuya Wolf, ano bang pakiramdam mo this time sa Ascent? Kasi parang nakita natin map 1 is fairly close. Map 2, medyo nag-iba yung tempo, yung tone. So ngayon, map 3, Ascent, na parang lahat alam tong mapa na to eh. Meron kayang different or what?
I don't think so. I think itong mapa na to, makakita pa rin tayo ng standard na setups. Nandyan yung Sova, tapos yung KO, tapos yung Killjoy nandyan. I think both teams will have the Jet 2. So, ganun lang din. So, super duper standard dito. Baka magkaroon lang ng changes dun sa kanilang choice of controllers. Minsan kasi may mga teams na mas prefer yung Omen dito sa site na dun sa Ascent. Sometimes teams prefer the Astra, pero essentially ganun pa rin yung magiging kita natin dito. Unfortunately, to answer your question, wala ko in-expect kakaiba dito sa Ascent. Magkakaroon ng defaulting. Yung dalawang teams natin, lalong-lalo na game number 3 tayo, it will be standard pagalingan na lang talagang umindot sa next round natin.
Yes, and pag-usapan nga natin no, na most of the players ng Zol is a former Nacague. And mid-mathers na siyang naiwan doon sa original squad is an Astra player who thrives in Ascent. So, feeling ko if maglalagay man sila dito, most likely, tulad nga na sinabi mo kanina, yung pagpili ng mga smokes and controllers is, yun nga, no? An Astra is there. And nakita rin natin yung lakas ng isang Omen. So, parang at this point, ito kasi yung pinaka, sabihin nating, hindi naman, not so basic, pero kasi ito na yung na-witness natin repetitively na mapa eh. Ito yung never nawala sa panlasa ng mga pro players, and at the same time, madami ng games na nailaro dito. So, I think there's nothing that we can really expect na out of the box. Feeling ko na rin, and since this is a match point ng mapa, talagang they're going to play on their comfy picks and they're not going to explore anymore at this point of the game.
Di ba na-mention na natin dito yung either Omen or Astra yung pipiliin mo. May isa pa nga pala na pinipili din ng mga teams. Sa minsan, hindi na nila kinukuha yung Sova at mas pinipili nila doon yung Fade. Di ba? Parehas
yes.
na-achieve naman yung end goal na magbigay ng information at mag-take up ng important sa sectors dun sa ating mapa to take up space. But alam ako personally, mas prefer ko pa rin yung Sova. But we know for sure na meron din namang innate na strengths ang Fade dito sa mapa to. Especially lalo na pag gusto mo kontrolin yung mid as attackers, yung Prowler, ang dami agad na clear na parts na lalo na pag tinry mo take yung pizza, ibang klaseng control yung makikita mo doon. So that could be expected. I would say na ganun pa rin eh. May Jet pa rin at may Killjoy dito. Tapos magsaswap na lang between Sova and Fade yung mga players natin.
Yes, and yun nga, no, kung come to think of it, yung difference nila, tulad sabi ni Vil, yung Longadog ni Sova is still there, no, yung Hunter's Fury na pwede mong malaro sa both sides with the main na pwedeng maging safe place mo to deny those diffuse or those plants.
Yep.
Pero ang maganda kasi sa Fade is yung kanyang mga overhead na bato ng hunt na nakakakuha ng good coverage. Although yung reaction time kasi once na makuha na yung mga pwestuhan ng hunt is napakadali na lang i-deny. Unlike a Sova whose bouncing arrows is may times pa rin na mahirap pa rin ispatan. So ayan nga, no, we are seeing a lot of hovers and ito pa pala, Kuya Wolf. KO! Muntik na makalimutan, no? And that silence will fairly work. Kung sa sobrang liit ng mapa, di ba? Ang laking coverage lagi ng kanyang knife.
Yep. Ito yung nagulat ako it's going to be Sage para sa NAOS instead na nag-KO. Sobrang taas ng value na nakuha mo sa KO na to, but it seems like ang understanding mula sa Zol is wala, hindi kanya kukunin natin. Napaka-interesting na choice dito para sa side ng NAOS. And another interesting thought is Fade nga ang at least ito tingnan natin. No? Contrapelo, Fade versus Sova, Sage versus KO. Hindi ko alam kung paano ito gagamitin ng NAOS. Parang bihira tayo makakita ng ganitong setup. But alam naman natin nung mga dating mga panahon na wala pa si KO din naman eh. Si Sage naman din talaga ginagamit ng
yes,
asset.
Exactly.
Not entirely sure how strong this is, and I know for sure na magiging interesting itong mapa as we head into the last round. It is confirmed. Omen Sage ang choice ng variant dito para sa NAOS. And of course, yung Sova sa kabilang team, ang kanilang makakatapat. Ang setup will be KO and it's going to be the Fade.
Ayun.
Okay.
And, consistently nakita natin sa lahat ng mapa, dalawang magkasunod na ang Sage ay nasa kamay ng Zol. This time we're switching things up sa kamay ni Wits na siya naman ang gagamit ng Sage. And you still have, of course, the Killjoy. Ang laki nga ng value ng isang Killjoy with the turret, with the Nano Swarm, especially on the defense na may mga choke point na pwede na ipwesto ang Alarm Bot and of course the Nano Swarm. Hayaan natin siya magluto, ika nga nila, para mahihirapan pumasok ang ibang members. Pero having the KO will add extra pressure for the silence at his lore from downtown.
Oh, grabe.
Ang bilis na ito.
Ibang klaseng tempo agad. Mabilisan agad, nagkakaubusan agad, but NAOS will actually win the trade. Dahil dyan, very early on, 3-2. Makakapag-plant na rin dito ang mga attackers, which is what happens to be NAOS. Ngayon, Papichulo take out Batman. Only one remains, that's Zend. Ulit. Going up against 3. Tapos, imagine this. Sage, tsaka the Killjoy. Super duper difficult. At wala na rin. Kaya nag-cooldown pa ngayon yung mga utilities na meron si Zed. Hindi siya makapag-setup. Blast! Agad! Inatake ni Mojer. Picking up where they left off. NAOS 1-0. Sobrang bilis na pistol round.
Yes, at nagpapaliwanag pa lang ako umentrada na walang barikada ang iba dito sa miyembro ng Zol at yung kabarkada nga nila na naiwan sa B-side wala nang chance para makapag-rotate. Zind tried his best to save nga yung round na yun, pero with the snappy play, with the quick decision making na ginawa ng NAOS dito and the combo nga ng slow orb, nakuha kaagad natin yung double value ni Wits ng kanyang Sage na nahirapan umexit sa heaven si Patman. At that point talaga, NAOS, they know what they're doing at this point of the game and they are making decisions one after another, pushing once again. Double smoke. And yung smoke na yan, bumabaril. May jet sa loob, kaya nahihirapan silang depensahan to. And alam naman natin na hindi ito yung buy round ng Zol. And this is a huge punishment for them and might be an easy win para sa NAOS.
Josh, nakita ng mga members ng NAOS na ngayon sa market. Jang wins the duel versus Carl. At dahil sa kanyang tropa na si Wix, makakuha sila sa trade-off. Oh! Even through the flash! Hindi naman ganun din ka on point. NAOS will take the flawless win. At pupunta tayo dito sa bonus para sa NAOS na madami pa rin sila mga pala. Ganda ng investment nila dito, no? 4 na Bulldogs. Walang nawala. At ngayon, kahit pa sabihin natin may full vandals on the side of Zol, hindi magiging ganun kadali.
Yes, and
Para sa side ng Zol na manalo dito sa ating bonus.
And at this point nga, no, buys coming in for Zol and a higher chance for them to take down itong NAOS. Pero with 2 consecutive fast-paced na galawan nila dito, nagbago ang sitwasyon with a double headshot ni si Senyor Papi Chulo. Sinubukan niya pang iuluhan talaga dito at nakakuha nga ng kill. Still 4 members, numbers game. You can see Zol is ahead.
Hindi ibig sabihin yan mananalo ka dito ang Zol Esports dahil ito na yung atake, ito na yung paranoia, ginamit na connecting onto Fatman. Fatman will lose the duel, Butcher will win it, Zin naman mamamatay dulot si NDG, and Zin will take his second.
And
Molly, pati na rin yung kanyang Phantom ang makakuha ng tig isang kill. Habang si Papi Chulo, na-recover na yung spike at magpa-plant. 3 yung kanyang mga katapat. Wala din naman siyang ultimate para mag-reposition. Only does have the teleport. After the paranoia, binibake na. Di mananalo. Zin takes his third. And Zol finally getting in to this scoreboard. Ang kagandahan dito, Osiris, 3 yung nabuhay para sa kanila on the bonus.
Yes.
That means na maganda pa rin ang kanilang magiging resulta into the next round.
Yes, ito nga, no, magandang breathing space din yun para dito sa Zol. And we are expecting nga na kaya nila mag-hit back this time around whenever that they got those proper setups, proper guns, nakakasabay sila sa pressure na nilalagay ng NAOS. And with that movement, Senyor Carl pushed all the way doon sa lagpas sa 3 para mas patan yung mid push. Kanina nakita natin ang 2 push from A and B main. Nag-try sila sa mid. Pero mukhang nasa mid. Ako si
Grabe!
Garu.
Ja! Under fire, under Molly, under the fragment. Nanalo pa rin doon sa duel. At nakita na pa nga siya. Halos malugi na rin doon sa one-way smoke na setup ng defenders. And that means still, lamang pa rin. NAOS. Naubusan lang siya dito ng shields. Pero dahil nahilap na siya, it's gonna be okay. They want to still plant the spike dito. And ito na nga yung setup. Wall. Wala doon kay Waits para ma-boost. Yeah, gets another. Joseph down for the count. Senyor Carl para sa trade. Pero naubos na rin dito yung Zol. 3. Ano pa nila after that attack?
Sinda naman ang siyang may iwan.
Zin na lang. Ang natitira mo kang mahirap na to, Osiris.
Yun nga, hindi ito yung magandang sitwasyon. Pero once makakuha pa siya ng 2 kill, pwede siya makakuha ng lockdown. Pwede din siya kumuha ng exit frag to bit of a hurt dito sa eco ng NAOS. Susubukan niyang pumitik. Nagbigay lang siya ng turret. Might be saving as well. Para sa next round, mas may palag pa sila. And tulad ng sinabi mo, Wolf, kaya pa ba? I don't think that there's still an opening para kay Zend na tapusin to. All he can do is put a bit of sabihin natin kills or casualty para dito sa next round. Being patient lang, doesn't want to overcommit overall, pero magkakasamang umexit ang mga miyembro ng NAOS to stay safe and no one has been killed after that plant.
3-1, NAOS ang nakalamang. Nag-init ulit si Ja. You can see it. Nararamdaman na niya. Parehas sila dito ni Senyor Carl. Ito na yun. By the way, ito, magkaroon tayo na isang timeout. So it seems, I guess ito, kung ako lang yung mga hula, Zol Esports yata ang tatawag nito, lalong na kasi kailangan nilang mag-recover By the way, Osiris, sa lahat na dami pa lang mga nanonood sa atin ngayon, pasensya na kung hindi namin kayo na babate as often kasi sobrang init ang laban natin.
Oo, talagang.
Oh, pero binabati ko ngayon ang isa sa mga tropa pips natin dyan, si Sky.
Uy,
Wala ba tayo dyan, boss?
Naku.
Yun lang. Shoutout sa'yo.
Shout
Actually,
outs.
bakit hindi natin
Nandito rin
iangat
si,
ang
ano
ating
si
side?
ang paborito, isa sa mga malupit na kasa, Berting Magiting.
Shoutout sa'yo, Berting.
Shoutout
Wala ba
sa'yo,
tayo dyan,
Berting.
boss?
Oo. And syempre, yung mga supporters ng Zol at supporters ng NAOS, big shoutout din sa inyo.
Oo. Nabati ko si Berting Magiting, saktong-sakto nakalaro namin kahapon. Ascent pa yon.
Sana all nakakalaro
Oo.
si Kuya Berting. Alam mo kasi ako parang...
Oo. Iba na si Berting eh. Big ano na, big times, time bigs na si Boss Berting.
Oo, iba na kasi pag mga famous o big time na talagang mahirap na makapagpabook ng oras na makalaro.
Oo. 5 stack sa A main. Yan ang diskarte ng NAOS. Interestingly, alam nila na pwede nilang i-overwhelm yung lack of utilities dito. Zin, halos mapatumba, pero syempre may generator na tumutulong sa kanya. Kanya tumulong. Oh, it comes
Uy!
na very aggressive. Teleport mula doon, di ba? Bitulo. At pati rin kay Josh. Take him out. Tatlo. Wits. Take out one. At spike with downward knockout. May lilipad dito doon sa may rafters. Pero na rin pop flash na gagamit si Naru. Turret lang yung mag-flash nila son. Makapag-plant pa rin naman ang side ng NAOS. Wits, pagka wala ng cloudburst dito, kailangan niya mag-back. Hindi na kayo mangyayari. Generator, dalawa. Pero dun sa head
Uy,
ako.
dalawa!
Vulture, 1v1, 5 HP. Naru will fall. Still, mananalo ang NAOS. Pero, isang eco round yon na halos maubos ang kanilang side. Buti na lang nandun si Mojer to finish it off.
Yes, yun nga, yung ating villain, si Mojer, na nagawa niya tapusin yung trabaho, pero still, a brighter side for Zol, na nagawa nga nilang saktan yung Eco, na nakakuha sila ng 4 kills despite of them having only less buy doon sa nangyari ngayon. Yes, they do have Bulldogs, pero yung nagawa nga nilang pag-clean up and yung delay doon sa plant ng kanilang spike. Pero syempre, upon losing doon sa round na yun, they need to pay the price once again. Eco round with Sheriffs.
Bladestorm, ultimate, coming out from this Omen, pati na rin yung Rez ay available. Pati yung Hunter's Fury, in fact. So yung Zol ngayon na naka-eco, mahihirapan, masaspatan. Sa ngayon.
Kailangan, dahan-dahan sila dito, Kuya.
Oo.
Wolf.
Garden ang kanilang sagot. Josh! Nag-back to sa switch. Wino-wall bang ngayon? Kailangan mag-teleport after niya matamaan din ng paranoia. Samantala si Zin naman may tore para dumepensa. Papis will take out Josh if eventually. Hindi-clear na rin nila dito yung wine. And I set up, may dalawang maspatan dito ng HOD. Pero hindi magiging enough. Inuubos na ka sila dito. Only Senior Carl remains. Stinger on hand. 25 shields to go. With that 100 HP. Makikita si Ja. Kailangan mag-reload agad. Makipag-velo. Flawless para sa NAOS.
Flawless indeed. And the coordinated attack na nakita nga natin doon, no? Unti-unti nilang nilinis yung main habang yung ibang members nagstay muna doon sa garden. So yung moment na nag-push sila, that's the opening also from the A main people na kung saan sinabayan na nila yung pag-atake, yung pagpatay doon sa bawat miyembro sa site. And they lose sight of the goal na magawa pang baliktarin itong NAOS Zol. They are being challenged right now up until this point, pero we have a buy.
With the wall back, gets out Mojer. May napag-flash pa ako ng ikalawa with the headshot. Napagandang opener para sa Zol. Sinasabi pa lang natin na kailangan nila mag-init at kailangan nila makahanap ng tempo. Yun na nga yun. Sinimulan ni Senior Carl. Isa sa mga hina-highlight na malupit na players dito sa Pinas. Really waking up in round number 7. Handa naman ang crossfire dito sa entry point sa Garden. Para kay Wits. Meron siyang res sa ngayon. Pero makikita siya ni Senior Carl. Senior Carl dashing out. May tulong ni Naru. Hindi nila susugurin. Hindi sila mag-overextend dito. Lamang ng dalawang miyembro. Or make that just one after the res. Dito ang Zol, Kuya Osiris.
Yes, at apat nga 4 versus 5 pero taking the time that they need and kung gaano ka-aggressive kanina si Senor Carl nagsettle siya ngayon on anchoring itong ating B-site para bang masigurado na sila na ito na ang hit na inaantay pero si Patman might be using the scan pero mukhang mas kaya naman daanin si jump pick para lang hindi magastusan ng utility pero smoke ilalapag na nila and they know Jack will die once again. Nasa left side na nga, ready na rin sila dito. Si Wits nag-hit na ng market. Pero mukhang si Patman din ang siyang mananalo dito para linisin ang main. 10 HP para kay Patman. And Wits mapapasilip siya dito. And the headshot! Makakuha pa rin ng isang round. Sol! They're making miracles after miracles.
Tatlo para kay Senior Carl after this opener, diba? Tapos mariris. And si Patman naman yung makakuha ng 3K for himself with what? A few HP remaining. Nakahanda yung kanyang crosshair for that headshot. At close distance, gamit yung Phantom, one hit lang din. At yung maingay na paglalakad doon ni Wits ay na-punish all of a sudden. Zol Esports. Nakakahanap na ng kanilang momentum after this, one timeout. Pagalingan talaga dito sa Ascent. Yan ang ating nakikita. Bakbakan ng dalawang teams.
Yes. Merong nightmare dito si Patman once na makakita sila ng go time. Pero ito na si Naru. Tila ba pala Naru kung umiilag. Pero si Wits ang mananalo dito. Pero Senor Carl hindi pa siya tapos. Na-seize. Pero mukhang siya ang tutumba sa kamay ni NDG. Zin, kailangan niya ulit niya mag-rotate. Papunta na siya sa B. Habang si Josh F nagtatago dito sa boat. Sinusubukan nilang ilinisin at mukhang dalawang miyembro. Pero nauluan pa rin. Nagkapalitan pa rin ang dalawang kupunan natin. At mukhang papupush na nga sila dito. Papichulo with the smoke. At one way ito. Para siguradong mahirapan kung sino man ang siyang challenge. Meron din tayo nakareading Hunter's Fury. Pumana na. Hindi pa rin na-scan dito si Sin. 2 versus 1. Tignan natin kung papasok. Pero slowly pa rin. Respecting the smoke, Kuya Wolf.
Yep, alam niya. Papi Chulo. Nako po, nagparinig dito. Si Zin, 16 na bullets ngayon.
Ops, tago
Cross,
muna.
pwedeng mangyari. Good na yung setup. Talagang pinablock off lang siya dito through stairs. Naubusan na siya ng oras. Naubusan na rin siya ng buhay. Gets one. Will be traded up though. Gamit yung wallbang. Zind almost winning that. Pero ang Naos pa rin ang makakuha. Balik sa Eco ngayon. Ang side ng Zol. How about that? Of course, Vincent and NDG combining for more. At kahit nag-reposition doon si Joshua gamit naman niyang ultimate, wasn't enough. Masyadong maaga. Zol Esports, ang dami nilang ultimate dito. So is Naos.
Yes, and mukhang magbubulsa ng Vandal dito si Zen. The 4 ultimates. Both teams, kailangan nilang pag-isipan na maigi dahil yun nga, no, may counter-attack na pwedeng maganap. And the flashpoint, the knife, rather, na makukuha nila dito.
Yes.
0 point. Napagsama ko yung dalawa. Napagsama ko yung dalawang
Flashpoint.
skill. Oo. And yun nga, no, nakita natin kung paano nga nila na-fend off kaagad with a good scan. It means bulilyaso na sila dito.
Oh, Papi
Naku,
Chulo!
wala nang lockdown! And wala rin
Lockdown
Vandal,
out!
Dalawa yun.
Exactly!
Oh,
Oh
no.
my goodness! What a disastrous turn of events para dito sa Zol Esports. Napakahirap niyan.
Cover going out.
Diyan pa rin naman ang cover. Mula kay Josh Chef. Smokes from the Omen. Masyado madami. Timing might be off. Ayun na, kinailangan niya mag-recover into the Sheriff. Nakahanda para kay makakuha ng headshot. -1 agad dito. Makakalungin kalawa. Napakalupit na connection dito with the headshots. Mula kay Josh Chef. One tap to the head. Kapit yung Sheriff. Can he get more? Laro will be taken off. Ito na yung Nightfall mula sa defenders, by the way. At ito na yung makukuha ng side ng Naos. Ako sa take a war, only one remains. Papi Chulo. Omen and Omen action. Siya yung mananalo at biglang mapapaisip yung Naos. Worth it nga ba na ginamit pa nila yung Nightfall doon?
Dalawa kagad yung nawala doon. And actually, we are expecting na pwede nang maipanalo yun ng Zol. Lalo na sa dalawang pitik doon ni Josh F. Diba? At that point, talagang napakaganda na ng kanilang situation. Kaso, yung pagpasok nila, paglalaro ng Naos sa loob ng Ecoms, sa loob ng smoke, nagawa nga nilang balik na rin yung sitwasyon. And this time, all ultimates activated sa NAOS and 0 point plus the flash drive. Lahat binato na para mapigilan sila dito and susubukan yung mang pumush. Sinagot na kaagad yun ng NAOS.
Sobrang crucial na -1 lalo na kay Ja sa ngayon.
Oo.
Ito na yung Prowler sabay sugod na ako para dalawa 2 for 2 trade-off eventually across the map. Bigla na lang 3 versus 3 ating sitwasyon. NAOS. Nako po, meron pang res, wits. Laalamang dito ng mga tao, mga members ng NAOS with +1 at kasama pa dyan yung perfectong mga agent for defense. Meron silang 2 sentinel, isang initiator, at isang smoke. Meron pa rin paranoia na available. Meron pa ang wall to deny that even yung attacker skilljoy na mahirap i-wall bang sa ngayon. So difficult to deal with. All in mula sa NAOS, understanding full well na pwede nilang i-overwhelm ang Zol Esports. Exit frags na lang yata yung pwedeng makuha dito. Parang yung Cyrus.
Yes, exactly. And yun nga, no, kaya kinumit na rin nila yung lockdown to create more space para maka-exit sila safely. Dahil alam nila na pwede na silang ipitin. Lahat sila nasa site ngayon and they don't have any information kung saan manggagaling. Pero dahil sa lockdown na yun, pwede silang mag-regroup, pwede silang unti-unting mag-exit at maiuwi ang kanilang mga weapons. So good move once again from NAOS, reading everything na kahit sabihin natin nilagyan nila ng wall, yung escape route nila, that lockdown benefited them para siguradong makaligtas sila sa spike.
Looking real good para sa NAOS. Very smart na paggamit ang kanilang mga ults. And in fact, yung mga utilities doon pa rin. So yung mga dry picks na ginawa dito yung NAOS, parang reward sila doon eh. Parang ganda na hindi sila gumagamit utilities sa start, pero dahil nga naman doon sa mga panalo nila duelo, katulad ngayon, meron pa rin silang mga utilities doon sa post-plant setup, katulad nung previous round. This time, ang nanalo is going to be Senior Carl with a dry pick. At yung kakaibang bay dito mula sa Zol Esports na naka-bulldog lang sila, dito sila mapapasama dahil yung NAOS, mayon na nga, susugurin na sila. Null command gonna be used by the defenders para lang ipigilan yung tempo dito ng NAOS.
Naru command ang pang-deny nila dito and yun nga na talagang napa-exit ang members ng NAOS. And remember, they have 3 ultimates ready. So that benefits a lot para dito sa side ng Zol. Pero with the rotation na gagawin nila, kailangan nilang harapin yung mga killjoy setups ni Zind. And at the same time, ito na, dahan-dahan lang ang pag-push nila. So dahil wala pa ring information na nakukuha ang Zol, hindi pa rin sila nakakapag-stack sa A. Ito na, Ja, tamang silip. Entry na kaya, pinainit na, binato na.
Nasmatan nila!
At mukhang hindi rin tumama ang paranoia. Ito na, ang impyerno. Dadalhin na ng NAOS sa pintuan ng Zol at even sa heaven. Ilas na nga ang tutok sa ulo. Dahil si Naru ang siyang tutumba. Pero Pacman nagawa na niya patahimikin na tuluyan dito si Ja. Unti-unti na nga mauubos sa mga miyembro ng Zol. Pero former members pa rin ang naka-ready para iligpit si Pacman. At mukhang may ipit pa siya dito if ever subukan man niya tumakas pero babagsak siya sa kamay ni Mojer. And 2-9 tayo dito sa ating scoreboard.
Oh, might well be like map number 2. Nakita mo naman ang ganda ng recon. Sabay double dash. Sobrang on point ng execute. Coming out from NAOS. Handang-handa doon. Of course, the timing was perfect. Knowing na merong killjoy doon for sure. Makakampante ka if you're Zol Esports, and Josh F prepared dun sa may likod ng dice, pero dahil nga dun sa recon dart, sobrang na-counter dun. At yung Hunter's Fury afterwards giving them more space. Naka-3K dun. Si Ja, ibang klaseng execute mula sa NAOS. At yan yung dahilan kung bakit limang na lamang nila sa ngayon.
Kaya naman natin paano nga nila. Uy, ang dami niyang nahuli doon. Kaso, hindi niya nagawang i-capitalize at mukhang makakahuli pa rin sila dito dahil nga the push is still on para sa Zol. Mojer, 2 versus 4 and this is looking bad sa HP ngayon ni Mojer, ha? Uy, nakakuha pa rin! At walang lugi-lugi.
3 versus 2. Duguan ng mga members dito ng NAOS. Pero nakapag-plant sila. Magkakaroon na rin ng turret eventually. Kailangan na mag-ingat dito. Oh my goodness, Mojer gets his third after the prompt. Look at that alarm bot, makaka-force me side test. Senior Carl denying that. DD Joe, 1v1.
NDG.
Lugi siya sa HP. Pero yung angulo, hindi na niya makukuha. Senior Carl gets the 4th kill. At makakuha din ng ikatlong puntos para sa Zol Esports. 3-9. Obviously, much better than 2-10 para sa Zol Esports. O-culture na lang, kukulamin na lang nila dito yung NAOS kung sakaling gusto nilang makabalik sa mapa na to, sa round na to.
Yes, and yun nga, dahil nga sa mga naipanalong rounds ng NAOS, this time with the flip side, kailangan na mag-double time ng Zol. Kailangan na nilang ibangon. At kailangan na nilang ilaro ito. Is this the 9-3 curse na nakita natin? Epektibo ba ito sa NAOS o Ray Rakers lang talaga ang meron sa VCT? Dahil nga, sa sobrang intense ng laban na to, and we are expecting kanina no, that the last round would be easily going sa NAOS, pero nagbago na naman bigla on how well they manage their resources and the trade-offs doon sa mga patayan sa mid.
Second half, Pistols. Paano ang diskarte? Alam nila na yung smoke ng Omen hindi ganun katagal, pero gagamitin agad Ang gandang usage dito ng wall. Pero i-overwhelm pa rin, babasagin pa rin yan. Yun nga lang, alam ng NAOS dito yung mangyayari. There could be a counter. But, nakarinig ata, hindi. With the tempo na pinaglaruan dito ng Zol Esports, makakaramdam yata yung NAOS na hindi commit to sa B. Pero babalik sila! Babalik sila!
Naku, yun na nga yung problema. Magkakaikutan nga ba?
May recon dart ulit mula sa NDG. NDG.
Okay, ito na. Nagkabasahan na. Nabanatan na rin ng paranoia. So NDG might got the idea at nag-gascan na rin. So Ja is prepared. Pero double smoke na nga makikita natin dito. Pero nagkakabakbakan na nga sila. Headshot mula dito kay Ja. Senior Carl.
Oh my
left
goodness!
and right close na nangyayari dito. Still, NAOS pa rin ang siyang magpakapatumba sa Zol with the 3-10.
You would think na makakuha na yung Zol na magandang opening, pero napakasolido ng defense ang Wicked Kid once again connecting with the headshot. Kahit obscured yung vision niya doon, grabe, sobrang solido ng pinakita ng headshot coming out from Ja. 10-3. Momentum is theirs. At meron ng Marshall ngayon, so yung mid-bottom pwedeng control na ni Ja from that angle. At yun na kayo sinetapan niya.
And yun nga yung situation natin ngayon, no? Nanalo naman ngayon sa second half pistol round ang NAOS. So it means they still got the momentum. At tulad na sinabi mga buys coming in, more controls ang pwede nilang pwestuhan dito. Senior Carl being patient. The same as Ja doon sa mid. Kasi nga with the smoke sa main. Atin nang pinite kaagad. Press F to pay respects kay Josh F na niligpit kaagad ni Ja. Pero teka muna, mukhang change of plans tayo from A to B. Ang rotation nila dito, they're going for a long way mula sa kanilang spawn. Habang nakatambay lang si Zind for any changes there, for any commitment or pacing dito. Once na mag-push ang NAOS, pero syempre, alam na ni Ja yun, in-expect na niya. Nagbago na rin siya ng pwesto.
Wala nang control sa Veil of First Zone, so wala silang smoke dito. Papasok. Reply pero makuha pa rin si Zind. When the timing will be there. Nado will take out Patman. Makuha pa rin ikatlo. Naro down for the count. Gamit yung kanyang Marshall. Body shot lang kailangan niya, pero makuha si Zind. Kaso nga lang may trade-off palagi. Handang-handa ang NAOS with the controller down for the count. Unfortunately para sa NAOS, wala silang, for Zol Esports, wala silang panghati ng mga site.
Yes, and nahihirapan sila may pagsabayan at this point. Yes, nakakuha nga sila doon ng mga much needed kills. Nakadalawa sila. So, NAOS, they kind of need to spend some of their money at may iwan sila sa half armor. And with the momentum that they're getting, itong Zol naman is light armor din lang din naman ang kanilang makukuha, pero mas may firepower with those Vandal pickups.
Senior Carl. Nag-iingay dito. There's a flash pero sa pit na may nakatat. Yun na kayo na-counter siya. Hindi niya chinek. Ja will punish him. There's a pop flash. Countered by Mojer. Holding on sa marketplace. Sa ngayon. At nandun si Patman. Gun down by Mojer. It's a disaster para sa Zol. Inuubos na sila. NDG take at one. Zend going down in the hands of Wits. My God, hindi niya chinek yung pizza. Match point para sa NAOS.
And with that pizza, sila yung na-slice. Dahil nga kahit sabihin natin may mga flash drive doon, nagawa nilang kumuha. And kahit sabihin natin bulag doon si Mojer, nagawa pa rin niya makipagsabayan. And the proactiveness of Wits na backupan kaagad sila dito nung nalaman nilang mid. Nakakuha kaagad sila ng pwestuhan. Nakakuha agad sila ng mga much needed trade. And once again, we are on a match point with only lockdown sa kamay ni Zend. There's still hope para sa kanila once na magamit nila ito ng tama. But the thing is, NAOS, they are well equipped right now at mukhang basa nila yung sitwasyon ngayon.
Napakahirap na sitwasyon para sa Zol Esports 3-12. May Odin pa si NDG. Wag na wag talaga kayo magpaparamdam sa may B-site.
Odin ni NDG pa talaga. Ang makakasalubong nila.
Naku po! Ayun na nga! Naspatan na kayo! Pero hindi, may cover. May cover.
Makapal masyado ang harang.
Makapal.
Hindi kaya patagusan.
But eto na.
Lockdown na yan, no? Hinumit na nila. Kuya Wolf, kahit sabihin natin hindi sila maka-entry, medyo delikado yung ginawa nila.
Exactly, senior card. Going in. Wait, sa partnership. That's Joseph Albert. Nakatanda naman sa NDG with the Odin. Nasuspend na lang. Nakuha breakdown. Nagamit ang output. Nakakita ng isa. Pero makukuha siya ng kill. It's out. Hot and send. Connecting for 2. Biglang 2v2 ating sitwasyon. Kailangan mag-ingat pa rin. Papi Chuloy. Nagkasusugurin ni Mauper. Hindi na naghintay. Binigyan pa ng bonus dito ang Zol Esports. Nang gigil ang NAOS. At dahil doon may extend ang ating laban. Buhay pa ang Zol Esports.
Buhay ang pangarap. Zol Esports, nilabas man ni NDG ang kanyang Odin. Hindi pa rin yun sapat. Dahil nga, nagawa man niyang patayin yung mga sumubo na pumasok dito sa site na to. Pero yung Odin na kasi, na-delay lang din nung siya na yung pinush sa boat mismo. And what's odd about that is yes, nagamit man yung paranoia, sinubukan ng pumasok, nasalo na masyado yung mga nano-swarm doon sa halls. Kaya walang nagawa si Mojer doon sa kanilang mga trade. And one by one, mukhang mag-audition pa rin sila dito as NAOS would be still asserting their dominance. Ball, naka-ready na si Wits dito. Aakit kaya sa taas, pero naka-ready si Zend. Nakaabang siya, pero gilid na gilid si Wits. Ayaw niya masungkit siya at gusto niya siya ang manunungkit. Pero NDG pa rin ang naka-ready dito sa gilid.
By the way, siya scores the kill. Wait, will have to back down. Pero nabawasan din. Dugoan din doon si Zed. 19 HP. Ang kagandaan para kay Wits. Meron naman siyang kill. So, babalik siya sa 100 HP, I think. Gagamitin na dito ni Papi Chulo. Yung kanyang Blade Storm. Hihintayin ng mga members ng Zol Esports na mawala ang wall na to. Kailangan nilang mag-ingat. Pag sila ay naspatan ni NDG, Hunter's Fury will be so crucial. Ito na yung gagamitin nila. Ginamit na rin dito yung knife. 0 point activated. Entry para kay Senior Carl.
Uy!
We'll get one through the smoke.
Mag-fish!
Yung connection na yun.
Pero
This could be good.
Naku, NDG.
Naru, handa para kay NDG. NDG, taken up by Senior Carl. Naginit na ang jet ng Zol Esports. 4 versus 3. Nangunguna ang Zol Esports sa dami ng tao. And difficult to find opening this one, the operator. Especially dahil mukhang safe ang Zol Esports. Osiris, what's gonna happen?
Ito na. Si Joseph, pero nagkapalitan pa rin dalawang members sa Zol. Chulo!
Oh my goodness!
And his name is 3! Kaya tatlo rin. Pero Josh F pa rin na magpaparamdam dito upang itumba at buhayin ang pangarap. Zol Esports, humihinga pa sila kahit nasa match point na.
Hindi pa tapos ang boxing. In fact, yung NAOS mapapwersa na mag-eco dito. Ito lang wala para kay Jap. Pero look at that, Senior Carl. Tuloy-tuloy yung kanya pamamayagpag dito. Nakakatakot na yung ginagawa dito ni Papi Chulo, but you can see. Dahil konti na lang kanyang buhay, yung crossfire na nagawa yung NAOS. Double peak, wala sa Zol Esports ang namayagpag. Eco round para sa NAOS.
Pero alam mo naman, Kuya Wolf, notorious yung baril ni Ja eh. Yun yung mga homing headshot eh. And mukhang naugatan na kaagad dito as Zend. Siya kaagad ang naunang nawala. Isa pa.
No! Poacher! Reset!
Oh, no!
Sheriff Phil! Nagsipat ng mga wala isa. Nightfall i-activate agad dito. Basta may Prowler. Susugurin na lang. Pipigil na lang. Poacher. Molly. Nandun. Washa may manalo. May na-rest by the way. Poacher na naman! With the Sheriff Phil! Oh, unbelievable!
Naos!
Paranoia. Wallbang nandun. Nakakuha ng isa. Kailangan mag-teleport. But finishes him off.
Isa pa!
Mojer! Sheriff kills! Tinamaan ng lahat ng mga utilities. Nightfall even. Sees. Tumatama. No care in the world. Sheriff on hand. Headshots ang kumonekta. Naos will take the eco victory.
Come to think of it, Kuya Wolf. Nanalo sila kung kailan Sheriff pa yung dala nila. Not even a single rifle. And at this point talaga, iba yung execution nila and at hindi na sila nagpatumpik-tumpik pa. Sinabi nila we're going to take mid and with those early casualty na nagsuffer sila, the res from Wits settled the reset na kailangan nila at sila na yung nag-storm up front na napakadali na lang, napakabilis na lang ng katapusan ng Zol.
Grabe. Still in disbelief. Imagine mo ilang ng utilities na tumama sa kanya, including yung Seas. Pretty sure tinaman siya Nightfall.
Yeah, exactly.
Pero nakahanda yung molly niya doon sa may entry point, doon sa may door, sa market. Kaya naman napalo niya pa ng konti. Eventually siya pa inanalo. At nailang niya din yung pwestuhan doon nung kalaban niyang Fade. Oh my goodness, sobrang crucial nun. Lalong-lalo na yung kill niya kay Senior Carl. Unbelievable plays mula doon sa Naos. And for some reason, sila pa rin ang nanalo. Let's see. Senior Carl and Ja, ang ganda ng duelo. Yung dalawa nating
talaga, no?
Jets.
Since map 1, talagang a Jet versus Jet is bound to happen and as close as they get, ito lang talaga yung kinaya ngayon ng Zol pero sobrang commendable ng performance nila. Remember, we're still on a day 1 and ang laki pa ng growth na pwedeng kunin dito ng Zol. And yes, hindi man ito yung solution na hinahanap natin, pwede naman nilang sabayan ng Naos sa susunod pang bakbakan. Kita naman natin kung gaano ka-disciplined itong Naos with some of their plays na nagawa nga kahit sabihin nating looking bad yung situation is with a few clutches nagawa pa nila magkaroon ng small damage dito sa Zol that they need to spend on the next round up until na they need to eco once again.
Ito na nung ipinapakita ng Zol. Makikita natin sa highlights nga lang na first half talagang mapabutin sa Naos with Ja just popping off. Nakita mo naman yung mga connections sila dito. Senior Carl with defense kaso kakapusin pa rin na talagang nangunguna ang side ng Naos. Ito rin nga rin pag-init ni Senior Carl. Sobrang crucial din na makakuha siya tatlo in this specific round. At
exactly.
Eventually with Batman, tig-tatlo sila. Josh F showing his own grit. Unfortunately, kapag talagang mga buy rounds, nakikita natin na Naos ang ganda nung kanilang mga execute all the time. Ito na yung nagkaroon ng kaguluhan dun sa may gitna na hindi nila kinontrol yung pizza but Senior Carl getting 4K. Zane just actually saving the round for his teammates dito. Parang na-overwhelm nila eventually yung Odin. Sila pa yung nanalo. Ang unbelievable talaga dito yung pinapakita ni Papi Chulo. But this last round, Mojer, 1 down. Makakuha pa siya ng ikalawa afterwards. Grabe. Kakaiba. Delivering the win will be Ja, however, mula sa Naos. This is brought to us by Grab Unlimited. Siya naman ang tumapos ngayon. Wonderful clutches mula kay Ja. Ang dami din nakita natin na pag initial kill niya kung bakit siya pinaka-first blood sa bawat rounds. And I'm pretty sure na mataas yung puntos niya doon.
Yes, and yun nga, di ba, yung sinasabi natin kanina with the consistent stats na dineliver natin kanina, first kills overall na napakalaking huge number coming in from Ja, one of the integral parts na once na umentry siya, siguradong may body bag na sasalubong.
Yeah. Kakaiba ang pinakita dito ng NAOS. Lalong kakaiba yung pinakita ng Zol with that unexpected talaga.
Yan,
Hindi na natin
yung map
sugarcoat
work.
talaga. Unexpected map number 1 victory. It went very close pero natalo nila yung NAOS. I think important yun pati sa mga points na naipon nila. But overall, ito, don't sleep on Zol Esports. Naging one-sided man yung back-to-back rounds. Ground number 1, map number 1. Sobrang hindi makakalimutan ng mga viewers natin kung paano nila kinontrol yung mga Diyos sa icebox. Ganun kalupit. That's it for us mula sa cast ng series number 1 with the Saris and Wolf. Ngayon, ibabato muna natin kay Laika for our post-game analysis. Laika, sa'yo na muna.
Thank you so much to our casters for passing it back here on the desk. It's still likable and Aso ni Raf tandem. Yan, magkakasama na naman kami dito. At kung hindi nyo pa napansin kanina, well, i-reiterate ko lang, kasama ko si B1 at si B2 ngayon, ang kambal na casters natin. Saya-saya
B1!
nila. Sasagot ka ba, B2?
Ay, sorry.
Sino ba yung B1? Sino yung B2?
Actually, who is
I don't know,
the one? Who is
honestly,
the two?
I'm just gonna assume na Azura is B1 because he's the one closest to you on panel.
And he's
B1.
older.
Yes. B1, execution-wise, they're both very good dito sa Icebox. May mga certain times sa feeling ko, timing lang talaga yung nagkakatalo sa kanila eh.
I will give them, I think, aside from, good timings altogether para sa... Let's look at Zol muna. Sobrang linis ng performance dito ni Senior Carl. And again, sinabi na nga that this was a kind of configuration na ginawa din nila quite recently. But I was really surprised again that Zin has taken a more back-end role with the Killjoy. Even though that is the case though, his impact was still definitely felt not just dito sa Icebox but throughout the entire series. Kahit man again nanalo ang NAOS. So it's really interesting but at the same time promising for the Zol roster.
I still remember at the start of our panel, we were talking about how Icebox can be a map that would really go in anybody's way. And I did kind of pose the win condition for Zol, where as long as they keep the tempo up and not allow NAOS to adjust during that mid-round, they'd find quite a bit of success. But we saw a lot of the opposite of that when it came to Pearl and I believe it was Ascent, where they just really got sized up and unfortunately outclassed by our champions.
Yes, ganun na nga yung nangyari dito, B2. Kung si Asuray B1, ikaw B2, ako siguro si Doding Daga. Anyway, when we did go to Pearl, ito yung something na na-mention mo din kanina, Raf, na ang flawless ng post-plant ng NAOS talaga. Kaya napatanong na lang ako ano ba dapat yung ginagawa ng Zol kanina? Kasi when they were trying to play retake, they would lose. And when they would try to be proactive, especially on that early round, they would get picked off pretty easily. So ano ba yung missing ingredient na nandun sila sa Pearl kanina?
Yung napansin ko sa Pearl, parang di sila makabuelo ng maayos para sa retake kasi they don't cut rotation as well as they should have, and I feel like it was super lacking when it came to mid control, so that gave NAOS a lot of free reign on how they would want to set up their post plans. And mind you guys, NAOS have been the most successful team in the post plan situation. They've always varied it up, and another behavioral thing that we've noticed is that they never really go for the same plant twice in a row. So they always keep that mix-up very, very present.
And what was kind of strong din dito, specifically sa NAOS, and actually si Ja, perfect timing, so, kasi siya yung ating match MVP, is I think yung ability nila, especially sa Pearl, to actually stop yung, di ba, Rafa saying they can't really have their own rotations, but I think it's because then of how well Ja's pinch play was when they were on the attacking side, diba? Like you can see, nahirapan mag-rotate out si Naru and then so on and so forth dito. So there was really little options for Zol Esports. I think it was because of just how confident and aggressive we saw NAOS come together na talaga once Game 2 and Game 3 come into fruition. It's more like nagising na sila at that point.
Ang maganda kasi dito, and not just about Ja, Ja has been a phenomenal duelist all around. Even though ina-expect natin in the past na we would see more of Mojer on that role, they're really stepping up and like changing or like parang nagiging hard how do you say this? Hard position na yung mga roles nila kahit papano. Kapansin-pansin din kanina, di ba, Raf, na nag-role switch na tong si Wits pati si NDG, with Wits taking on that sage role and of course ito namang si NDG on that Sova role na ang ganda-ganda rin talaga nung laro kanina. So overall, I would say that on the side of NAOS, well balanced. I don't think there's a better term for it. Do you have a better term for this, Raf?
I would say well balanced is very apt for the situation because we finally see everybody in their comfort roles, and I could honestly say the same about Zol because Senior Carl is historically one of the most, I guess, consistent Jets in the scene. We saw so much of that when he was still on Zeal, and now for him to really pop off the way he did and allow Zin to do his thing was, again, just really good for the team. But to go back to your original point on how NAOS has been so strong, they're the team na siguro kahit barilan and like strategies, they're dead center. It's never really overtuned to just being too strategic and overplaying or being too gunfight focused that they hyperextend.
And again, it just shows kung gaano ka ganda yung synergy nila with the longevity of the team. And I feel like that's maybe somewhat similar sa na issue naman na encounter ngayon ng Zol Esports because they had, again, somewhat new pieces kahit man you still have that core from SR Nacague. Nakikita mo pa rin yung difference ito eh. Again, we praise yung adjustments nila with the agent selection na ginawa nila. Like, again, Senior Carl on that jet. But what is going to be the step moving forward? Mag-double down pa sila dito or are they gonna adjust? We did see some teams actually falter and parang, ay pare, let's try something out a little bit different. Are they gonna do the same thing or are they just gonna ano na lang talaga? I feel like, again, that's the obvious thing na gagawin ngayon.
Kasi si Aso rin, no? May pare talaga. Uy, pare, kumusta?
Yan na yung
Like,
pinaka-Tagalog moment dito eh. At least, diba, nung nag-English kayo, tinawag ka niyang dude. Pag Tagalog tayo, pare na yung tawag niya sa'yo dito. Dude pare, kulang na lang chong para kompleto na.
Oo nga eh.
Pero mga dude pare chong, sa mga nanonood dyan, VCTPH will be right back at pagbalik natin itong dalawang kasama ko dito na si B1 Ice at si B2 ay magka-cast naman over at our English broadcast. So mapa-Tagalog man o mapa-English, again, meron kayong pwedeng panoorin dito. We will be right back.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Mojer taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity. He's an architect, basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3. There's the peek from Papichulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of NAOS. Wits walks on it just to die, but in a 3v1, while Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready. It's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics out. Time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. NAOS still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, a bit more towards at NAOS' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps, not yet confirmed on the third. But oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered, they're just bound, and they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. NAOS, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. NAOS delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. The drop comes from the side of NAOS, getting boots to the ground. Poppy Chulo's there, Savvy AK making the find on the Mojer happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Jaws here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy AK though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy AK on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so, actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Poppy Chulo trying to just go through the nanoswarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still, possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown, Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here, and DG's there for cover. And NAOS are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one, the push comes from Ja, runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis. And Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential perhaps. Just center here for Ja. Center protection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Mojer taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity. He's an architect, basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3. There's the peek from Papichulo, and DG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of NAOS. Wits walks on in just to die, but in a 3v1, while Oreo needs to go hog wild. And DG trying to get ready. It's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition, and DG towards the boat house. Classics out. Time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. NAOS still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, a bit more towards at NAOS' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps, not yet confirmed on the third. But Ja, oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered, they're just bound, and they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. NAOS, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. NAOS delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. Drop comes from the side of NAOS, getting boots to the ground. Papi Chulo's there. Savvy 8K making the find onto Mojer happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Ja's here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy 8K though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy 8K on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so, actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Papi Chulo trying to just go through the nanoswarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still, possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown, Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here, and DG's there for cover. And NAOS are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one, the push comes from Ja, runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis, and Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential perhaps. Just center here for Ja. Center protection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
now from up above, down below. Mojer taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity. He's an architect, basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3. There's the peek from Papichulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of NAOS. Wits walks on in just to die, but in a 3v1, while Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready. It's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the both halves. Classics out. Time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. NAOS still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, a bit more towards at NAOS' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps, not yet confirmed on the third. But Ja, oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered, they're just bound, and they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. NAOS, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. NAOS delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. Drop comes from the side of NAOS, getting boots to the ground. Papichulo's there, Savvy AK making the find onto Mojer happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Ja's here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy AK though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy AK on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so, actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Papichulo trying to just go through the nanoswarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here. And
muling nagbabalik ang VCTPH Split 2. At ngayon naman kasama natin si Rico at si Fluffy02. Which by the way, Fluffy, meron na ba kayong tandem name at this point?
Oo nga no? Hindi pa natin yung napapag-usapan, Fluffy. Ano
Ito
sa tingin mo?
time. Kung kanina meron tayong B1 at B2. Baka
Alam ko na.
go.
Alam ko na. Koofy.
Actually, that works.
Yes!
K-U-F-E-E.
Yes! Koofy.
Oras na para mag-koofy. Again.
Ata natin lahat ng Koofy.
Totoo.
Kaya pala ang energetic ni Rico kasi meron siyang dose of koofy.
Koofy. Ayan.
Anyway.
Okay.
Actually, speaking of koofy, pwede kayong mag-order through the help of our sponsors. Una-una sa lahat, nais namin magpasalamat sa Meneski Philippines as well as Riot Games for making this event possible. Fluffy, paano nga ba sila mag-order ng koofy?
You can get your Koofy all the time as you enjoy free delivery every day. Just get the exclusive discounts when you subscribe to Grab Unlimited. Don't miss out from our free trial for your first month.
And of course, thank you to Gab as VCTPH Split 2 is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. Maraming salamat po.
Yan, maraming salamat dahil may daily dose of koofy tayo. Hindi na ito matatanggal. That's gonna be the theme of the day. However, the other theme for the day is yung mga teams na paborito natin maglalaban-laban. Kung kanina napag-usapan na namin yung NAOS Esports versus Zol Esports, ngayon naman Fluffy, undeniable na gustong-gusto mo rin pag-usapan ng isa sa mga teams natin ngayon. Na-introduce natin in just a bit. Pero ito talaga so far you guys have casted the first series. What are your initial thoughts dun sa direction na kung saan mapupunta tong split 2 natin? Let's start with you, Rico.
Actually ako, gustong-gusto ko yung first day natin kasi yung top 2 teams, the champions of si NAOS and si Oasis, yung they're put in on this test up against the teams that wish that they sort of did better in the first split and are challenged this coming second split.
Yeah, I have to agree. We have the top 2 teams of last split versus basically 2 iterations of NCG. We have the banner with different players coming up soon, and previously their former roster when they went against NAOS Esports. I think that through a lot of adaptation from the split, they've really gotten better, but there's still a lot of improvement that can happen for both sides.
Yan talaga yung magiging theme ng Split 2 natin, especially for the teams who were already here during Split 1. Paano ba natin mai-improve yung isa't isa dito sa ating run na to para i-solidify talaga yung pwesto natin? And I think that this is the main narrative na mangyayari as we talk about the first team coming up into the second series of the day. It's gonna be Oasis Gaming.
And there you have them, folks. Oasis Gaming. We have the same roster this time around with that consistency factor in play with Nexi, Savvy 8K, Drax, Georgie, and Marky, as well as their coaching staff, always ready to give some strats. This team, they were what a lot of people thought would be the upcoming champions back in Split 1, but now they're returning as the usurpers, hopefully, to take on NAOS Esports. But before that, they have to go through a bunch of teams, especially now with their game against NCG.
Yeah, it's extremely important when we look back at their past. Their stories of Split 1 is again being such a strong team, very well-rounded team. Pero pagdating sa playoffs, pagdating sa top 2, top 3, parang may kulang pa. So I feel like it's a reboot of that story coming into Split 2. And I'm so excited to see their journey once more.
Yes, and to add to that, isa sa mga bagay na pinoint out natin during the latter days of Split number 1, yung lack of leadership or lack of direction dito sa team na hopefully at this point dahil split number 2 na tayo na figure out na natin yan. I'm sure may insider info si Fluffy dyan, pero bago pa natin pag-usapan in-depth ito, kilalanin naman natin yung team na makakalaban ng Oasis Gaming today, and that is none other than SR Nacague.
At para sa mga nanood ng previous split, si NCG ay isang pamilyar na team. This team landed on 4th place sa Split 1, pero ibang-iba na ang kanilang roster. Kung meron isang word ang madedescribe ko sa SR Nacague, sa split natin ngayon, ang roster nila ay isang fruit salad. Their players come from a mix of different teams that competed in the first split. You know, we have mid-mathers na naka-retain from the previous roster, dalawa coming from Puggers, at isa coming from Action PH. So, getting players that had some moments last split that didn't quite make it to the top 4 is for sure an enticing salad na handang-handa na akong kainin. Hindi, mali. Handang-handa na ako kumain. Mali. I had an attempt there, but yes.
Well, just like any other fruit salad, there has to be something that really binds them together. And with all the different places that they've come from, you have Walk on Water in Second Love for Puggers, you have Yanagi from APH, and of course you have retaining members, Mid-Mathers and Maxi as their coach, and John's 713 as their fill. But also this team has really had a lot of improvements. And even though it's the same banner, it's a different core, meaning that we're not sure how they'll actually work together.
Yes, that is gonna be the question. Pero ang question ko ngayon sa inyo, since we're on the topic of fruit salad, do you guys like raisins?
No.
Yes, I do.
What?
Who
Really?
likes raisins? Who doesn't like raisins?
Me? I don't like raisins? I thought it was the most common thing in the world is to not like raisins.
Love raisins. I'm fine with raisins on salads though. It's fine. It's not a big deal for me. Pumasok si Raf dito sa ating comm server para lang i-prove na I'm assuming he likes raisins or I don't know. It doesn't really matter because it's Raf's opinion. Anyway, going back to the topic. Ito kasing on the side of SR Nacague, one of the things na same narrative din dun sa kung asan yung core players nila ngayon, which is Zol Esports. I do think that they're in a very difficult transition period right now kasi tulad nga ng sinabi yun, nag-mix together sila ng iba't ibang players galing sa iba't ibang teams and they're trying to mesh well during this split. And something na mapapansin natin when we did the open qualifiers is they actually put Walk on Water at the beginning on a sentinel role. But slowly and surely enough, bumalik din siya dun sa duelist role niya. So maybe it's still playing for comfort at this point, Fluffy? Do you think there should be other repositioning or like change in compositions rather na magaganap for this team?
I mean, since you're raising concerns, I guess that one of the things we have to look out for this team really is how they play. You mentioned of how they're not so defined and the structure isn't in place yet. I think that's something that you can get over time. But one thing that we've learned from Yanagi's former team, APH, last split is that just because you just got together really fast doesn't mean that it won't work out.
Yeah, I think that's what makes this team super exciting. Si NCG, you have a lot of different members that felt like parang meron pa silang mabibigay, mako-contribute. Kumbaga, marami pa silang shining moments sa tournament that I feel like maybe this new dynamics sa team will allow them to shine better with this kind of arrangement.
Yes, shine better is gonna be the name of the game. And what better way to shine than by choosing a map and making sure na dominant ka sa magiging map selection mo pa yan. Yes, guys, I'm talking about the map selection. Dahil eto na, nag-pan over na tayo dito sa street and we will be revealing kung ano nga ba yung mga map bans as well as map picks na itong mga to. But Fluffy, being the insider of Oasis Gaming, baka naman pwede mo nang i-leak kung anong mapa yung ibaban dito.
Well, I guess we'll have to see at the same time. Because I think one thing that Oasis has done over the split is a lot of teams... a lot of players in Oasis recently got signed back in December. So moving on to Split 1, in a way, they're a newly formed team, even though the core is relatively familiar. But they still have to build in that repertoire, which I think has improved over the break. The first map that we're going to be seeing is going to be Fracture. They've seen how Oasis during Split 1 had a good performance on it, and they just don't want to deal with that on the side of NCG. Oasis, however, they have a couple of weak maps back in Split 1. They had the Pearl, which they needed a lot of work in, and even Icebox, in a way, was something very difficult for them. Ascent, in the fact, when they played against NAOS as well, was just very difficult for them to work with. So a lot of holes that they have to fill for the side of Oasis Gaming makes their map veto very interesting. If I had to guess what it was going to be, I think it's going to be Icebox. Oh, never mind, it's there.
What a guess. I mean, tama ka, Fluffy. There were two options. Super tama, super tama. Icebox or Pearl. And as we saw recently, feeling ko Icebox is where, based at least sa nakita natin between NAOS and as well as Zol, it felt like this is definitely one of the closer and even matchups when it comes to some or most of these teams here in Split 2. So I totally understand this pickup. So now the question is, will NCG pick up something like the Pearl this time around, more on something that probably isn't their strength just yet, because again, there's a lot of mystery shrouded into this newly formed team under the NCG banner, but more of like, okay, Oasis, one of their weaker maps, but instead it's gonna be Ascent.
I'm actually a bit surprised. I was thinking na pipiliin nila either Lotus or Haven. Pero actually, nung open qualifiers, we saw them a lot in Icebox, Lotus, and Haven. So to pick Ascent first, I am a little bit curious kung ano yung pinaplano nila dito. The possibilities are endless. And when we do talk about Oasis Gaming on Ascent, I would say na okay din. Like, again, alam naman natin fundamentals ang pinag-uusapan pagdating sa Ascent. So marami talaga yung possibilities. And even on the side of NCG, going up against a very experienced team like Oasis Gaming, may chance pa rin talaga sila na mathrow off sila dito. I mean, kung kanina nga, natalo ng Zol Esports itong NAOS sa map na hindi pa nila din drop in Split 1, then the possibilities are definitely endless dito sa ating Split number 2. And as I say that, syempre, Fluffy, isa sa mga best maps ng Oasis from Split 1, it was bound to be Haven for their pick.
I feel like for both teams, though, the maps are fairly good because for a team like NCG, you want to play maps at this point when you're building your structure that you are familiar with. It's less upon anti-stratting at this point, and it's more of just making sure you can play your own game before you even think about how other people play. So going to a very default map like Ascent makes sense. And for Oasis, it also makes sense that we're going to move on to Haven. Again, you mentioned one of the stronger maps.
Yeah, pero feeling ko, ang dami ng, what do you call this? A lot of the teams have witnessed Oasis do super well on this map, but it also, in hindsight, gives a lot of information. We've seen what Game Lab sort of extend throughout last split, throughout this map. So feeling ko NCG, perhaps they may not be equipped just yet when it comes to practicing or sort of solidifying their team just yet, but information, maybe they have that sort of edge against Oasis.
I mean, one smart move that NCG is already pulling out is banning Split. Not necessarily because they might be very good or very bad at the map, but just because of how the map bans are working. With Oasis picking defense first, it means that Oasis is able to pick the side for the last map, which if you allow it to be split, heavily favors Oasis as it gives them that defensive split side, which everyone is really hoping for. By banning out split, you're allowing the last two maps. Maybe you're gonna put a map that you're weak or strong with, but at least you don't guarantee Oasis the side. Oasis opts to ban Pearl, which means that we already have our deciding map, which is Lotus.
Yes, it is gonna be Lotus. A lot can happen talaga dito sa Lotus. Again, it's the newest map that we have in the game, and ang dami pang possibilities na pwedeng gawin. In fact, I don't think na merong insta-lock meta composition na tong mga teams na to. They're still trying to experiment for the most part sa mga napanood natin sa kanila coming into this map up. But going back to the very first ban over here, Fluffy, I do have a question. It's been a trend overall pagdating dito sa APAC teams natin to ban out Fracture. And I want to know your thoughts on it as a coach as well. Bakit ba iniiwasan talaga ng mga teams dito yung Fracture? Is it just a comfort thing, or what is the logic behind it?
I think that Fracture is one of those maps that really heavily relies on util usage to really dictate the flow, since you can be pinched on either side for any site. And by removing it from the map, a lot of the strengths for these APAC teams is just that frontal assault to burst in together, and not having to split your team apart is something that is kind of valuable. Instead of having to split your team up in maybe 3 and 2 and pinch both sides, just send everyone together out of one choke.
Same. I 100% agree with you there. The fact that whenever Oasis brings out the Fracture map, it feels like it's all about how the opposition can sort of catch up. Kasi sobrang bilis ni Oasis maglaro ng Fracture. And gaya ng sinabi mo, they all come from different sides. So sometimes it can get overwhelming.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense for me now. Mas naintindihan ko na kung bakit ganun yung nagiging ban and pick na ng mga teams dito. Now, with our maps already locked in, I want to know kung ano sa tingin nyo yung nagiging favorable conditions for these teams. What is going to be the win condition? And with that, lock in your prediction na rin. Fluffy, I know you're going to say Oasis Gaming, but I'm going to ask you anyway, first anyway.
You know, it's really bad to assume. But yeah, I'm going to lock in Oasis Gaming because Oasis win. But also, I think one pivotal thing that they have to do is, one, patch the holes that they had, especially in the Ascent map. And even though they're strong on Haven, there's always room for improvement. And I think another key factor for them, at least, is to make sure that they play discipline. Because we know that that team, you know, they have the firepower, they have the heat, but the heat retention has always been a question sometimes.
Well, first of all, I gotta say the is very catchy, Fluffy. I can't help it, the Fluffy
It's a GG.
And secondly, I have to say the same thing. Oasis, I think it's only I think when I look at the previous split, the performance of Oasis was very solid. They've basically conquered everyone except NAOS. And thirdly, because NCG may have to take a while trying to still get used to this sort of configuration with their new roster with so many parts, I feel like that is a big deal kung bakit Oasis ang sa tingin ko ay mananalo.
I completely agree with you there. Tulad nga ng sinabi ko kanina, etong NCG, medyo transition phase pa sila. They're still figuring out who goes where, what goes where, yung mga roles nila as well as yung kung paano nila gagawin yung rotation all together as a team. So, to go up against Goliath, like these guys, like Oasis Gaming, medyo magiging tough challenge talaga on their side, which is why I'm also gonna go with hashtag Oasis win or OAS win. Tama ba, Fluffy?
Di ko alam. Oasis win, of course.
Just making sure na tama yung hashtag. I wanna be on the
Hashtag
safe
Oasis
side of
win.
things. Yes, we may not agree with raisins on salads, but we do agree na Oasis win ang magiging prediction naming lahat. And as I say that, ipapasa na namin kayo ulit sa ating mga casters para naman we can begin with series number 2. See you guys later on.
OMG! Good evening, guys! At nandito na nga kayo sa VALORANT Challengers League Philippines Stage 2. Ako nga pala si Ray at kasama ko ngayon si Haniglis at kami ang maghahatid sa inyo ng magandang story between Oasis Gaming together with Action PH. SR Nacague pala, sorry. Nalito ako kasi alam niyo na, talaga tumatanda na tayo.
Nagre-roster din sila diba?
Ala ko nandun pa din Pero ngayon, i-discuss lang natin yung mga tropa natin mula sa SR Nacague. Kasi balita ko nga, HG, nagre-roster nga sila. Tapos yung mga previous member nila, nandun sa kaninang laban, nasa Zol Esports na.
Oo. So, ang dami ng mga haka-haka or magiging question dito. Kung kakayanin ba ng ganitong lineup, or mismo dito sa split to na to. Dahil hindi lang din sila yung mga nakapasok dito. Hindi lang din sila yung ating nang titingnan dito. Dahil ang dami rin kaagad ditong nakapasok. Katulad na lang din ni Rambutan ni Tatay. Pero syempre, this is a different story in which this is also the battle between Oasis Gaming pati dito ng Sol Ragnar.
Talagang ano lang, no? Ano ba yung upgrade ngayon ng SR Nacague? Kasi nga, nakita natin na nagkaroon nga sila ng roster change. Nandito na si Second Love, nandito na din si Walk on Water, di ba? Mga malalakas mula sa Poggers. Tapos, nandito pa rin si Tito Mo Mid Matters. Nagko-comment nga siya kanina Tapos, dinagdag na nga nila ngayon si Yanagi din and si Joms. So, it's really promising, di ba? Si Yanagi, by the way, wala na siya sa APH. Nandito na siya bumalik na siya sa SR Nacague sa mga nanonood. At nasan yung sinong pumalit sa kanya sa APH? Well, we have nga, surprisingly, si Gadowers na wala sa Oasis Gaming at saka sa Defy dati. At ngayon nagbabalik na muli siya sa scene. Pero linawin natin ng Oasis na heartbreak nga tayo nung natalo sila ng NAOS, di ba? Although sobrang intense nung laban, but it's still NAOS talaga who prevailed with the 3-1 if I remember correctly. At ngayon kaya, di ba? Ano lang next na identity ng Oasis Gaming? Will it be like their comeback season going into maybe Ascension na kung sila ang nanalo? Or will it be different?
Yun nga dito pa natin makikita, nabiyayaan pa tayo ng dalawang very intense na match. Kanina, NAOS Gaming or NAOS Esports, tapos ngayon Oasis Gaming, kung saan, yun nga, as you mentioned, pwedeng maging mas gutom na sila dito para makahabol at para mapantayan na rin na dito or ma-exceed man lang ang NAOS Esports. Pero ang dami pa rin nilang dito mga steps to move in forward para doon sa end goal nilang yon. Pero yun ba ay mangyayari dahil syempre, first things first, ang makakatapat nila dito is SR Nacague. As you mentioned, ang dami na nga ditong mga nakapasok. We have some players from Poggers, pero will that be a really good of a connection for them? That yun ang malalaman natin later on sa mga ascent sa Haven maps na nakita natin on their map dito.
Mainit ang map dito natin, 'di ba? Una sa Ascent, tapos Haven, tapos last natin Lotus pa. Pero susubukan din ito kung gaano ba ka-prepared ang SR Nacague HG. Kasi bago nga sila, di ba? Nakita natin yung open qualifiers, sobrang shaky pa nila. Pero we all things considered naman kasi kailangan natin sila partidahan on this aspect. Kasi nga, bago nga, wala pa nga, sabihin natin, it's less than a month since binuo nila to. So, how long did they actually practice? How will the experience of Yanagi together with the Mid Matters yung magpipay dito? Kasi sila talaga yung may pinakamalaking VCT experience. Lalo na si Mid Matters. Ang dami na niyang napuntahan. Mapalan man yan. Nung nakita nga natin siya last year sa may, nung December sa One Esports, doon talaga ako nahanga sa kung gaano siya kagaling together with Patman. At ito ba yung bagong SR Nacague na will continue with this roster for the next months that we have. But it's also a good take naman din na meron silang new people on the scene at consistent sila. I think I'm a big fan of Second Love. I'm starting to be a big fan. Ang ganda talaga ng plays niya. Akala ko super mechanically skilled lang siya, but he gets the good lurks, ang galing niya mag-anchor ng side. Talaga nag-improve sila siguro dahil nga may upbringing na binibigay ni Tito Mid Matters sa team na to. Pero as for Oasis naman, it's still the same. Pero ano ba yung next na iti-take nila ngayon, knowing na they got defeated by NAOS and they need to rise up once again?
Ang daming mga ang daming mga pwedeng mangyari dito, especially for Oasis. Kasi bukod nga dito sa SR Nacague, bago lang sila. So, there's more yet to come para i-bring up nila dito yung kanilang mga strategiya into the table. But then again, there's Oasis nga parang they're struggling through to break their boundaries. Yun na lang din ang masasabi natin kasi we've seen them. They are really incredibly strong. Overwhelming yung mga players na ito. Nandito yung Draxi-Nexi combination. Tapos, sina Javi 8K pa. And then there's Georgie as well. So, makita pa natin yan later on sa kanilang mga executions pagkatapos nitong agent selection.
Oy, ano bang meron tayo sa Ascension? May nagbago ba? Hello? Any takers dyan? Ano bang kaganapan na ngayon ng mga upwards natin mula sa SR Nacague? Don't tell me they're gonna double duelist. Ha? Okay. Si Walk on Water, siya ay KJ. Si Second Love ngayon, yung mag-jet.
Ha?
Okay, wow. Si Yanagi still on that initiator. Same pa. Ang pinagkaiba lang ng dalawang to ay yung controller nila, Drax with that Omen. This is really interesting. Kasi sa Oasis,
nalilito ako.
Gets mo kung anong pinik talaga nila, di ba?
Oo.
Pero dito sa SR Nacague, what? This is really weird. But then, I gotta consider lang din na kahit ipagpalit mo sila, the mechanics ng dalawang players na to is still the same.
Nakita naman din natin sa history dito ni Second Love that he is also capable on using the jet. Pero kasi, mas pabor yun para kay Walk on Water. So, it gives a lot of curiosity dito para sa series na ito, para sa mapang na ito. Dahil syempre, sanay na tayo na si Walk on Water lagi nakakakuha ng mga multi-kills, ganyan. Pero kasi naman, since nga yun yung nabuo niya from the last split, na parang identity niya yun, nakakakuha siya ng mga multi-kills, nakakakuha siya ng mga frags in which yun talaga ang pumapabor para sa side ng Poggers last split. Pero this time kasi, pwede mo masabi na kapag siya yung natira dito on a combat, on a round, maasahan mo na pwede siya makapag-clutch. So it makes sense sa mga naging change ng mga roles sila dito. But dito tayo kasi magre-rely. Pagdating sa execution sa Tray, malalaman natin yan later on. But then again, ang daming nangyayaring bago, no? Nakakagulat kasi syempre, sanay na tayo kay Walk on Water on the jet
Ay, oo. Talagang may mga may mga bagay talaga na kailangan nating i-recognize ngayon at may mga pagbabago nga naman talaga. Pero this is it. Is it going to be Oasis Gaming since day one? O itong mga taga-SR Nacague ay may maibabawi na rin ngayon. They will be starting on the attacking side. At to, bigla kagad napakabilis yung take nila. Look at the support na meron si Yanagi together with the Second Love, diba? Okay, this is interesting to see, pero checking corners lang sila. At napagtasan na nga kagad ni Georgie si Walk on Water. Ang bilis naman ni Georgie, nakakain na ata talaga, gising na siya.
Oo, alam mo yung tipong nasa lisihan dito yung SR Nacague na wala silang idea kung ano yung nangyayari. Slow push ang mga nagagana sa kanya nila all the way from catwalk going into cubby, pero at least nakapasok pa rin naman sila ng site at nakapag-plant ng spike. Kompleto pa naman dito ang mga kupunan mula sa Oasis Gaming, pero kakayanin ba nila dito yung retake na inaabangan na yon ng SR Nacague? They are on a post-mat position, pwede na nila malaro ito for time, pero yung mga utilities nagkakaubusan na. Wala pa rin na isa dito mula sa Oasis. Mukhang ito na nga rin ang panimula nila. We have Drax and Georgie with the trade. Makikipagpatintero dito si Joms. Si Joms na nakakuha na nga din ng kill. We have Drax for an answer, pero ngayon medyo nahuli si Second Love all the way from heaven. Kaya may time pa rin makapag-defuse ng spike dito, Oasis Gaming.
Ganda na sana nung ikot ni Second Love, kasalawan HP, may dalawa pa. Tapos nakaabang na rin kagad. Tapos they planted for default, so hindi niya makakapag-spot. Kailangan na talaga i-erase yung nag-iisang tao na nakaabang sa kanya, which was si Javi. Pero ngayon na nakita nga natin, Oasis starts it real good. Pero SR Nacague, you can see the specific strats. Sana talaga they will hold on to these roots. Kasi kapag hindi sila naging successful, ang laki talaga ng advantage nitong Oasis against them At syempre tong Oasis ngayon, ito na yung redemption era nila. Mala Taylor Swift.
Kayo.
Diba? Ang pangyayari. Pero, HG, balita ko, itong mga taga Oasis, magaling daw sumayaw.
Ay! Gusto ko yan. Mukhang may big boy challenge kung sakali man na matalo sila dito laban sa SR Nacague, no? Pero tingnan natin kung yun ba yung mangyayari. Kasi nakuha na nga nila dito yung pistol round. Pwede ito mag-amplify for another few rounds in their momentum kapag hindi sila sinagot ng SR Nacague. Pero I think gagawin naman din ng SR Nacague ito. Makahanap lang sila ng butas. But now, yung butas na ba yun, mapupunta sa kanilang pabor. Dahil pumasok na ngayon si Second Love all the way from gate dito sa market. Pero may isa naman sila dito na sexiest man alive to take down 3. Marky naman dito for a follow-up with 2 players on his hands. 2-0 kaagad for Oasis. 3-9. There was an attempt, Ate Ray. Makapasok ng B site dito ang SR Nacague.
Okay na sana, kaso hindi nag-check ng corners. Siguro kahit si Nexy nagulat, hindi niyo ako chine-check masyado. And that's like a vital position. Pero ang ganda din kasi ng crossfire na ginawa ng Oasis. Sobrang open ng SR Nacague. Wala naman kasi sila mga utilities no? Tapos syempre, bibili na sila on the next round itself. So talagang malaki lang yung advantage ng Oasis ngayon. Pero on this suppress, magmamadali si Georgie. Titignan niya kung meron siyang makakuha. Pero buti na lang, itatry ulit ng mga taga-SR Nacague kung mapakapunta nga uli sila dito sa may cubby side. Pero ang ganda ng basa ni Javi, kinol niya kagad na malamang gagawin nila yung ginawa nila ng pistol round. At may kita na nga nila. Second Love, masyado na excited. Sige, mag-audition kayo. Javi gets the 2K. At big batters na lang together with Joms. Ito na ata yung problema ng SR Nacague. Nag-a-adjust pa sila.
Yun nga nag-a-adjust pa sila to the point na pati si Mid Matters sa huli na nga sa eksena. I love what happened earlier sa crossfire dito ng Oasis with Georgie and Javi connection mula sa 3 kung saan they played for the first contact bago sila makakuha dito ng pag-pick off mula kay Javi 8K. He went in for the blind, he went in for the kill, pero si Joms na lang kasi dito yung natitira. He's still full on HP pero nakaabang na rin naman na sa kanya dito si Georgie. Jorge, para sa triple rounds na nakukuha na ngayon ng Oasis Gaming laban sa SR Nacague, wala silang sagot kahit sa kanilang buy round.
Wala silang sagot talaga. Wait lang, shout out sa aso ko. Kinagat yung pa ko. Ano yun?
Sino yan? Si Johan? Si Gohan?
Si Mika. Hindi ko alam ba't kinagat yung pa ko. Sorry, alam mo, nagkakasta ko. Bigla kasi, magaling siya magbukas ng pintuan kasi, guys. So, hindi ko alam anong trip niya. Hindi ko alam. Buti nga hindi siya tumatahol. Kinagat niya lang ako. Nagpapalambing ata. Cute nga eh. Sorry, HG.
Mahilig pala si Ray Ray sa mga kagat. Para
Saan? Saan ako mahilig?
Kagat.
Pero ayoko yan sa VALORANT. Pero gusto ko yan. Sa kagat ng aso. Okay lang kasi si Mika naman eh.
Tama. Lambing naman ng doggy mo. Anong breed ni Mika? Kasi si Gohan, di ba?
Breed ni Mika? Parang G yan.
Ano ko pag Golden Retriever yung si G.
Ay, sorry. Ito, Pomeranian Husky. Di ko rin alam. Kayo na lang mag-isip kung paano nangyari yon. Pero ganun na nga.
Pomeranian Husky.
Kaya matino yan. Pero tignan mo na nga ngayon yung SR Nacague. Buti kinover na nila malamang yung mid kasi ito nga yung usually napapanish siya na.
Kaya.
Nadidistract sila sa mid take ng Oasis against it. Pero sobrang readable kasi nila. And right now, na hindi nga si Walk on Water ang duduin is ito yung adjustment nila. At yun yung kailangan nilang i-pay for it. At isa-isa na nga silang nakikita. Georgie na naman, umatake ng 3. Akala mo, basketball. At Jax takes down Walk on Water na may Walk on Water siya ngayon sa overlay. 4-0. Oasis is really doing it.
Definitely. Nung sinabi mong nababasa na dito yung SR Nacague, yun talaga yung nangyayari. Hindi mo mai-sugarcoat eh. Bawat slow push na ginagawa ng SR Nacague ay makikita mong may hesitation. May pagdadalawang isip. Kaya nasasalisihan sila dito. Lilo Georgie, Javi 8K nga, sumilip lang ng mid, nakakuha ka agad ng pick-off. So, unfortunately for SR Nacague, ang haba-haba na pwede lang habulan ngayon. Pero hindi pa rin naman ito imposible para sa kanila. Byron na rin naman na nila this time. Pero ngayon kasi, iibahin na naman nila dito. We have Georgie, we have Javi 8K. Nag-iiba na naman ng kanilang timing on this round. We have that recon, trying to spot in someone mula dito sa side ng SR Nacague. Pero after getting any contact or any info mula dito, Georgie, umexit na kaagad. Sabi niya, disiplinado muna sila.
Oo. Ano lang, nasa defending naman tayo, hindi natin kailangan magmadali. Parang mala Alden Richards lang yan, di ba? Sa tamang panahon. Alam mo, yung ba yung mga inaabangan ng nanay nyo dati sa mga nanonood dyan? Di ba, yung Aldab? As in, yung mami ko, pati replay pinapanood niya. Hanggang ngayon nga, minsan napapadaan na, miss daw niya eh. Yung Aldab, di ba? Nakakatawa pa nga yun eh. Tatandaan mo yung paano pa yun, yung first time nila magkikita, di ba? In person talaga. Love trip talaga yun, guys. Ang galing ng content na yun. Pero move on na tayo ngayon dahil kung hindi nakagawa na naman ang SR Nacague ngayong round na to, mag-iiba na naman ang ihip ng hangin. It's just gonna be favoring Oasis and this is kind of dangerous, ha? Pero ito na nga, the entry itself, it worked for a second lang ang ng pag-dash in niya. Pero Georgie, with a 3K, nakita lang yung mga kalaban na reveal lang. Tinap-tap na kagad sa mukha. At ngayon, second love na lang together with Walk on Waters. Pero nga lang, they're currently undermanned. They're gonna go up against the 4 members. At mukhang medyo pangit yung angulo nila. Oh, it kinda worked. Walang flash already. But now it's gonna be a 1v1. Pero Nexi, ano pong DPI niyan? Hindi nga niya gano'n na-flick eh, para nag-collateral pa nga lang eh. And right now, it's a 5-0.
Diyos ko po, mapapakahamot ulo ka na lang talaga. Simulan sa pool nung nakakuha ng triple dito si Georgie. Tapos yung exit pa ni Nexi. Dalawa yun. I think no one na rin kaagad talaga dito sa second lap. Kaya nadapisan siguro dito. Wala nga recon dito si Georgie. Wala parang recon dito si Georgie para makakuha ng pick-up or para makakuha ng info kung nasaan dito yung SR Nacague. Nag-tap-tap to the head lang talaga, Ray. Ano ang nangyayari dito? Oasis, they're just really popping up. Parang lahat ng mga sitwasyon ay pumapabor sa kanila pagdating sa mga entry dito. Pagpasok ng SR Nacague and SR Nacague, ano ang magiging sagot nila ngayon kasi hindi sila makaisa labas sa Oasis Gaming. Pero hindi pa rin naman ito nahihinto dahil on an eco round, pwede pa rin naman yung mga one-toss dito nila Yanagi. Mag-ingat mo talaga sila.
Kung ako yan, mag-iingat na talaga ako. Kaso, Georgie, he takes again sila. Ganito pa, sobrang readable talaga ng SR Nacague. Kita mo naman yung angulo together with Javi, right? Surprise, walang nakuha. Alam na nila kung saan yung direct ngayon nang manggagaling mula sa SR Nacague. And they keep on trying here in Copy, but it's not working. But we gotta consider na yung mga baril nila advantage. Pero finally, nakakuha na kasi Walk on Water ngayon ng pick-off. At siya na lang kagad ang natitira. At nakita na nga din siya ni Marky. It's still a clean 6-0 in favor of Oasis Gaming.
Hirap na itong panoodin, lalo na first day pa lang naman ito ng regular season. Pero pwede pa rin naman ito for SR Nacague na parang nagtatago lang sila ng mga strats, ganito, ganyan. It's Oasis Gaming para naman, kaya sobrang palong-palo sila on this round, on this half. Pero nakikita naman natin na talagang hindi nakakasagot ang SR Nacague. Parang every time na nakaabang dito sina Georgie, sina Javi 8K, nandoon yung mga picks. Binibigay nila. Parang nakamagnet na sila sa mga crosshairs dito nila, Georgie. To the point na kahit naka-operator na pwede mong i-counter strafe agad or parang mini strafe lang para at least makuha mo yung info, hindi nila nagagawa. They're just slowly pushing a site to the point na nauunahan talaga kaagad sila dito. Naaabangan, anticipation is key for Oasis Gaming. And Oasis, ano ang sasagot nila dito for this A-take? Ibibigay na lang yata nila yung site eh. Parang retake na lang, lalaroin nila ngayon laban sa SR Nacague.
And SR Nacague, good setup naman din, pero good, good bearing na nga kagad na ginawa nila, pero yan lang ba kagad yung round para manalo sila? And mid batters, hindi nila kagad pinatay pa para makakuha ng trade. Wala nangyari. Akala niya hindi siya titignan ng mga taga-Oasis. We only have Yanagi going up against 4 members and that's not possible. Ang ganda na sana ng chance ni Kuya Jay. Pahal kasi ni Mid Matters is Jay. Ito nga yung bebe niya, si Erica, nagko-comment. Sana all.
Ay, hi Ate Erica.
Hello po. Pero
Hello po.
so far, 7-0 HG. Ito nga na nga yung sinasabi natin na ang SR, nag-a-adjust pa yan. Diba?
Oo.
Wala pang 1
Bago
month
lang sila eh.
since yung roster nila. So maybe they just come up with something, but then sana sa mga next matches nila, it's gonna be worth it.
Yun nga eh. Parang ang nakikita ko din dito for SR Nacague is yung meron tayong role exchange from Second Love and Walk on Waters. Parang hindi siya gumagana. Well, rather, hindi na talaga siya gumagana dahil for the past 7 rounds, nakakapasok nga sila ng side. Pero pagdating sa retake, hindi pa rin pala ito magiging pabor. Ito yung mga sinasabi natin, mga mini na flaws given to us by SR Nacague is their slow pick. Nauunahan sila dito with the picks, with the shots from Oasis Gaming to the point na isa na lang kaagad na natitira dito with their exchanges all the way from mid-top hanggang dito sa Kabi! Sayang yung kay Jones. I think he was caught by timing. Nakot niya by timing dito si Javi 8K pero hindi pa rin pala ito magiging sapat sa kanya. Ray 8-0 na kaagad para sa Oasis Gaming. Ay, Diyos niyo.
Grabe. Ang lakas ng Oasis pero kitang-kita mo nag-a-adjust tong mga member ng SR Nacague. Talagang they're still cooking something. Kung luto na ang ulam ng Oasis, yung SR Nacague nagcha-chop-chop pa ng onion, ng garlic. Ganun yung comparison sa kanila ngayon. And if isang round, walang maipapanalo yung SR Nacague, this is going to be heartbreaking. But finally, yung huge swing ni Walk on Water, mapapanish niya ngayon si Georgie. And this is a great start. Ginagawa na lang ngayon, medyo slow plays lang. Talagang they are holding on to play for picks and that is really awesome to see naman. And hopefully nga, manalo nga sila sa round na to against Oasis. Pero mukhang hindi nag-work. Huling-huli na naman si Walk on Water ngayon.
Na-timing na naman siya, Tre. Parang ang bilis na hindi nakakasagot dito ang SR Nacague kapag nat-trade off kagad sila. But now, SR Nacague with mid matters taking over mid. This is going to be clean for them to get inside of the site and plan in a spike. Pero ang problema dito is Marky is already using in his ultimate Hunter's Fury para ma-deny yung plan. Pero hindi ito ma-deny. There's also the post-plant positionings na ulit na kinocommit na dito ng SR Nacague. Pero papabor pa ba sa kanila ito? Lalo na't may nilapag na lockdown dito si Nexy.
Ay, delayed na lahat. Pero buti na lang may sagot. May Hunter's Fury na nanggaling kay Joms. As of now, lockdown has been destroyed. It's up for the retake ng Oasis Gaming. But, excuse me, Javi. Javi 8K, alam ko nakita mo siya. Pero that was a huge kill. Pero time is ticking. They need to come up with something right now. Joms takes him in. And it's gonna be a 2v2. May oras pa para i-defuse. Pero dinedali na lang ngayon ni Joms. At kahit ganyan na mangyayari, sa shock dartin lang niya. And wala nang oras ang Oasis para i-defuse. Good kills lang. But still, as buti na lang, hindi tayo 13-0.
Oo nga eh. Parang
na eh.
Ang saklap mangyari yon kung sakali man sa unang araw pa lang dito ng regular season. Unang araw pa lang. Anyway, ang bilis na nangyari dito for Javi 8K. That was a really huge of an impact na ba dito sa SR Nacague. But by all means, that is still around. Ang kaso nga lang ulit, magastos yung round na yon to the point na half armors lang yung kaya nilang i-commit, and Oasis Gaming, since tuloy-tuloy yung eksena nila, tuloy-tuloy yung panalo nila dito, 8 rounds consecutively getting in laban dito sa SR Nacague, they have a lot of eco. So by this time na makabawi na dito ang SR Nacague, parang mahihirapan na kayo kung paano nyo madedena yung eco advantage ng Oasis. But still, 8-4, SR Nacague, yun ang best situation or yun best na outcome na para dito sa first half na ito para magpatuloy on the second one. Pero kakayanin ba nila makuha ito mula sa mga kamay ng Oasis?
Alam mo kung ano pang nakakatawa sa side ng SR Nacague. Dapat kanina pa nila binablock yung copy kung nasaan si Georgie sa operator niya. Yun lang naman yung nagiging problem nila kaya sila napapunish eh. At ngayon, magkaibang angulo nga yung hinahawakan ng Oasis as of now. Next is checking if there's someone who's gonna be pulling off that recon. Inisip ko kasi shock dart eh. Pero ngayon, patience game lang. If Marky will be able to get that good timing with his, of course, drone into revealing as to where SR Nacague is, madedelay na naman itong mga upwards natin. And speaking of, kinol na nga nila kagad yung setup mula sa Oasis. Nabawasan ng onti second lap at nakita na nga ni Marky na reveal na nga kung nasa ng isa. He pulls off with that shock dart pero mapapa-back out nga siya dahil nga lang sa nade na nang bula kay KO. Pero walk on water na lang kagad ang matitira. He still have 12 seconds to plant, but he's gonna go up against Lexi na pinaglalaroan na lang siya ngayon. And finally, finishes him out. 9-1 ang bilis. Kakakas lang namin kaninang mga 7:25 or 7:26.
Ano oras na?
7:39 na.
7:39 pa lang.
Oo.
Ito na kaagad ang mga ang outcome natin sa half na ito. Patapos na nga eh. Close to a 9-3. Pwede maging sumpa, pwedeng hindi. Dahil it is a blessing for Oasis Gaming na makuha yung consecutive rounds na ito naman sa SR Nacague. Dahil alam naman natin kung gaano din kagaling dito yung SR Nacague. We know how good Walk on Waters is. Second love din, nandito. Si Mid Matters pa, yung pillar mismo ng SR Nacague. They are crazy of a hell of a players. Pero ang problema sa kanila is aray ko po, sorry, intense bigla yung naging call doon dahil that was a really quick pick off laban kina Georgie. Nagantihan na nga dito si Georgie, but then again, paano na second nilang magiging advantage dito? Bukang nabawasan at naka-answer kaagad sila dito ng Oasis, sabi 8-3 with the kill.
Gulat na gulat talaga ang mga tao ngayon din dahil ang SR Nacague sobrang punish lang sila HG. They weren't able to come up with something. Defaults are not working. And even if they tried that, yung frags, yung aim duels, talagang nare-reveal lang silang lahat. Even if we have like sobrang close pagdating sa kanilang composition, yung difference ng experience and knowing na bago tong SR Nacague, wala pa yung sinasabi nating chemistry. Hindi pa talaga siya natitimpla. And it's already 10-1.
That is the question. That is the what is already happening for SR Nacague. Kaya maiintindihan mo kung bakit ganito pa lang yung mga nangyayaring rounds for SR Nacague. Since again, newly formed team cannot perform this well laban dito sa Oasis Gaming. Dahil Oasis Gaming, nakikita ko bawat round, iba't iba yung mga flavors na inahandog nila sa atin dito sa lamesa eh. May iba't ibang mga putahe, may iba't ibang mga rotations silang binibigay. Kaya nahihirapan yung SR Nacague makasagot, especially on the retake. Dahil alam ng Oasis Gaming how to reserve their utilities and even play for the situations na kaya nila ditong i-1v1 yung duels laban sa SR. But then SR, na-bait pala sila. But now, ano pa kaya magigisagot dito ni Marky? Nasasagutan din siya ng mga ng mga shots dito from mga SR Nacague. But SR Nacague, nabawasan kaagad ng isa, Ray.
Pitas na naman sila. Wala na namang mangyayari ngayon. But then, okay lang yan, Lexi. Hindi namin nakita yon. Pero yung Odin ni Joms, palong-palo. 3v3, low on HP nga lang si Walk on Water together with Joms. Marky also is pretty low, but I think they still have an advantage. Konting pick-off lang, konting silip lang ng mga miyembro ng NCG. Mukhang sila ay mapipitas. And speaking of, alam na nga din kagad ni Georgie, nasa ng isa. Marky goes for the kill at inaabangan na nga din nila kagad. Kasama pa Hunter Spirit, tinapat na lang niya. Kasi last round na. Ay, nako Marky. Talaga nga namang isa kang henyo. And now it's an 11-1. Kakaiba
Ang
nga
bilis,
namang matchup to. Oo.
Na kay Osiris talaga yung sumpa. Pero alam mo yon, parang jumps is me kapag ganito na yung mga nangyayari in compe, na yung tipong, wala 10-1 na bibili na lang ako ng Odin para more chances of winning. Pero ang naging problema, more chances of pushing or pinning him down dahil hindi siya makagalaw hindi siya makasigaw ng pangalan mo ikaw dahil ang bigat-bigat na dala niyang Odin. So naunahan siya dito ng Oasis, and Oasis hindi na siya pinabigyan. Molly sa umulan sa kanya, and then the Hunter's Fury as well. So now, mapapakahamot ulo ka na lang ulit talaga. 11-1, isa lang ang nakuha ng SR Nacague. And SR Nacague, ano pa ba yung pwede nilang mag-isagot dito? Kahit yung OG player from SR Nacague, hindi makasagot. 1-12 na din yung kanyang KDA. So, it gives a lot of problems dito for SR Nacague. Paano sila makakabawi? And paano sila makakasagot dito ng pressure laban sa Oasis? Dahil Oasis Gaming, hindi na tumitigil pa.
Walang makakapigil. Di nyo kami mapipigilan. Hi! Kami nga pala ang
Pipigilan.
Pabebe Girls. Alam mo ba yun?
Oo, naalala ko tuloy.
Trending yun. Alam mo din yung taga Cavite, yung sinabi niya paano kumain ang mayaman ng mamon?
Grabe. Kapag Cavite talaga, ang ano namin, no? Parang main character talaga. Kaya umalis na ako dyan.
O, hindi kilala ako pa main character. Ay!
Wag na natin i-drop na yun
Ay,
dito,
di natin
syempre.
i-drop
Sa atin na lang
Oo.
yun. Katulad na lang din ang pag-aangkin dito ng SR Nacague ng B-side. Pero ang problema, nakapasok na pala si Georgie ng side ng confine timing po si Yanagi! Iyak na lang talaga. Pero at least nakasagot naman dito sa second love. So, for V4, para naman magiging laban dito ng SR Nacague to hold inside of the side. Pero second love naman din, naka-answer back. So 3v3 na kaagad ang laban before pa naman makapag-plant ang Oasis.
Ay, sus! Ayan na!
Ayan na.
Pinalamang lang! Gusto pa? Manalo!
Manalo! Pero yun ba yung
Comeback of the greatest of it all, greatest love of all, sabi nga ni Whitney Houston. Alam mo, pinakilig lang pala itong mga taga-Oasis. At ito pa, yung the fact that they weren't able to take down second love kagad nung nakakuha pa siya ng kill. Tapos meron pang utilities mula kay Jumps together with Mid Matters. Doon na natalo ang mga taga-Oasis. And maybe nakakahanap ng comfort ang SR Nacague. Diba sinabi nga natin, even if they have a different roster now, all of them, basing on their VCT games, magaling sila sa defending side. Mahirap lang din talaga kasi yung attacking dito sa Ascent. If you have a strong team that's going up against you, and Oasis and NAOS, sila talaga yung mga teams na malakas dito sa Ascent talaga.
Kasi ilang beses na bang tumutour na dito ang Oasis? Ilang beses na bang naglalaro dito? Pinipili ng Oasis itong Ascent. Hindi na mabilang talaga. Or mabibilang man, pero hindi ko na naman nabilang. So, malalaman dun pa lang din, masasabi mong, alam na nila ito like their back of their hands na memorado na nila kung paano makapag in and out here in Ascent. Nasalasiyan lang sila dito ng isang round ng SR Nacague from the retake. But this time, makakabawi na ba dito ang SR Nacague dahil they are on an equal round. So now, Georgie, makikipagabulan. Draft na dito mananalo sa laban. Mid Matters for an answer. Pero wala namang magiging pabor pa. Laban sa kanya. And Mid Matters nakapaglabas pa ng ghost niya at mukhang mag-ghosting niya dito. Si Nexy. Pero Nexy, so sexy. Still alive and kicking. Pero may iisa naman dito si Nacague. Mid Matters na lang ako natitira. Pero still, it's Georgie. Nakadampot pa ng baril ngayon. Ray Bulldog ito.
Ay, nangurt-ngurt. Natalo si Tito Mid. Kulang daw sa lambing kasi. Sabi nila ngayon. Patay. Medyo ano talaga. Malamig.
Close fight.
Kung sobrang init sa Pinas, sobrang lamig ng SR Nacague. Imagine, wala man lang isa sa kanila na may double-digit score. Just because of how punished they are by Oasis. And look at this reset from Georgie. 19-7. Diba? Nung time na nakakalaban nila yung mga malalakas na teams, medyo talagang nawala siya sa power. Pero ngayon, online na online. And this is what happens din talaga kapag nakapagpahinga, nakakuha na agad yung Oasis ng bagong, alam mo yun, to hold on so that they can move on in this tournament. And I'm happy to see that they are like this. But as for SR Nacague, we really need to say na baka nag-a-adjust talaga sila. Kita mo naman sobrang hesitant nila sa executions nila parati.
Tsaka ito pa, Oasis kasi yung una nilang nakatapat dito. So hindi na sila nakapag-adjust, hindi na kaagad sila dito nakapagtansyahan. Hindi na nga na natin nakita dito kung paano pa sila makaka-comeback laban sa Oasis dahil it's already a match point. So baka sakali mahirapan na naman dito ang SR Nacague dahil bayraw na ito ng Oasis. And problema na nga ng SR Nacague kanina is isa-isa silang natumba at nakadampot pa ng free gun dito si Georgie. 12-2. Entry may happen already in favor of Georgie pero sinagutan din naman ng Molly. Wala daw makakapasa dito. No ID, no entry.
Ay, oo. May bodyguard. Kasi mas stricto pa yung sa... pero alam mo ko mas stricto sa mga no ID, no entry.
O, sino?
Sa
Ano yun?
school ko dati sa UST. Naka-ID
ano
na
ba?
ako. Hindi pa nila siya naniniwala. Parang immigration lang yan sa Pilipinas. Kailangan ng yearbook. At ngayon si Wakon Water, diraan sa Odin talaga para hampasin lang ang mga taga-Owas. Pero isa-isa na nga sila agad ngayon nagpapakita. Marky won't be able to do that. And it's up to Nexy the Sexy. Nakita na nga niya isa, but then hinampas pa rin ni Yanagi ng Odin si Nexy. And now it's a 12-3. Kung may no ID, no entry, no yearbook, no outside the Philippines, sabi ng immigration.
Hindi ka pwedeng lumabas sa teritoryo ito, sabi na nga ng SR Nacague.
Dapat nakatoga pala kapag papasok kapag nasa immigration ka.
That really is funny, no?
Oo nga eh. No?
Pero what's even funnier is, ito na naman si Jones with his Odin. Hindi naman sinasabi natin na mahirap talaga or hindi na pwede mag-Odin, pero that Odin gives a lot of impact na to the point na pwede kang wala talaga sa laro dahil ang bigat-bigat ng mga bala nito, you will be shooting to the point na hindi ka maka-adjust dahil laging Odin yung pumapatay sa'yo. But now, ayun na nga, nakasagot na naman dito si Kuya Mochong, pero nalikuran na pala dito ni Georgie, nawa mula sa SR Nacague all the way. He gives a lot of impact dito sa loob ng kita. Kaya naman, 4, 4, mukhang magiging 5 pa dahil nailabas si Payong Banal niya. At yun na nga is more the finisher of this map for Oasis and Georgie left alone in Ascent in A side or rather in B side. Unfortunately for SR Nacague, hindi na naman sila nakasagot.
Georgie on his final form, ika nga parang naging Titan and he looks happy and he's just chilling, guys. That's how Georgie is. And remember, sa finisher niya, nag-ace pa siya. Amazing! Mula sa mismong duelist ng Oasis Gaming. And their ascent right now is very perfect. Pero all things considered, kitang-kita mo naman din na naninibago talaga ang ating mga apports mula sa SR Nacague. Like all those plays, the execution's not working, even the post plans also. Tapos the fact that they switch nga si Walk on Water together with second half might be giving them a bad impact nga. Tapos I mid naman together with Yanagi, together with Jumps, kaya naman eh. Pero that biggest switch that they have, I think medyo nabigla yung mismong team against Oasis. And remember, they're going up against Oasis. This roster has been going on even before the start of VCT, and they are a promising roster. But all things considered, grabe ka, Georgie. A 403 combat score, one of the highest we've seen so far. At 24-8 KD, 5 first kills. Lahat ng miyembro ngayon ng Oasis has been consistent. But as for SR Nacague, alam mo talaga na sobrang lamig ng first game nila. At ito pa, ay map pick nila mismo. By the way, Honey Glaze.
Oo nga eh. Parang masasabi natin talaga, it's a really long way to go for SR Nacague na makabawi, makakuha ng round mula sa side ng Oasis Gaming. Hindi pa sila talaga nagkakatalo kung ano yung gagawin nila kapag nabigyan na sila dito ng impact ng Oasis Gaming. Kapag nasasalisihan sila dito, nila Georgie, nila Javi AK na lagi makasama na parang rider in tandem to get all of those frags to steal all of those rounds mula sa SR Nacague kahit naka-buy round na sila. So parang ang nangyayari na lang, Ray, is papalit-palit eh. Salitan na lang yung mga nangyayari. It's buy round, eco, buy, and eco for SR Nacague to the point na parang every time yun na lang din kaagad na nangyayari. So Oasis Gaming, dominating start para sa ating regular season.
I'm really happy about the Oasis Gaming, but there's just a huge gap between Oasis together with SR Nacague sa very first map natin. At map pick pa to ng SR Nacague, so doon ako talaga medyo nag-aalangan, di ba? And mga Zol, GG's din naman kanina, But all in all, ang dami pang questions para sa SR Nacague to actually prove. But Oasis naman, they remain calm. Kasi dati, di ba, ang mga nagiging talo nila ay galing sa mga teams na nagsisimula pa lang din, di ba? Katulad nga nung Game Lab last time, we didn't expect them to win against Oasis Gaming. Pero maganda naman ngayon na nare-respeto na rin nila tong SR Nacague. Kaso nga lang, wala talagang nagawa ang SR para sa ngayon. But we have here, syempre, si Georgie in delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. May ace na nga, ikaw pang may pinakamataas na ACS sa mismong mapang to. And it's just Georgie being scary with his jet talaga. At ang ganda ng mga pick-offs niya, nakaka 3K siya per round. And even if mapapanish siya ngayon, there's still like the first 2 people na knockdown na niya sa kalaban nila. And that's good to see coming in from this player itself.
Yun nga parang ang nasabi mo nga dito is after getting in the frags, may nagigisagot din kaagad dito yung SR Nacague, pero kulang yun dahil alam ng Oasis Gaming kung paano sila mismo pipin down. Dahil even though wala si Georgie, they still have 8K. There's still a lot of backbone pillars dito mula sa Oasis Gaming. So hindi pa natin alam kung ano yung pwede maging bawi dito ng SR Nacague dahil wala talaga sila nakuha kahit even doon sa mga rounds na nakabay nga sila. So unfortunately for SR Nacague, yes, first map pa lang naman na ito, pero momentum yon para sa Oasis.
Talagang ang Oasis, they are just really powerful. Pero syempre, makikita-kita pa tayo sa next map between 2 teams. Ako nga pala si Riri, kasama ko si HG guys, and see you right after the break. We are back, comeback sa mismong match ngayon between Oasis Gaming versus SR Nacague. At syempre sa mga ka-tune-in pa lang guys, nandito na nga tayo sa second map. First map, napili ng SR Nacague, nanalo pa rin ng Oasis Gaming with a 13-3. While right now, we're gonna move in already here in Haven, a specialty of Oasis Gaming. At susubukan na to kung makakabawi pa ba ang SR Nacague with this new roster or kaya talagang mananatiling dominating pa rin ang mga tropa natin mula sa Oasis.
Alam mo, parang pati ako na intense, nagkaroon ng impact na main map pala ito ng Oasis Gaming. Haven ang lalapit sa atin ngayon or ang ating pangalawang mapa ngayon na lalaroin na nga ng ating mga teams. Yun yung biggest question natin, kung makakabawi na nga ba dito sina Second Love at sina Walk on Water. Pero the point is, mag-iiba na nga ba dito ng roles or mag-iiba na nga ba ng mga agents dito sina Walk on Water and syempre sina Second Love, kasi we all know the difference dito ng mga nagiging plays ni Second Love and then there's Walk on Water, pero magkakatalo pa rin talaga kung paano ba sila dito magkaroon ng magandang synergy within the team.
Uy, synergy. Kailangan talaga. Basic requirement yan, guys. Wala pa nga yan sa kalingkinan ng bare minimum, di ba? Pero that's a basic requirement. And teams, they really need to work together to create that. But it will take you a long time, di ba? Kaya sinasabi ko nga rin na partidahan natin ng konti itong SR Nacague. Wala pang isang buwan since finormulate nila itong team nila mismo. Nakita nyo naman guys, they come up with something new, di ba? They have like all of them except lang kay Mid Matters yung bago sa SR Nacague muli. Si Yanagi kasi parang dati pa, tagal na. Like, it's been a year or two since he played for SR Nacague. But right now, here in Haven, big question is, makakakuha ba ng momentum and domination itong SR Nacague, or that's just it for them in this today's match against Oasis? Kasi talagang punish sila, sobrang broken down sila, to be exact. Parang sila yung nakita nating dominating na Sky Empire noong kanilang open qualifiers, as hindi talaga nag-work nung split 1. Ganun yung SR Nacague ngayon in terms of how we compare them to other teams.
Yun nga parang there can be a really big of a surprise factor dito for SR Nacague kung sakali man na malaman na nila dito yung kanilang templa within each other. Kasi yun yung pinakamahalaga kung meron ba kayong synergy, kung meron ba kayong comms or commitment between the team, between every player that you have, na pwede mo maalalayan yung isa sa mga duelist nyo or kaya isa sa mga player nyo, isa sa mga agents nyo with a double pick or kaya naman sa ibang mga pag-layering ng mga utilities to save each other. But then, yun kasi ang meron na kaagad for Oasis Gaming. Yun na yung pulidong-pulitong strategies na laging pinapakita sa atin ng Oasis Gaming, to the point na parang magsasalitan lang sila Parang it's really one of the usual or para na lagi nang nangyayari for Oasis Gaming, to the point na ang layo pa nang hahabulin ng SR Nacague. So SR Nacague, this can be a really big of a start, pero kailangan na nilang madaliin yung mga strategy or yung mga kailangan nila ditong i-commit within each other between the team bago sila makakuha ng round. Dahil kanina, it was really just dominating to si Ray. 13-3 ang naging scoreline natin. Makakabawi na nga ba sila ngayon? In Haven pa mismo, enemy grounds ito.
Ay, enemy grounds. Bale, ano pala?
Sabi ko na matatawa ka
Base to. Base pala na kalaban. Para pala sa nagba-block 1, 2, 3. Alam mo yung block 1, 2, 3? Yung Ha? Hindi ka naglalaro ng block? Batang kali kasi ako. Sorry, nananapak kasi ako nung bata ako Kami kasi ni Taylor, lumaki talaga kami doon. Pero nag-uusapan namin. Alam namin ni Taylor mga laro ngayon, block 1, 2, 3. Pero si Georgie, si Mid Matters, tapitas naman na din kagad. Ang init talaga ni Hore. Unang round pa lang. Yet, he's still getting those shots work perfectly. Yung C-take ng SR Nacague hindi nag-work just because of Georgie looking at them one by one, at naramdam na nga din Drax na may isa na nasa silong.
Nakita niya yun, di ba? Parang binigay na lang nila dito kay Georgie yung opportunity na makapin down nga ng players dito from SR Nacague. SR Nacague, they know where Georgie is. Pero sabi dito ni Drax, ako na bahala sa likod mo, pre. Mag-ingat ka lang dyan. At ito na nga, maging sagot ka agad ninyo. Tatlo, laban sa SR Nacague. Another deja vu, another round, another pistol na pwede na naman dito maging start ng Oasis Gaming for few more rounds at ma-pin down, ma-one-sided na naman nila yung SR Nacague.
Talagang Yung Oasis, good read na naman mula sa kanila. And si Georgie talaga, hinahabol lang sa tutok itong kalaban nila. And if this is gonna be just Oasis around 7-0 na, I think this will just be a clean 2-0 from them. Usually guys sa Heaven, ganito yan. Pag talagang 8-0 or kaya 10-2, mahihirapan talagang team na makabawi unless they're basically good also when it comes to that map. And especially that these guys from SR Nacague, they will be starting on attacking side. Nakuta na nga din kagad ngayon ni Nexi kung saan sila at unti-unti na nga nila pupunta ng mga miyembro ng SR Nacague at mukhang hindi nag-work yung lurk ni Mid Matters. Kita mo naman, post-plant positioning sa mga taga SR Nacague, but that's not gonna work. It's only up to Yanagi, pero nakita na siya ni Nexi 2-0 from Oasis.
Ito yung tipong sinasabi natin na kapag meron ng impact na binigay sa'yo yung kabilang team, yung mga nakakalaban mo in every map, in every round, it's either mahirapan ka talaga dito makasagot or mahirapan kang itutok mismo yung mga angulo, yung crosshair mo sa ulo mismo ng mga kalaban. Kaharap na ni Mid Matters kanina si Nexi, pero ano yung nangyari? He whipped out a few of the shots. Again, he was just down to the classic. Nagkahirapan nga sila doon. Pero the point is, hindi sila dito naging stable on taking one of each other players dito from Oasis Gaming. And now Oasis, they have a lot of rounds, they have a lot of eco. So now, they will be forcing this one out dahil alam nila kapag naisahan na nila dito yung SR Nacague, they will be having a hard time para makabawi, para makakawa ng comeback. Pero sabi dito na walk on water, hindi kami papayag. Dalawa kagad yun ang trade-off nila. Pero Wild Oreo makakasagot na naman na tatlo kagad para sa pangalan niya. So paano na lang ito dahil isa na lang kaagad ang natitira. Walk on water. Meron naliligaw na nga siya dito on entry round na si Nexi. Nakalikod, nakaikot na pala sa kanya. So 3-0 na kaagad for Oasis Gaming. Deja vu, Ray.
Kaya gusto kong sabihin, deja vu. Mala Olivia Rodrigo yan. Nagulat lang siguro yung Oasis sa mid-tick. Pero after Wild Oreo getting that 3K just because ginawa ng aim labs itong mga tropahan natin mula sa SR Nacague, walang nangyari. Nakita niyo ba yung clip ni Olivia Rodrigo? Marites na marites, halatang Pinay na Pinay. Talaga ang bilis magkwento, nagarap pa. Daig pa nga kami pag nagmamaritesang kami ni HG.
Nakita ko yun. Yung nanonood siya ng basketball game. Oo.
Lahat talaga si Madama. Uy, mukhang nangunguna pa. Si Georgie gets the first stop, pero sabi niya magbe-bailout ako, low on HP na ako. Pero alam na kagad ng mga taga-Oasis saan magpo-formulate itong SR Nacague.
Ay, pinilit eh. For Nacague, parang kulang sila dito sa mga pagiging pala desisyon dahil yun yung nangyayari ngayon for Oasis. They are just really decisive on taking those duels dahil alam nila na maipapanalo nila yun. Tingnan mo naman yung mga nakuha nila, diba? Within just the duels, nakukuha ito kaagad ng Oasis. And another one, sabi dito ni Wild Oreo, and that was just a wall bang. Tapos ngayon, dalawa na lang kaagad na natitira dito for SR Nacague. Mukhang pinipilit talaga nila. Pero at least si Mid Matters makakakuha naman ng isa before siya sumama na nga sa bangkay dito ng tropa niya. So 4K for Wild Oreo. Going wild for Oasis Gaming. Dahil ito na naman tayo. 4-0.
Tapos nag-improve siya sa Sova niya, ha? Right? Ang hirap talagang, dati kasi si Wild Oreo isa yan sa duelist. Pero ngayon na nag-initiator nga siya. I think it's been doing perfectly together with Marky. Right? They've been giving space, good flex players. And in just a small amount of time, I'm happy they've been practicing this very clearly and very straightforward naman. And as for Nacague, they can't get a good read sometimes. At ito pa, ang laki ng changes ng SR Nacague ngayon talaga. Hindi sila makakuha ng pick-offs. Tapos, try talaga sila ng try, especially here in A. Ito na lang nga yung pinaka-easiest for them para makapasok. And yet, hindi nila kayang panindigan to HG.
Kaya walang nagiging paninindigan dito ang SR Nacague dahil every time na tinatry naman nila, nauunahan pa rin naman sila dito. Pero second love! Makakabawi na, dalawa, yun na isama niya kaagad sa hukay. Pero ngayon, naabangan natin dito kung makakakuha ba ng peg dito si Abby 8K. Nakakuha naman siya, pero kulang pa rin talaga. Second life kasi dito makakatatlo na. It's all up to Draxi. But Draxi, dalawa pa rin naman ang kalaban niya. So hindi pa rin natin masasabi kung ano yung pwede mangyari dahil second love, nag-iinit na.
Oh. When I was 14 I had my first love nga, 'di ba, sabi nila. But the Drax, will he be able to clutch this? Dalawa ang nasa hell side ngayon. If hindi niya mapipitas yan, mukhang pupunta na nga ang round na to for SR Nacague. Pero response of one! He won't be able to get that! And Nacague finishes him out 4-1. And finally, gising na ang SR Nacague. But all things considered, this is an attacker-sided map para sa akin talaga. At Second Love, nakakuha na nga din siya ng adjustments. Na, that's good to see, di ba? Si kanina talaga, na ano siya eh, ang dami talagang chances for Second Love to get those first kills, pero it's not happening. And right now, Nacague is on that bridge. It's really different, but then his flashes are quite good. And nag-a-adjust pa nga si Joms together with Matters and Walk on Water. Pero 4-1 pa rin. Huge advantage pa rin ang merong ang Oasis at marami pa rin silang pera eh.
Pa rin yan eh. Oo, pera pa rin yan. Rounds pa rin yan for Oasis. Isa lang yung nakuha dito ng SR Nacague, but at the point is, pwede na sila makabawi. Heavy 8K still stuck all the way from Gong. Hindi siya mahanap si Second Love kaya hindi siya makapag-decide kung ano yung unahin niya dahil dalawa yung nakikita niya pero dalawa din ang mauuluhan niya. Georgie naman para makatrade, but still, the numbers advantage are still in the favor of SR Nacague at nakapag-planta rin naman ang si Spike. Pero ngayon, si Waldorio nakakuha din with his Hunter's Fury. So Georgie, it's all up to him to make an impact happen. Pero lalabas ba dito si Jones? Magiging impatient ba siya para makapaganap? Pero nandito na rin naman na yung mga gravity wells. So medyo contest, medyo vulnerable. Georgie is going inside. He still has the Bladestorm. Right click to the head of Jones will be enough. Wild Oreo for an answer. It's all up to one and one to the head. Mid matters. Isa ka lang. Georgie, nakatatlo. So now another one goes to Oasis Gaming.
Ay, talagang yung kanina undermanned lang ang SR Nacague. Ay, ang Oasis Gaming rather on that previous round. Pero all in all, they still won it. Good take mula kay Georgie na punish yung pinakamalakas nila. Tapos after that, he's with that Bladestorm, diba? And on that 1v1 talaga, may kasama pang kuha and read si Jorge against him. But ang nakikita ko din ngayon sa SR Nacague, this is a huge advantage for them. They have 4 na ultimates and they can actually use it kung nakakuha pa nga na isa pang orb si Joms eh. Ang dami nilang chances para manalo sa round na to. Pero nahulaan na din kagad ni Wild Oreo saan manggagaling yung kanyang recon. At good read naman sa side ngayon ng SR Nacague. Oh my God! Second Love still getting pero wala may tina pula kaya Avi was able to get the kill. Hello! He's low on HP. Ang dami na pinapuno yung utilities para hindi siya makuha. Tapos nandiyan na naman kagad ang sagot ni Wild Oreo na traded off na nga lang sa lakadan. And the Stinger buff worked for Joms and they can get those necessary guns to use against Oasis Sonic Grace. Ang ganda na sana ng sagot ni Javi. Pero di natin matedenay na may pick advantage na nga sa Oasis against Mid Matters. At ngayon, iingat kayo dapat dyan. Nexi, he still got it! Good top mula sa kanya. Headshot sa ulo. And 5 rounds na ang lamang ng Oasis.
Grabe naman yun. Parang alam mo talaga na parang magkakakapatid dito ang Oasis Gaming. Tol, akong bahala sa'yo. Sabi dito nila Lexi, sabi dito nila Javi 8K. Nung nakakakas, nung naunahan si Georgie, Javi 8K stayed there. He stood his ground. Using it that ultimate na constantly dito yung mga following members na susunod sana kay Second Love. And given the chance na may ipit nga siya doon and he is already low on HP, there comes Wild Oreo to make those specific kills na masagot at mailigtas niya yung kakampi niya. So now, masasabi mong may gana talaga ang Oasis Gaming. Georgie, palong-palo na naman. Operator on to Mid Matters and now Mid Matters is already down. SR Nacague, 4 na lang kaagad sila.
Ang bilis ng pagbabago na naman. And Georgie gets that huge kill. Muli, nag-iba na naman. Ngayon din, ang hihip ng hangin as he gets a 3K. Pang mabilisan, inabangan ng lahat. Nag-audition pa. And it seems like that's just it. For SR Nacague, talagang nibinigyan lang sila ng 1 round. And the rest, talagang hindi nila mapaghandaan ngayon din. And this is actually scary to see that Georgie, ano ba ginawa niya lang doon? Tinignan lang niya kung may mapipitas siya. At meron nga siyang napitas kahit siya siguro nagulat din siya ngayon.
lumalapit na nga lang talaga sa crosshair dito ng Oasis Gaming yung SR Nacague every single time. Guys, hindi ko na talaga din may sugar coat ulit ito dahil yun talaga yun nangyayari. Tamo, nag-abang lang si Georgie and he immediately anticipated that SR Nacague will be getting in that pick, making in that pick. At yung pick na yun, ang naging katapusan ng buhay nila, ng round na lang iyon at patuloy ito for Oasis Gaming. And now Oasis, Georgie with a push, inabangan siya dito ni Joms, pero Georgie, mas lamang, operator ang hawak niya, nadaplisan dito si Georgie, pero at least he's still alive. Good follow-up mula dito sa utilities na mamumula na nga for SR Nacague, and Mid-Matters are able to take down at least one. So free upgrade for him, pero hanggang kailan ito maglalast?
Hintayin talaga nila yan kasi dangerous na to sa SR Nacague at the end of the day. They are on the attacking side. And sabi nga natin, laki na sana ng advantage nila. Ang ganda din naman ng kanilang lineup. But then, yung chemistry nga nila, hindi pa talaga na ititimpla. Kumbaga, siguro na intimpla nila, pero hindi ito yung perfect flavor. Masyado pang matabang, sabihin na natin na ganon. And now, 8-1 pa rin HG. It seems like they can come up with new possibilities just to encounter Oasis Gaming. And knowing na ito pa nga, yung solid base ng Oasis, ang hirap nga naman talaga yan, di ba? Mga tong Oasis, ito pinanganak ko to sa Haven sa A-site mismo. Diyan na yan, bata pa lang. Maglalaro na yan sa A-site ng Haven.
Na sabi mo nga dito yung hindi maayos sa team platform SR Nacague, parang hindi pa nila talaga nakukuha yung enough spices, yung tamang ititimpla mismo sa sahog nila ngayon or yung mga sahog na kailangan nilang itimpla dito for their team mismo. Ora mismo dahil sa mga times na makikita mo, back and forth nga sila dito trying to make an entry, trying to make the trades happen, pero sabi nga natin, lumalapit at namamagnet sila dito sa mga crosshairs ng Oasis Gaming to the point na alam ng Oasis Gaming kung ano yung uunahin, yung pupuntahan nila, pero ngayon hindi pinagtinidrack dito kung nasaan na nga yung entry na ginawa ni Second Love, pero sina Yanagi and Walk on Water, they just went in for the sprays. Lockdown dito to push back SR Nacague from trying to push and trying to make an entry inside of C-site. Madamot! Si Nexi, wala daw makakapasok dito dahil pinatay nila yung dalawa mula sa kanila. Pero ngayon, may sagot pa rin naman nandito. Yung kabila, Hunter's Fury naman mula kay Wild Oreo. Pero sabi dito, nila, Yanagi, nila, Second Love, they will be trying to make an entry still happen here in C and even planted the spike.
Waitings! Ang SR Nacague ngayon din, but on this retake, underman ang mga taga-Oasis unless nga ngayon si Georgie makakapag-blade storm siya, but good concuss mula sa side ng mga Lianagi, and Georgie won't be able to be successful when it comes to that. He's going up against 4 people and that's just it. 8-2. Magiging 9-3 curse ba to or 2-10 or 8-4? Kasi kung 8-4 yan, good half pa rin naman sa SR Nacague, but they just still need to capture that previous pistol round on the next round. Kaso nakuha ang ganda ng mga concuss mula kay Yanagi, ang ganda ng mga flashes niya, and if they will be continuous pagdating sa ganon to like maximize their utility since they have a double initiator, magiging maayos naman yung play nila against Oasis.
Ang nagiging problema nga lang, no, kasi lagi silang na-outduel dito ng Oasis. And Oasis, they know what to do next. By the time na alam nila dito na kailangan nila dito kaagad na makapag-clutch, kailangan na nila dito makapag-retake. But now, this goes to show na may panibago na naman dito ang SR Nacague. Naunahan na kaagad nila dito yung magpa-flank. Georgie was taken down, pero he was also answered back by Javi 8K. Tatlo na lang laban sa 4. Second Love tried his best para magkaroon pa rin sila ng numbers advantage. There was a trade though, pero it's still good enough. 2v3 na kaagad ang laban natin, and this is already the post-plan. Lalaroin na lang dito ng SR Nacague by time ang Oasis Gaming dahil magmumula pa sila ng 8 at malilikuran pa nga dito ni Jom. Sayang nga lang kasi naka-react pa si Drax para makasagot, para makaisa, pero the time is already ticking for Drax to make something happen. Pero nandito na rin naman yung smoke niya, maglalaro dito with a shot and step, nalilito! Sinisigaw ng palaanan mo si Yanagi, walang malaman kung nasang kaliwat ka na ba siya dito dahil sabi ni Drax, I have you now. We have him getting in the 9-point lead for Oasis Gaming with that Omen. Crazy play!
Tinipihan lang! Tinipi! Nag-shrouded step 1, 2, 3. ito pa, ang creative niya doon. Yung smoke talaga yung nagpalito sa dalawang miyembro na mula sa Oasis. Akala ko mananalo na siya. Pero ito talaga, na-spot on niya kasi yung baril ni Nacague. Kaya siya nag-TP out ulit. Nag-move on pa na naman siya sa isa pang pwesto. And after that, alam naman niya nung nagparanoia siya kung saan si Mid Matters, alam na niya kung anong next step niya. And that is how good Jax is when it comes to crucial moments. Akala natin si Sir Nacague, naging bato pa.
Kala na nga natin yun na nga yung round specifically for SR Nacague para maihabol na nga ito for at least in 8-4 scoreline. Pero Jax na naman, makakadalawa, play it with the TPs, makaka-react, makakapag-reposition, nakapag-Hunter's Fury para makakuha din naman ng isa. Pero ang naging problema, Heavy 8K, dalawa naman para sa kanya. Isa na lang yung round na ito para makahabol na sila dito laban sa Oasis Gaming. Pero sa amin ng Oasis Gaming, hindi kami papayag dahil si Joms na lang naman na ang natitira. Pero Joms, wala na rin napala. Nung naghahanap siya dito ng kalaban mula sa Oasis Gaming dahil Oasis Gaming, palong-palo na. 10-2. 2-10. Ang scoreline na natin ngayon.
2:10. Anong oras na? 8:25.
8:20. Anong oras tayo nagsimula, Rere?
Mga
7:30.
Hindi, mga 8 o'clock.
Ay, hindi ba?
Or hindi, mga 8:10.
Hindi. Yung first series,
Ay, yung
itong series natin. 7, di ba?
7:30.
7:30.
Meron pa tayong mga 7:27 ata. Tapos,
Ayun.
may timer pa tayong 10 minutes kanina.
Oo.
Oy.
Tapos anong oras na?
Tapos,
Mag-8:30
pa lang. Ang bilis.
Binabati na namin ngayon no?
Hindi namin yung curse ngayon na Osiris at nasa The Mods. Kami
Okay
ay
lang.
The Lucky Charms.
The Lucky Charms. We are the blessing in disguise.
Dati kami, lahat sinasalo namin ni HG. Ngayon, kami ang nasa swerte.
Parang God's blessing na sa amin. Kumbaga, parang bawi-bawi lang daw. Pero ngayon, makakabawi na nga ba? SR Nacague dahil binigay lang nakakagad nito yung C-site. Nung nandito si Walk on Water, parang masasabi na natin na 80% kaagad ay nagilin towards the fact that Oasis Gaming will be winning out this round. Oasis, 5 pa rin naman silang kompleto, pero may mga utilities pa rin naman na for i-retake dito. SR Nacague, with second love, making an entry, making a retake happen, makikipagpatentero na lang dito si Wild Oreo with that smoke. Pero ngayon, dalawa kasi, laban sa dalawa, nagkawalaan pa na mga bala. Right click to the head, sabi dito ni Heavy 8K! Crazy of a guy, quick reflexes at SR Nacague, nanakawan na naman ng round for this half.
Kinuha. Talagang inistelan. At walang nangyari. Ginawan pa ng mga right click talaga ni Javi, no? Ang galing niya talaga sa right clicks. I think this is not the first time I've seen him like this. Like, 1v1s. And yung gagawin niya, tatakbo lang siya sa kalaban niya. And he's gonna go with that right click knowing that he has the ample information, di ba? Kung nasaan. And yet, they won it. And right now, it's really a big curse to see it like this against Oasis and SR Nacague. Pero sana, mas mag-learn pa yung SR Nacague all throughout our stage 2. Hindi naman imposible yon. At yun, sinabayan nila ng buy. Wala namang mawawala sa kanila eh. At na-capture nga nila itong mga Oasis. Masyado kayong excited. It's up to Nexi to make this, pero nga lang sa kanyang hawak-hawak, may nakaabang na nga din kagad sa kanya ngayon. Low on HP pa siya. He got the kill. Going up against 3. Alam na niya na konting pitas na lang si Mid Matters together with Nacague.
Sana lang siya natitira, pero sabi niya parang kaya niya pa rin daw. Pero Joms dito hindi na pumayag. 11-3, parang mga nangyari lang din kanina. Pero kasi Oasis Gaming, they have rounds to lose. They have enough compatibility within each other na kaya nila dito na hayaan yung isa't isa. May reliance kasi when it comes to the players of Oasis Gaming, alam nila na kaya nila ditong magkaroon ng mga backup, magkaroon ng mga trades-offs. Pero that round, specifically went into the side of SR Nacague dahil sabi mo nga, nagmadali yung Oasis Gaming to get inside of C. So now, they have the buy round, they have the adjustments, they have the advantage. Pero ang nagiging problema na lang dito is kaya ba nilang tuldukan itong round na ito?
Period. Ganon. Sorry guys, may mga friends kasi akong mga palong-palo eh. At ngayon, palong-palo talaga ang isang katulad ni Georgie, di ba? Pero Mid Matters, he gave an answer against Jax. At wala kasing baril itong mga taga-Oasis. So they need to be safe when it comes to this. Nacague gets the second kill. At it's up to Nexi together with Wild Oreo. Remember, just one round for Oasis, match point na sila. pero there's no denying that somehow nakakasabay na sa vibe ngayon ang SR Nacague. Hindi sila mapapalo sa 3 at Yanagi's going with those 4 kills. At ang ganda to see him improve and this initiator role. Kasi ito ata yung medyo nawawala sa kanya sa APH, diba? And I'm glad to see him here na with that breach, he's really doing his best, okay? Pero all in all, sana mag-improve siya sa Sage. Yun naman talaga yung naging question mark sa kanya. Kung kailan lower bracket finals, doon pa nawala ang kanyang kapangyarihan. But then, it's still 11-4. Ang daming rounds ng Oasis, diba? To just try and never surrender. Pero ngayon medyo malamig si Nexy, but maybe because of those kills then, kung gaano kapalong-palo si Javi together with Wild Oreo din kasi.
Entry na naman ito. Wala sa Oasis. They have enough buys, they have enough eco, pero may operator na dito ngayon, si Second Love. He got tagged in by that Aldron, so medyo kalmahan lang muna, sabi ng Oasis Gaming. Still, they are decisive enough to try and tackle an A side. Papasok na kasi kaagad dito si Jorge na makakakuha na kaagad ng isa. Makokonkas nga lang siya. Pero sabi niya, buhay-buhay pa rin naman siya. Ngayon, nakapag 3K na! Or 3 players na kaagad na ng pen down dito ng Oasis Gaming laban sa SR Nacague. Kahit tatlo na yung nagde-defend ng site, wala silang pake. They are still holding their ground. They are still trying to get in the site and they have dominated it fully. Wala na rin nag-isagot dito si Mid Matters kahit nagmula pa siya sa heaven above. It's all up to walk on water. But walk on water, this is 5 more players at si Draxi pa yung nakaduel niya dito. So unfortunately for him, hindi man lang sila nakapasok ng site para sa retake nila.
Talagang hindi na nice sila. At ito pa, kung si Yanagi nag-i-improve sa kanyang initiator, nag-i-improve din si Wild Oreo. Kasi si Javi, alam naman na natin yan, ever since nasa Bren siya, diba? Hindi na siya yung nagiging duelist nila. Siya na ngayon yung support bilang initiator with that breach. It's one of the best breach players out here in the VCTPH stage 2 scene. And right now that it's 12-4. Tapos eco pa itong SR Nacague. They're just being denied talaga ng Oasis and it's heartbreaking to see it like this. Kung sakasakali nga na hindi na sila makakahabol, it's gonna be a clean 2-0. Sana sa next game sila, may kita natin yung growth ng roster na to.
Oo, sa susunod pang mga araw yun. Here in our regular season, they are just being stomped on by Oasis Gaming. At understandable din naman ito dahil Oasis Gaming, sino ba tong mga to? Sino Javi 8K lang naman, sino Georgie lang naman. And Nexy, the ultimate pillars, the ultimate combos mula dito sa Oasis Gaming ay nagsama-sama, magkasama, or lahat ng mga nang-hunger nila dito mula Split 1 ay nilalabas na nila on this split. We have them trying to make in a retake happen for SR Nacague, Wild Oreo. They were able to deny and 2 players nandito na kaagad yung Cosmic Divide. Pero Javi 8K still was able to get in a kill. Drax dito, makikipagpasensyahan. Laban na nga! Walk on water. But then the answer is just there for Javi and Snexy left alone inside of the site. Ang problema na nga lang din talaga ng SR Nacague dito is paano makakakuha ng momentum. But Oasis, they did not give any more favors mula sa kanilang mga kalaban. So, nyam, sabi dito ni Nexy, winning out 8-2-0 on this series.
This is how Oasis formulated itong kanilang, sorry, tawa ako kay Nexy, itong kanilang, chance to just tell us that they are still one of the best teams out there. But as for SR Nacague, lacking talaga sila. Yun na lang pwede nating sabihin on their identity as of now kasi sila nga yung maraming kailangan i-prove. And yet, going up against a strong one, a Goliath team like Oasis Gaming, medyo kulang pa. Yung kulang pa talaga yung fundamentals sa kailangan nila i-show to us. But then, sabi ko nga, marami pang chances for SR Nacague to redeem themselves. It's just the first day that we have here in our regular season, and I think naman they will do stand out on our next matches. But as of now, it's a 4-13, a heartbreaking one to be honest. But then, Oasis Gaming, they're just good in this map. They're also good in Ascent. So talagang given na yun. Na yung map dito pala nung nakita ko, I know that Oasis Gaming can still get this into a 2-0. Kahit ka mapunta tayo ng low 2s it's still Oasis Gaming who can get it.
Oo, alam mo mapaglalaroin pa rin ng Oasis Gaming yung mapa na yon kung sakali man na dun nga tayo umabot, dun nga tayo dumating, pero hindi na sila pumayag eh. SR Nacague, they're just again really been stopped on by Oasis Gaming to the fact na napaglalaroan sila dito within the fundamentals itself. As you mentioned, Oasis Gaming, they know what to do here in Haven. Back and forth scenario sila dito within the retakes, within the holds. It's just really overwhelming SR Nacague. And pagdating sa mga duels, alam natin that Oasis Gaming, lagi silang may backup. Kung sakali man na maabot sila dito in a 1v1 situation, there will be someone na mabilis yung reflexes, mabilis yung reaction time para magbigay ng follow-up, para makapagbigay ng response. And I'm talking about that clip alone with Wild Oreo, Georgie, and Javi 8K who denied an entry from SR Nacague mula sa sewers inside of A.
It's just that all are connected, Honey Glaze, sa side ng Oasis. Mas magugulat pa ako, to be honest, kung natalo sila against SR Nacague. Kasi alam naman na natin yung experience nga nila, di ba? Nandiyan na. It's all really coming together with how good they are. And praktisado na nila tong mga mapa na to. So talagang tiwala tayo na it's gonna be clean from them in this map itself. Pero syempre, if kanina we have Georgie, we have naman Oasis have 8K in delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. Good initiator plays from him. He won also those 1v1s together with Draxi. Just a lot of unexpected plays from Javi 8K, and yet his sustainability as a player is really good.
Yes, at yun nga eh, siya yung isa sa mga players na maaasahan mo for Georgie to make those crazy plays, those crazy entries mula sa side ng Oasis Gaming, para alam niya kasi na meron talaga nakasalalay eh. Alam mong may mga maaasahan siya dito when it comes to the trace. Kaya naman kudos for Oasis Gaming dahil this is one hell of a start for Oasis, and more yet to come dahil first day pa lang po ito ng ating regular season.
At marami pa tayong matches, syempre. At sasabihin niya ng panel natin kung ano ba yung mga matches na kailangan yung abangan. Pero the security talaga of having these players, it's really good na yung idea nila ay na-formulate na nila unti-unti. Pero practice pa. Syempre, gaya nga kanina sinabi ni Tita May sa mga taga-Zol, practice pa din ang kailangan talaga ng SR Nacague, and hopefully they'll be able to grasp it along the way when they are gonna go up against other teams, because it's not impossible naman for them na mag-learn. Kasi nga, fresh ping lineup, ang dami talagang kailangan pang i-fix, diba, para mag-tangle sila. Pero syempre, mas i-explain pa yan ng ating nagagandaan at nagwagwapuhan ng mga taga-panel. So, Laika and the gang, take it away.
We're back here on the panel. It's still likable with the Koofy tandem. Yes, let that sink in, guys. Yan na yung magiging official nila. Unless na lang may maisip pa kayo na mas sweetie pa dun sa sinabi ni Rico. Pero ito Fluffy, so far, things are going great for the Oasis boys. Do you think this is gonna be the projection of how they're gonna run throughout the season?
I mean, I'd hope so, but it's a strong showing nonetheless against a great team like SR Nacague. We saw in the first map how they had that dominating performance, but moving on to the second, it also showed how they still have that relentlessness, even though the score was a bit tighter.
Yeah, it was crazy, especially when we look at the first map nila dito sa Ascent. Gulat ako on how the rounds were progressing quite fast, and I feel like it's also due to how, I guess, fearless Oasis took on NCG dito sa first map nila, and after that it felt like they found their groove.
Yes, for context lang sa mga nanonood, kung gaano kabilis tong laban na to, tumayo lang si Rico para kumuha ng pagkain. Pagbalik niya, ano na yung scoreline namin kanina.
9-1 na!
Nagulat na lang din siya. Ano nangyayari? Bakit ang bilis? Pero I think one of the factors nga rin kanina, kung katulad ng sinabi nito, talaga si Georgie, hold W kung hold W. Sobra-sobra yung confidence niya. Mapa Ascent o Mapa Haven pa yung mapa dito. Kitang-kita mo na sobrang comfortable siya in navigating around the map. Pero isa siguro sa mga highlights din para sa akin dito, Fluffy, is yung moment kanina ni Draxi na I'm sure makikita natin in just a bit dito sa ating highlights reel. Napakalupit at kakaiba yung pagka-understand niya dito sa role niya as the Omen.
I mean, on the Omen, you know, you have access to so many abilities. You can reposition, you can smoke, and in that 1vx situation, he's just able to clutch it out, isolating the angles, but also because of his great aim, he's the leader of the team, but also of himself.
Yeah, I think that's
is it.
why sobrang cool ng performance. Lalo na to, ito, boom! Tapos boom! Napakaganda, napakahusay ng timing ni Drax and the game sense as well.
Yes, saktong-sakto yan. Kung naririnig nyo nga, uma-agree din yung pusa ni Fluffy. Meow, meow. Ibig sabihin nun, yes. Agree sila. Sana okay ka pa, Fluffy. Sana nagkakaintindihan kayo dyan. But ito, nonetheless, no, undoubtedly si Georgie talaga yung MVP dito. And for a very good reason. Tulad nga ng sinabi ko kanina, his confidence in navigating throughout the map and getting those opening kills really helped out his team. Something na kapansin-pansin dito, Fluffy, is kung gaano ka-confident na lalo ngayon si Fluffy in holding that operator, no?
I think in general, not just Georgie, but the rest of the team really has stepped on the confidence level because they
True.
really peak together also. They play like they're more cohesive compared to the old Oasis gaming. I think I mentioned it earlier in the panel how technically this team just formed in December. And even though that's more time than some other teams, it's still a struggle that you have to work with the new players.
Yeah, I feel like itong version na si Georgie for Split 2, napaka-exciting kasi nung nakita natin siya sa Split 1, medyo 50-50. Kumbaga, tinawag natin na parang Angry Bird. Laging sinisling-shot si Georgie into the deeper ends of side to initiate an entry for the team. Pero yung nakita natin na version ngayon, it feels like almost 100% very successful in all of his entries and making it count.
Ang ganda talaga dyan. Pero I just gotta point back na nung sinabi mo yung Angry Bird, medyo nag-hyper-fixate ako doon dahil naaalala ko yung The Mods na tinawag si Warbirds na Wild Bird. At tinawag ko siyang Angry Bird eventually. Just ko, the mods are really living in our heads rent-free at this point. Ang ganda kasi ng cast nila. Pero ito, tingnan na natin yung standings, yung updated standings natin. Again, this is just day 1 of the regular season. So, although maaga pa to say what direction mapupunta itong mga labanan na to, I think it's very important to set the tone for how it's all gonna go. And as I say that, ito na naman, naririnig ko na namang may uma-agree dito sa side ni Fluffy.
Yes, sir. Sabi nga ng pusa, I agree also. I mean, look at the teams right now. Oh, yung pa. Oasis and NAOS still keeping their lead up. Same momentum from last bit. And Zol and SR still have some things to work through.
Oo nga, I feel like this is the expected outcome dito sa day 1 natin when we saw Oasis tsaka sa NAOS. I think yung medyo interesting plot twist na nakita natin is the Zol Esports versus NAOS na matchup at the first map sa Icebox. It was very, very close. And which is, you know, this is why VCT is very, very exciting.
Very, very exciting nga naman. And again, introductory matches pa rin naman to. For the side of Zol and SR nga, marami pang pwedeng mangyari. Pero ayan, pag-usapan naman natin yung tomorrow's matches kasi sila rin, another set of introductory teams na magsa-step up dito. Isa sa mga for sure inaabangan ng lahat, ang napaka-controversial na team ay ang rambutan ni Tatay. Ang hirap na hindi pag-usapan tong mga to eh. Ang daming angulo na pwedeng tingnan. Kasi on top of the very controversial name na meron sila dito, ay yung roster itself, very stacked, Rico. Dahil nakita na natin sila Ching the God dito.
Yeah, I feel like Game 1, syempre, Game Lab Alpha definitely left a lot of really good impressions last time sa Split 1. So I'm very excited to see them fight, well, rambutan ni Tatay tomorrow.
Yun!
Yun! Pati na rin sa Action PH, saka looking for sponsor. I feel like, again, this is setting the tone for the entirety of the tournament. And I feel like Fluffy's so excited.
I am
Excited ka?
excited. Especially
Excited
to show my
indeed.
co-panelist who's been giving his opinions this whole time.
Aww!
Hi, Luce. Say hi.
Hello!
Hi!
Is it
No,
a
he's not
he?
talking.
He?
Yes, he.
He?
Hello!
Ganyan talaga yung mga pets eh, no? Kung kailan mo sila binigyan ng screen time, bigla silang magiging camera shy. Pero nung mga times na hindi mo sila pinapakita, tamang ano lang sa Gedli.
Oo, kunwari hindi siya nagmamyaw kanina, no? Sobrang silent.
Yes. Like, parang hindi ka, parang wala kang ginagawa kanina. Ang kulit naman ng cat nito ni Fluffy. Pero, baka naman gutom na Fluffy. Baka kailangan mo na magpa-deliver ng food para dyan. So, Yan, gusto namin pasalamatan syempre yung sponsors for making all of this possible, most especially to Mineski Philippines as well as Riot Games.
And of course, if you're as hungry as this cat, you can always order your own food with Grab Unlimited to celebrate your great wins, great food, and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe now for free for your first month.
And of course, VCTPH Split 2 is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. It has been a quick day so far, especially since tinapos na agad-agad ng Oasis Gaming yung introductory match nila for Split 2. Which really excites me for tomorrow's matches na nakita natin yung schedule bukas. So wag na wag yung palalampasin yan, guys. Pero for today, tapos na ang day number 1. Magkikita-kita ulit tayo soon. But here on the panel, this has been Likeable, Fluffy Scat, and of course, Riku. We'll see you guys next time.